Conference 2025, one of the world's largest online gathering on procurement and supply chain hosted by Public Procurement Professionals Association of India in collaboration with ISM-INDIA and the World Bank. I, Sangeeta Patel, procurement specialist with the World Bank, will be your host for the day and will be guiding you through this exciting day of insights, innovation, and inspiration. Today's event's theme is Shaping the Future of Procurement, driving transparency, sustainability, and innovation for inclusive growth, which truly reflects the transformation we are witnessing globally. We have received around 7,000 registrations from all over the globe and hope that all are connected with us by now. Before we move ahead, let me quickly share a few housekeeping announcements for today's conference. Firstly, we hope everyone has logged in smoothly. If you face any technical issues during the sessions, please connect with ISM-INDIA team by clicking on the Help Desk button at the lobby screen. As the speaker mic is not available to the attendees, kindly drop your questions for the speakers in the chat box during the sessions. Questions shall be addressed after the sessions. During the breaks, do explore the virtual platform during break sessions, network with peers, visit partner booths, and review session details. Please do share your experience of the event on the scribble wall in the fun zone. We'd love to hear from you. And don't forget to check the speakers section to know more about our distinguished presenters today. Now, to set the tone for today, I would like to invite Ms. Megha Rastogi, who is not only an esteemed member of the advisory committee of ISM-INDIA, but also a global product leader with over 20 years of experience in cybersecurity, artificial learning, machine learning, and mobile platforms. Currently, she serves as Director of Product at Samsara, USA, leveraging AI-powered insights to enhance safety and sustainability in logistics and supply chains. A Cornell University graduate with a business certificate from Harvard, she's a strong advocate for AI-driven innovation in global supply chain transformation. And I now invite her to deliver the opening ceremony and welcome address. Over to you, Ms. Rastogi.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. And hello, everyone. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our distinguished participants from around the globe. On behalf of the organizing committee and our Public Procurement Professional Association of India and ISM-INDIA, it is my great honor to welcome you all to the 5th International Procurement Conference. This year's conference is truly special. Like Sangeeta mentioned, we have over 7,000 participants from more than 175 countries, representing both the public sector and the private sector. This reflects the global relevance of procurement and the shared challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for all of us. We are particularly privileged to organize the conference in cooperation with the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the United Nations, all three institutions that have been at the forefront of shaping global procurement practices. The theme of this year's conference is the future of procurement. And I'm especially excited about this as procurement today stands at a critical crossroad. On one hand, we have facing growing global challenges like climate change, supply chain disruptions, geopolitical tensions, and increasing social expectations. And on the other hand, we see unprecedented opportunities through digital transformation, artificial intelligence, sustainable practices, and collaborative innovation. Procurement is no longer a back office function. It is now a strategic enabler of resilience, sustainability, and inclusive growth. The way we buy, the way we partner, and the way we deliver value will define not just the future of organizations, but also the future of our societies around the globe. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our institutional partners, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the United Nations for their continued collaboration. And a special note of appreciation goes to our distinguished leaders and experts from around the globe who have graciously agreed to share their insights. You'll be hearing from them throughout the day today. Their knowledge and experience will be invaluable as we examine how procurement must evolve to meet the challenges of the 21st century. I also want to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our organizing team and the volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to bring this conference to life. And finally, to our participants, you all, and ISM-INDIA team, thank you for your enthusiasm and commitment. Your presence here demonstrates the growing recognition that procurement is a lever for positive change. So today, over the course of this conference, you will first hear from global thought leaders and practitioners about the latest trends in procurement. You'll hear about some examples and how they have faced and solved some great challenges. Second, you'll participate in interactive sessions and panel discussions that cover sustainability, digital transformation, risk management, inclusive growth, and capacity building. So we're really looking forward to your interactive participation there. And lastly, you'll explore how procurement is not only about delivering value for money, but also about creating value for society and the environment. As Sangeeta mentioned, we're also introducing new formats this year to make the virtual experience engaging and impactful. So feel free to provide any feedback and interact with us in any way. Now, collaboration, technology, and sustainability define the century, and procurement is where they converge. So our role in procurement is no longer limited to transactions and back office. It's about shaping markets, fostering innovation, ensuring ethical standards, and advancing global goals such as the Sustainable Development Goals. We call those SDGs. I invite all of you to approach this conference not just as an opportunity to listen and learn, but also to share, challenge, and co-create together. Let us imagine procurement not as a process, but as a force for resilience, inclusivity, and sustainable growth. Now, before we begin, we'd love to hear your thoughts, and we'll start off with a few icebreaker questions. On your screen, you should see a QR code. You can simply scan that QR code or go to the chat Q&A section at the bottom of the conference window, and you can respond there. Our first icebreaker question is, in one word, what comes to your mind when you think about the future of procurement? You should see that in your Slido QR link today. Feel free to put it in the chat window as well. I see quite a few people typing sustainability. Yes, that comes top of mind. Driver, AI and digital transformation on top of everyone's mind these days. AI again. Innovation, correct. Sustainability, discovery. Looks like we're all thinking through the sustainability, innovation, and AI transformation coming ahead. Strategic enabler, that's right. We have a lot of people typing AI and driver, yes. Flexibility, fairness and equity and sustainability in innovation. That's a great one. Digitalization and sustainability. Yeah, sustainability is definitely top of mind. AI and digital transformation is the next one on everyone's mind. So that's great to hear. Now we can move to the next question, which will have the biggest impact on procurement in the next 5 years? A, sustainability, B, digital transformation, C, geopolitical shifts, and D, cost pressures. You should see that on your screen in a second. Right. We're loving all the interactions, so keep it going. I see sustainability and digital transformation coming up ahead. All right, so looking at the results, 76% said digital transformation will be the biggest impact on procurement. The next would be actually geopolitical shifts. That was 38%. 31% said sustainability. And lastly, at 17%, there was cost pressures. Absolutely agree. And this is very similar to the first question, where a lot of you said digital transformation, AI, and sustainability is what comes on top of mind for you all. So great. I'm so happy to see all the interaction. And with that, I warmly welcome you all once again to the 5th International Procurement Conference. Let us begin this exciting journey together. And I now hand over to our conference moderator, Ms. Sangeeta, who will guide us through today's sessions. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Rastogi, for that very inspiring welcome. And now I would like to invite Ms. Anna Velaguska for sharing the keynote address on procurement for next decade, shaping systems for impact. Before I hand over to her, for the sake of those who don't know her, Ms. Velaguska is the procurement manager for South Asia region at the World Bank Group. She brings with her more than 25 years of experience in public procurement reforms. She has led major initiatives across Africa, Asia, and Europe, with expertise in infrastructure, IT systems, and governance. Ms. Velaguska has a strong background in MDB systems, EU frameworks, and UNICITRAL model laws, making her one of the leading voices in global procurement modernization. Over to you, Ms. Velaguska.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I will start. Thank you. Sorry for being a bit late. I had lots of conflicting engagements. So it's a real privilege to be with professionals who can effectively translate policy into tangible services, clean water, reliable medicines, punctual buses, and open schools. The World Bank's mission is to end poverty on a livable planet, and procurement is one of the tools we use to translate that mission into reality. When procurement is designed for outcomes, not just transactions, budgets translate into results that are apparent and visible to everyone. My aim this morning is simple, just to look ahead. Over the next 10 years until, let's say, 2035, and offer a pathway for how procurement systems can shape impact at scale. The global landscape we need to navigate over the next decade is changing in ways that affect how we procure. Economic cycles may be shorter and more volatile. Supply chains are simultaneously global and regional. Climate shocks will test infrastructure and surface continuity. Cyber risk will accompany every digital game, and citizens' expectations for transparency and accountability will continually rise. In such an environment, value for money should not be defined by price alone. It must include reliability, resilience, as well as social and environmental performance across the whole life cycle, and sometimes beyond. Consider what happens at the end of life for each product. That implied shift from inputs to outcomes, from price to value for money, will be the hallmark of all leading systems moving forward. Countries that embrace this will not only procure better, they will deliver better. Will be central to this shift, but only if we treat it as an enabler of. Many of you have already moved from paper to e-procurement. The next step might be from systems of record to systems of intelligence. That means integrating planning, tendering, contract management, and payments, so information flows end to end. It means using analytics to forecast demand, read market trends, and flag integrity risks before they materialize. It means linking contract performance data, sensor readings, uptime logs, delivery scans, so that payments reflect results and performance rather than just based on paperwork alone. Sustainability must be woven into the same fabric. Climate and inclusion are not only add-ons, they're now core to show value for money. Procurement can set the pace by adopting life cycle costing that internalizes energy maintenance and end-of-life management, by embedding circular design when feasible. And prompt payment. When a transport authority procures fleet as a service tied to emissions and uptime, see real-world outcomes that matter, while the total cost of ownership is the third strand in this series. Technology changes what is possible, and sustainability clarifies what is desirable, but policy determines what is feasible and potentially scalable. Over the next decade, the most effective reforms will be those that allow outcome-based specifications, enable rated criteria, and whole-of-life evaluation. Reforms that legitimize structured market engagement without compromising fairness and the right policy will protect the integrity of the process by publishing open data, disclosing beneficial ownership, and making complaint handling time timely and credible, thereby engendering trust. This is the key. The World Bank's role in this is to help countries codify these choices into usable frameworks through development policy lending that right-sizes appropriate reforms, investment project financing that modernizes systems, and through programs for results or operations. And finally, through analytics and capacity building that raises the bar for technology, sustainability, and policy matters, because procurement is one of the most powerful instruments governments have to advance the. Consider health. Performance-based distribution contracts tied to stock availability and cold chain integrity can cut wastage and reduce stockouts, directly improving patient care. Consider education. Buying connectivity and device support as managed services with clear service levels keeps students learning and reduces e-wastage. Consider water and sanitation. Paying for pressure and quality at household connections verified by telemetry aligns incentives for energy efficiency and reliable service. Across each sector, procurement choices determine whether ESG commitments live on paper in communities. Appropriate procurement with outcomes at its aim is the right conduit to help make all of this happen. To translate ambition into practice, we need future-ready frameworks that are simple enough to use and rigorous enough to matter. Start where the value begins, with a crisp articulation of outcomes before choosing the method. To find the results that citizens can expect: uptime, learning gains, leak reduction, emissions avoid it. Then carry that logic through market analysis that looks beyond price lists to supplier capacity and viable technology roadmaps. Structured early engagement done transparently helps refine functional specifications and avoids overprescription that locks in yesterday's solutions. When you evaluate, bring life cycle costs and externalities to the table and use rating criteria that can reward what actually delivers the outcome. In contract design, align risk and reward thoughtfully, link payments to verified performance, right-size securities, and make room for innovation without giving up accountability. Proper contract management is where procurements either keep their promises or lose them. The next decade will reward institutions that treat contract management as a sine qua non, an essential condition, not just as an afterthought. That means equipping teams with dashboards that track milestones and service levels, integrating field verification with digital records, and publishing simple performance indicators that citizens and auditors can understand. It also means prompt payment and clean invoicing, so capable suppliers, especially SMEs, are not crowded out by working capital constraints. Leadership will determine whether these tools add up to impact. Future-ready procurement leaders are outcome-driven and data-fluent. They consider integrity as non-negotiable, and they operate as ecosystem builders who can bring together planners, engineers, treasuries, regulators, suppliers, and citizens. They invest in skills, sustainable public procurement, life cycle costing, performance contracting. The bank is expanding support for professionalization, and we are committed to capacity building so countries can adopt and adapt and scale what works instead of constantly reinventing it. Because technology will permeate everything we do, we will move with ambition and guardrails. Artificial intelligence can help forecast demand, flag risk, and generate first draft specifications, but decisions, including discretion, will remain human. We can document the rationale behind automated recommendations, test for bias, protect privacy, and maintain audit trails for models and data. The goal is not to automate judgment or automate decisions, but to free experts from low-value tasks so they can make the decisions, focusing on market strategy, supplier performance, and outcomes for citizens. To get there, let's agree to make the next steps more tangible. In your next major procurement, start by rewriting the specifications around the outcome the public will feel and appreciate. Apply a life cycle costing lens that captures energy maintenance and end of life and document the trade-offs so the learning accumulates. Set up a simple performance dashboard, one that teams can manage and that you can share. Pay suppliers promptly for verified performance and publish a summary of what's changed. That's the insight that will make the next round even better. The World Bank will stand with you with financing, technical assistance, analytics, and converting power to make these steps doable in practice. I will close where I began. Procurement is the bridge between intention and impact. It is how plans become services, how services can build trust, impact, digital by design, sustainable by default, and governed for integrity will deliver more resilient economies and more hopeful communities. The World Bank Group's commitment is to be a steady partner in that journey, mobilizing resources, sharing what works, and backing leaders. If we do that together, citizens will not only see the contracts are signed, they will see their lives improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for that very forward-looking note. And now we move into our first panel discussion, focus on value-based procurement criteria. It is my honor to introduce our moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Vinay Sharma. who is the former Global Director and Senior Advisor for Procurement at the World Bank Group. With over 35 years of leadership in procurement, governance, and infrastructure, he has shaped global policy frameworks, managed major reforms, and driven anti-corruption measures. His career includes senior roles at the African Development Bank, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, and Indian Railways, giving him a unique blend of borrower and policymaker perspectives. Over to you, Mr. Sharma. You are welcome to invite and introduce your fellow panelists.
Yes, good morning. Thanks a lot, Sangeeta. Can you hear me, Sangeeta?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to today's session on moving from cost to value in public procurement. And I think this is the sense I got from what Anna was mentioning as well. Now, we all know that procurement is one of the largest levers governments and development institutions have for delivering procurement outcomes. As a matter of fact, development outcomes. Yet, very often, even today, decisions still default to the lowest price. What we are trying to do in today's session is to explore how procurement can evolve from being seen as a narrow fiduciary transactional exercise to a real driver of value, whether in terms of quality, sustainability, innovation, or long-term social and economic impact. Before we begin, allow me to introduce the three panelists that we have today for this discussion. Ms. Galia Ismakova is the Director of Procurement Division at the Asian Development Bank, with over 34 years of professional experience, including 26 years at the Asian Development Bank. She is a recognized international procurement expert. Her leadership spans procurement reforms, digital transformation, and e-procurement across Central, West, and East Asia. Galia holds a PhD in philosophy, an MBA from the University of Western Australia, and advanced management diplomas from France and the UK. The next panelist is Mr. Tom O'Sullivan. He is a strategic procurement specialist with the World Bank's procurement unit in operations policy and country services. He leads initiatives on supply chain management, rated criteria, and early market engagement. Previously, Tom oversaw $10 billion in spend at New Zealand government procurement, and he also held senior procurement roles at Transport for London and Toronto Bank. He brings a wealth of global procurement and supplier management expertise. Our third panelist is Mr. Prabhat Garg, who has over 35 years of experience in international public procurement. He served at the World Bank for 16 years, managed his own procurement consulting firm, and later led international procurement at the US Millennium Challenge Corporation as the senior director, until he retired in late last year. An alumnus from the IIT Roorkee and University of Maryland, Prabhat has shaped procurement policies and practices across multiple continents. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I can promise you that the next 35 minutes or so are going to be extremely engaging. You've got probably the world's top leaders in value-based procurement today. And how I am going to sort of try and run this session is we'll try to, time permitting, we'll try to explore 5 guiding themes. For each theme, I'll begin by posing a question to one of the panelists and then invite others to react with their perspectives. I'll also fortunately, we have been doing very well as far as time is concerned. So really speaking, this is the exact time when we should have started. So we have got a few extra minutes. What we are going to do is we'll move through all the themes and have space for audience questions and answers. So let's try and explore the first theme, which is moving beyond cost only model. Let me start with you, Galia. Why do you think, despite what we have been seeing for a very long time and the experiments that the European Union and the World Bank and the other MDBs have been having for a fairly long time now, why do you think that governments and And let us face it, even MDB finance projects are still default to lowest cost selections. And what institutional or incentive structures make change difficult? Over to you, Galia.
Thank you very much, Vinay, for this very pertinent question. So as we know, in traditional public procurement, especially in projects financed by the governments and multilateral development banks, the award of contracts very frequently defaults to the lowest substantially evaluated bids. So despite growing awareness of the importance of quality and sustainability aspects of total cost of ownership, social, environmental considerations, the lowest cost approach appears to be ingrained in many public procurement regulations and practices. And very often we hear the feedback, how do I justify paying more? How do I defend myself against, for example, very ferocious auditors or legal challenges, etc.? So let's try to kind of put some kind of a structure. What are the constraints to using quality-based evaluations, merit point criteria, or rated criteria into evaluation of bids? First and foremost, we are looking at regulatory and policy frameworks. Many governments still operate under very strict procurement regulations that emphasize transparency, fairness, and accountability. And all of you are working, and myself included, working for multilateral development institutions for years and years. We're emphasizing accountability, transparency, and fairness, and especially ability to defend one's procurement decisions. So very often, the procurement entities move to formulaic practices. So they are thinking, okay, if I can defend it with 2 + 2 = 4, perhaps I wouldn't get so much challenges. So the lowest substantially responsive bid evaluation methodology is seen as easily defensible approach, especially in applications of 2-envelope bids. When you do not see the price, it's kind of easy to defend that you have qualified those above particular quality threshold. By selecting the lowest price compliant bids, authorities reduce the risk of allegations of favoritism or corruption, making the process appear to be more transparent and straightforward. I would say let's not discount the role of that MDB played in the past in emphasizing potential risk of misuse of the qualitative criteria. So we ourselves did not really trust our borrowers to define what quality means to them. And we were very much going into prescribing what it needs to be. Second constraint is a budgetary constraint and fiscal responsibility. Governments are accountable to taxpayers and also to electorate for the prudent use of funds, and not paying extra can be justified in maximizing the return on limited funds. So it's kind of more complex to tell about certain investment decisions that pay back in the future in terms of social, economic, or environmental benefits. So this also requires a bit of education of both procuring entities, the governments, and also the general public. Procurement capacity constraints is another one. Awarding contracts to the technically qualified bidder who just pass the minimum quality threshold on the basis of lowest price is technically and administratively simple. Simplicity is very attractive when procurement staff may have limited experience or where oversight agencies demand very clear and easily auditable decision criteria. And let's not discount the risk reduction. So all of this tells us about challenges, and it leaves your second question when I saw, is it all doomed? Are we not going to move towards evaluating quality? And I would say when we looked at all these constraints, we also looked at opportunities. We looked at how do we change the perspective? How do we change ourselves and take the responsibility for perhaps advising very, very narrowly on what the risk and rewards of the public procurement are, and move towards defining the public procurement not just as a transaction-based function, but as something that is impactful. And obviously, when we talk about impact, it cannot be a decision taken today for only today's benefit. So I would say what we need to do, we need to look at procurement laws and regulations, and specifically look at positions of what is permitted and not permitted. In terms of MDBs, our lending agreements are normally allowing use of methodologies that are not necessarily described in local procurement regulations. So this may be the way forward. With perceived objectivity and defensibility, it is a good idea to have early market engagement with strategic market assessments. And we need to look at institutional capacity of the borrowers and also of the bidding community. So there is a lot to be done in terms of change management, but change is never easy. However, I hope it will be rewarding for everyone concerned. So I'll stop here, although I'm kind of prepared to talk the whole day, but I see there are other people eager to speak. Thank you.
But you did cover quite a bit of ground, Galia, so thanks a lot. As a matter of fact, it's actually quite interesting that in 1998 there was a study by Oxford, which actually came out with the formula that we use very often, which is the 1:5:200, which is where 1 is the cost of construction, 5 is the cost of operations and maintenance, and 200 is the cost of over the life of the constructed building, and 200 is the cost of running that business, salaries and everything. And it sort of shows that the initial cost is an extremely small cost compared to the overall cost. I mean, of course, this figure has been challenged a number of times, and that the new figure seems to be 1:3:20, but even then it's a fairly small figure. So let me come to you, Tom. And you've been working for the World Bank. You've actually been involved in a lot of initiatives that we see today. So from your perspective, have you seen the shift towards the use of rated criteria, merit points, and so on and so forth? Have you actually seen that people are sort of now more interested in procurement outcomes and development outcomes? Or do you still think that bidders, particularly bidders, they worry about subjectivity, that, if you have these kind of things, then perhaps, my marking may be influenced by my biases and so on. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Vinay. I suppose I'd start with certainly acknowledging Galia's point that change is never easy. And I think having sort of lived and breathed this over the last 2.5 years with regards to the rated criteria mandate within the bank, this certainly was a big change management undertaken. I think particularly for those teams that are on the ground, working closely with clients on implementation. And I mean, I think, for example, I'd like to recognise the work that the World Bank team in India themselves have done in terms of putting on extensive training sessions for borrowers, but also suppliers in terms of how to actually respond to those opportunities that are using rated criteria. So I think probably the first thing I'd say is not to underestimate that capacity uplift that is required. Look, I think let's be clear. Moving towards an environment where you're moving beyond lowest cost evaluation is certainly difficult. Galia is quite right that there is certainly a simplicity with that more those sort of elements of binary evaluation. But I think ultimately, I think it's always important to recognize, well, what's actually happening on a global basis. So we did quite a lot of research on this before we kicked off the mandate. And you can see within Europe, across North America, Australasia, these countries have been using rated criteria now for 35 years. And actually, if you see, on a trajectory, I haven't seen many examples of countries using rated criteria and then going back to lowest price. This does seem to be a global shift in terms of, I know within India themselves, I know there was, I think it was 2021 where QCBS for the first time was allowed on works procurement. So there's definitely this sort of global move to more countries using rated criteria. Why is that important, apart from sort of supporting the justification for doing it and sort of global best practice? Well, also thinking about when you actually want to try and attract the best global suppliers to participate on projects. Now, we know from a World Bank perspective, we had a lot of engagement with industry, a lot of engagement with leading suppliers. And what we found, or what we heard, was these procurements that had historically been run on the lowest cost basis was actually a barrier for many bidders, ultimately deciding not to participate in World Bank projects because they saw themselves as being able to compete on quality. And in a procurement process that was seen as being a race to the bottom, that was seen as being prohibitive from a business decision to want to actually participate within the process. Look, I think in terms of for everyone's background, so the World Bank made rated criteria mandatory in September 2023. That was needed to be supported by, again, a lot of capacity building, guidance, training session rollout. I think probably, even being honest, sort of the feedback from, whilst there was very high compliance with that mandate, I think what we found initially was that there was maybe more of an inconsistent application in terms of those weightings themselves. And again, sort of feedback from the supplier community was that really for complex procurements, if you've got a weighting that is below 50%, even when you're using rated criteria, price is still seen as the most dominant factor. So more recently, in March this year, the World Bank has now actually mandated minimum weightings for international procurements. What this essentially means is for those higher risk procurements or complex procurements, there's now a minimum 50% weighting. The feedback has been, particularly on this last round of changes, has been very positive from suppliers and industry. So I think, obviously proof will be in what happens over the course of the next year. But what we've seen so far, it signals, particularly from those suppliers that haven't previously been or have chosen not to participate, but actually that change in quality shift actually sort of opens their eyes more and makes them more, I suppose, interested in actually participating in those procurements, which I think is important, particularly dealing in infrastructure markets where suppliers may already have, a lot of their capacity can be taken up with local markets in Europe or Japan or North America. So I think, again, it's important for borrowers in terms of how they can be more attractive. Well, actually, the use of rated criteria and creating an environment where there's more competition on quality can actually help to make customers more attractive. I think it's also, Vinay, it's a great question in the sense of the suppliers, are they also concerned around the subjectivity? There's a lot of interest. I was probably a bit surprised when engaging with suppliers that just how much they were interested in getting into some of the nitty-gritty detail around, okay, how does the scoring work? How are you actually going out there and making sure that these borrowers have capacity to actually undertake something that is more complicated? How are evaluators being trained? What technical assistance are you actually providing on the ground to make sure that borrowers are actually equipped to undertake these evaluations? And I think also, what feedback can then be given through the process for those suppliers that are unsuccessful? I think there is then an expectation that through those debrief processes, that there's a clear articulation in terms of this is where they were, deficient against other respondents based on those qualitative aspects. So I think there's certainly a lot of interest from suppliers in terms of how it works in practice. But I would say, on the whole, the response from industry and the response for suppliers has been very positive, and that is now resulting in those suppliers actually looking at opportunities they hadn't done in the past.
Thanks for that, Tom. This was a great answer, and I think it's for procurement professionals like ourselves. I think it's comforting to know that the shift is, even if the shift is taking some time to actually mature, but it is going in the right direction. Prabhat, now MCC uses a facilitating model. You have to complete your projects in 5 years, or otherwise after 5 years you just withdraw. So there is clearly an element of urgency, efficiency and all that, which is built into the model that you follow. But in your experience, when you were with the MCC, in the projects that were being financed by MCC, particularly in countries that had governance challenges, and many of the countries that you've been dealing with are countries with governance challenges. How do you safeguard against value-based evaluation turning into discretion and bias? So Tom mentioned about the bidders being, slightly wary of, the capacity of the countries. But in your case, how did you, as a financier, make sure that, the lack of capacity did not ultimately lead to biases, discretion, and therefore, perhaps bad results?
Yeah, thank you very much, Vinay. Excellent question. And thank you, Galia and Tom. Both of you have hit most of the important points on the value-based procurement. MCC is a very small organization. Of many of our colleagues in audience may not know about it. It was founded in 2004 by the US president. And we always called ourselves a donor with a twist, because that's what the President Bush wanted, that donor agency do things differently. So we are quite different from MDBs. So I'll give me 1 or 2 minutes to explain how the MCC model works, which when I rightly said, it's a 5 years grant. And we have, in fact, done in 5 years amazing things. Hundreds of kilometers of road have been built in Africa. We have done a biggest middle school program in one of the African countries, right from identifying the ground to having computers in the classrooms. So timing is extremely critical, and the moment what we call our grant is called a compact. So when the compact is signed, the 5 years clock starts, and literally at the midnight and the 5 year ends, it is shoveled down. There has never been an extension on our funding, which itself became a challenge, at least in the early years. The contractors didn't understand. What do you mean? World Bank always extends. So this is what do you mean 5 years is over, but I am not done yet. Okay, if you are not done, it's a government's problem. Government will have to take over the project. So that time constraint on one side was very good in finishing our projects, but on the other hand, like our colleagues have talked here, the finishing the evaluation and the design of the project becomes extremely time sensitive. So, but the advantage, on our side was that being a small organization, we had some 300 staffing, and on the government side, we insisted on creating a new unit just to manage our money. And they had to hire people. They're not government appointed people. They're people who are hired from the private sector market to manage the agencies called MCAs. And we finance procurement agents to supervise and train the MCA staff. Evaluation panel members are even now hired from the street. International experts, local experts who sit on the evaluation panel. So some of our challenges, especially about the biasing and discretion, go away with that. But if an international expert is coming to a country for 2 weeks, that person doesn't have any interest in terms of what this outcome is. There is a best value procurement. He has to look this person has to look at the evaluation criteria and apply to the bid, which was very comforting to the bidder that technical experts are reviewing their bids. The challenge which we saw there of the timing, as I said earlier, we moved to what MDBs are calling rated criteria. We moved to that concept in 2013. For works and goods, we introduced something we just, for the lack of better words, we called it QPBS, quality and price-based selection, which was a two-stage selection process for works and goods, similar to QCBS for the consultants. And in QPBS, we allowed the freedom to the country to decide what should be what you are calling a rated criteria. And they were evaluated by these independent technical experts. So for example, if you're buying vehicles in a country, they can insert, and they have done it multiple times in different countries, how many dealerships do you have in the capital where we are buying the vehicles? Have you had a contract with the government in the past or a similar size large client, and can you produce a reference letter from them? So partly easy for the evaluation panel members to check mark and say this guy has now 0 dealership in the country or in the city. This guy has 5 dealerships and they're very close to the government office where vehicles are being procured. So they should be able to provide better quality service. So rated criteria definitely is where we need to move to. Because of our model, to specifically answer your question, our procurement agents were independently hired international procurement experts, as well as our evaluation panel members are independently hired evaluation panel members. The biasing and discretion did not become an issue in our procurement. Our procurement challenges applying QPBS were more in terms of the timings, because it does become a two-stage process compared to lowest price selection process. And in fact, we had a very large, almost $300 million procurement in one of the Indian's neighboring countries. In the end, government came to us and said QPBS is not working because evaluation panel has taken 2 months just to go through the quality part of the proposals. So timing is a more concern for us. Discretion and bias wasn't an issue, but in terms of the context for our colleagues here on this conference, what Galia and Tom has said are extremely important is the capacity building of the procurement team. We did it through procurement agents who were trained by us as well as we closely supervised. But they were sitting in the team, evaluation panel members were hired from outside. They were easy to direct by the independent people from the procurement team. That's where I think MDB's model vary from our model, and that's where I think a lot of focus would need to be given in coming days. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Prabhat. Clearly, it's a different model because I think the MDBs, they focus as much on the fiduciary aspect on the development as on the development aspect, and also on the ownership by the country itself. And therefore, I can see that there is this kind of a difference. But clearly, I mean, I think this is a model that has its strengths and weaknesses as well. And so far, I mean, I think we might actually not be able to do all the 5 themes, but we'll try our best. I think so far we have tried to highlight the differences between ambition and accountability. Now let's move to something far more profound, value. Okay. Let's talk about what constitutes value, how do we define value, and so on. To the audience, may I request that, if you have any questions, and I'm sure you would have, please send them to whoever they are supposed to be sent to. But please keep the questions succinct. We would rather have questions because we don't really have much time to deal with them. We'd like to have questions, not sort of large comments and so on, and we'll try to take as many as we can. So Galia, let me come with you first. what do you think? Does value require should I say, a global definition, a universal definition, which is, a lot of people sort of talk about, the 4 E's or sometimes the 5 E's, the efficiency, economy, equity, effectiveness, and sometimes now ethics also. But what do you think? Does it require a universal definition of, for example, cost plus quality plus risk plus sustainability plus XXX? Or do you think that it should always be context specific, that we really cannot define value in a form unless it becomes far too abstract without sort of getting into into a granular sort of definition? So what do you, Galia?
Thank you, Vinay. I should trust you to give me some very pertinent questions. So the concept of best value or best value for money is widely used in procurement, in business, and in decision-making context. To me, a best value actually very, very connected to a definition of quality. So, and a long time ago, before I joined AIIB, I used to be a total quality management consultant. And this was an interesting thing to do, to go to a manufacturing sector and try to figure out what is quality and what quality means to different consumers, or, for example, in a manufacturing environment. So very often we talk about optimal combination of different factors, such as cost and quality and risk and sustainability, and the best quality you can afford, the best value you can afford, etc. So, so the ongoing debate is obviously, should there be a formula, and should this formula apply to everything? And obviously, again, if we go to simplicity, it's good to have a formula, right? It's good to have a weighting for everything, etc. And it's good to say, okay, cost is 50% and quality is 50%. Okay, where does risk go? 0? Where does sustainability go? 0? Or should we go to 50, 25, 12 and a half, or whatever? So if we look at the universal definition, we will say, okay, we can reduce ambiguity. Again, we can go back towards practically putting everything into the formula. And perhaps this meeting have started with artificial intelligence. Let's just remove people and let the machines to calculate what the value is, right? And some people already do this. But I think it's a simplistic way of looking at things. I would argue for a context-specific definition. I would argue that when you talk about quality, you ask for questions, what is quality to you today? And if you are here, still looking at the same bridge 20 years from now, what is quality to you now? How would you define it with the benefit of, looking back at how this bridge was constructed and how it could have been maintained, etc. So situations, context, industry, market conditions all influence the way we consider value, let alone best value. I would say the good start would be to actually document or have some kind of a stakeholder engagement with people with whom you consider procurement and say, okay, what value means to you? What parts of sustainability? Very often we, again, try to simplify everything and say sustainability is only about environment. But a lot of sustainability takes into account ethical and social considerations that are very important too. So let's imagine implementing infrastructure project, building, for example, provincial airport in a well-populated country with multiple capable local contractors close to major transport corridors, and try to do the same in the Pacific, in a remote location with no local suppliers, demonstrating similar construction experience, and suppliers taking at least 35 days to deliver. Would you define the values the same way? I would argue you wouldn't. So I'll just stop it here. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Galia. It was, it was provocative, which this subject is. And at the same time, I think it was deeply reflective as well. So, Tom, you are in the thick of things, how the weighted criteria is to be defined, how it's to be done, how to really extract the best value from the procurement that, that the World Bank is financing. What methods do you think have produced the best results? Is it, in the form of what are the methods that you think can make value measurable and auditable, which is, weighted scoring, for example, something that Galia was talking about, or life cycle costing using, the operations maintenance cost, a good discounting rate, NPVs, and so on and so forth. Or are there others? I do not know whether this question can have a single answer, but I would still, with your experience and expertise, I'd still like to understand your perspective.
Thank you, Vinay. First of all, I appreciate this topic is around defining value, and I would completely agree with Galia's comments there. Certainly for me, value is very much in the eye of the beholder, and I know Anna in her opening remarks talked about geopolitical shifts, and I think from a procurement perspective, you take something like net zero within the supply chain. In New Zealand, that is front and center. New Zealand's image is about clean, green. There was actually an office supplies contract where there was a 50% weighting that was given to basically to carbon reduction. Now, for many people, think of 50% for office supplies is a crazy weighting. Surely, isn't that about cost reduction? And I think it's just that sort of an interesting illustration in those sort of countries where there is a change in political direction. What constitute value, can change quite significantly. In terms of the specific question around the methods, I think probably unsurprisingly, my answer is, well, it's actually probably a combination of lots of different things. I think first and foremost, having procurement objectives that are aligned to the broader, if it's the private sector, the broader sort of organizational shareholder priorities. If it's a government organization, what are the broader sort of political strategies or areas of importance? So actually making sure that there's a line of sight from the procurement to those sort of broader objectives that they're there to serve. I think they also then, those objectives should then be quite a critical barometer in terms of whether the procurement has been successful, and particularly successful in the sense of being able to actually generate as much value as possible. I think before you even get into the use of evaluation criteria, being able to actually engage with the market early, being able to understand the market, being able to actually understand things like market capacity, the potential for innovation, because that then of course impacts the things like specification, how much flexibility there is for suppliers to put forward more innovative proposals around things like technology, but also just being able to sort of understand around what is the art of the possible. So if you take something like, job creation is something certainly from a bank perspective that is one of the most important areas from a strategic perspective. Therefore, that then needs to find its way into consideration from developing procurement objectives, and then we're actually engaging with the market. You need to have an understanding of what is the market capacity to be able to provide things like local labor, what are potentially targets for areas of trade, capability development, and then making sure that actually the criteria that's developed, again, have clear alignment back to those objectives, but also cut straight to the the risks that you've identified in terms of the procurement strategy. So for example, if this is a building a bridge on a remote island, then there's going to be risks in there from a supply chain perspective that then probably need to be considered when developing the rated criteria. Likewise, those rated criteria should also consider those broader opportunities. Similar with life cycle costing and those sort of economics model around that that sort of cradle to grave approach, I think is critical to look beyond just the initial purchase price and even consider things such as training, operational, ongoing staffing, how the asset may be disposed of, is all really, I suppose, essential to help determine whether the extent that bid or proposal really can best support economic value. So I think it's a key thing, and there's no silver bullet with this stuff. I think there's within the procurement playbook, I think there is a sort of a series of interventions that that can be applied in sort of good international practice. And I think for best results, they all need to be applied together.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Tom. So now, guys, we have got 18 minutes, and before I go to Prabhat, what I think we'll do is, because we need to take at least 5 to 6 minutes of questions. I mean, we need to devote at least 5 to 6 minutes to answer questions from the audience. And I also would like each one of you to give me a short example of where you think the rated criteria actually worked. Okay, some good example of where they worked, for the audience to know that this actually has worked in practice. But on the same theme, Prabhat, from MCC's perspective, how do you ensure that the definition of value is aligned with the country's needs and not just donor priorities? Because at the end of the day, what is being done is for the country, isn't it? So the value has to be aligned to the needs of the country rather than the priorities of the donor. I mean, I apologize that maybe for a bilateral donor, this may be a little awkward. I mean, for MDBs, we have always sort of maintained that the country's priorities are first. But please go ahead.
No, it's a very important question, and that's a debate in MCC we had quite frequently. In fact, MCC, we always called ourselves a country-driven. So country has to take the priority in determining the projects and how the projects should be implemented, and donor took a backseat. But in the end, your original question of what is value, and as Galia and Thomas said, value varies for different people. So that definition has to be done early on. And for the donor, like bilaterals like us, our responsibility first and foremost is to American taxpayer, because their money we are giving on a grant basis to a foreign country. So the value must be for the American taxpayer as well. Local country, of course, environment, we should not be destroying, the labor should be used, and all those sustainability issues. But our priority was what our tagline is, a poverty reduction through economic growth. So our value comes from the economic growth. The project has to be completed on time with a higher quality, or the best quality possible. That's where the value comes. So value definition will be different for different people. When you give a loan like MDBs do to a country, it's a country's money. It is on their book as a loan. So there has to be their value to the country and to their population. When we are looking at American taxpayer, the value is also to the American taxpayer, that project is done and the economic growth happens in the country, not only poverty reduction. So value is defined differently. I think it will be very difficult for anybody to come up with a common definition for everybody for what is value. But I would rather challenge our colleagues from a slightly different angle. Procurement team is not the one which defines the value. And procurement team should not be burdened by defining the rated criteria, like Tom used the example of a bridge design. It should be the designing people who should be defining those criteria. When the time comes for procurement people, first thing, we are not technical experts in every field in the technical side. And by the time the solicitation is ready to go out, there's not enough time to really brainstorm what should be the rated criteria. It should be done from the beginning of the project, and project design people should be very deeply involved in what they consider the value for that project. And that should be evaluated. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks, Prabhat. I think if we were to debate this, we would take a very long time. I mean, I I don't think the idea is that for procurement to actually drive the project. I think the idea is for procurement to essentially set the guardrails within which things to be done, to be a trusted advisor to the project, to the sector departments and all that, and then to work for them to work as a team. But I think what I'd like now to do, I think we have got 8 or 9 minutes. So if let me get to the next question before getting into the examples, because I think this is also important. We would try to integrate sustainability, innovation, and risk. I'd like all of you to give me the answer in 2.5 minutes. Okay. And Tom, let me start with you. So give us a couple of examples from your experience where rated criteria in the World Bank finance projects, or perhaps from your earlier avatar as as a procurement specialist in some other projects. How have rated criteria integrated sustainability or innovation, or perhaps both? Can you give a couple of examples where this has actually happened?
Sure. Yeah. I think probably the first one I give, and then you catch us at a good time, because we're just in the process of, we've been sort of gathering case studies and stuff from the sort of first year of implementation. One interesting one, there was a project in Madagascar. So it was a roading project on a remote island. I think $100 million plus project. The borrower developed sort of key criteria around experience of key personnel, works methodology, environmental and social implementation, supply chain management. I think what was interesting, I think in that particular example, I know the bank and the team on the ground had to do a lot of again upfront capacity training for the borrower. There was hands-on implementation support that was provided. Interesting, completely agree with Prabhat's point around that it can't be procurement that drive the rated criteria. And actually, one of the things that the bank did do in this example was actually help to sort of facilitate that session around designing rated criteria and making sure that you had that sort of technical contribution, which I think is absolutely critical. Having gone through that project, what the borrower found was that, well, I think firstly, they were able to actually get participation from some of these leading global suppliers that had previously chosen not to participate in these types of projects. In terms of the design element, I think there was certainly seen some successes in terms of how climate adaptation was factored into the roading design, as well as I think one thing of a particular note, and I think this was due to there was quite a large proportion of the weighting that was designed against key personnel. The borrower found that actually by putting that weighting on key personnel, they got the A team, they got more experienced key personnel that were actually put forward to deliver the project. And given also that focus around sort of building local capacity, there was a greater inclusion of national experts that were put forward. So I think they're a good example in terms of where a procurement's been undertaken in a sort of a challenging environment. But there's also needs to be that sort of contribution of capacity in terms of working with the borrower to develop that capacity, but also developing those criteria that are actually important and actually reflect the sort of unique operating context of that particular project.
Thanks, Tom. So let me come to you, Galia. I mean, your field of countries is extremely vast. It's got MICs, LICs, low middle income countries and so on. It has also got a lot of small island states. And we all know that's a challenge to be dealing with them. So when we have fragile or low capacity countries, how do you balance ambitious sustainability criteria with the risk of excluding local suppliers? And this is in some ways also related to what I had asked Prabhat. Sometimes, if there is a direct disconnect between what the country's own aspirations are versus, for example, what the aspirations of the donor is. In your case, of course, that won't apply because clearly the country's these things are far more important. But how do you sort of square the requirements of having sound, rigorous sustainability criteria against, let us say, low bidder capacity in the country?
Thank you, Vinay. I think that I'm going to talk about a subject very close to my heart, which is about local talents and local participation, local companies, local engagement, local economic development. So in ADB, in preparation of investment projects, sovereign investment projects, we have a process called strategic procurement planning. This is a systematic approach which reviews market conditions, including availability of local contractors to perform the work. We also consider sustainability objectives, which includes availability of local labor, contractors to conduct operations and maintenance activities once the infrastructure is in place. So very often for large pieces of infrastructure, you would say, okay, it is just easy for me to go for one contract and to award it to a very large contractor who is likely to be foreign. And in the past, who would likely also to bring foreign labor in. So, but at the same time, in some of the countries where we operate, it's not just about local opportunities. It's also about political and economic stability. It's also about giving an opportunity to someone to move from, for example, from training towards their first jobs. And we started together with German government, with GIZ, some piloting of a Build for Skills scheme. So Build for Skills is a type of arrangements where the contractor is provided either incentives or bill of quantity category where they actually employ local people on traineeships or apprenticeships. We also may, through rated criteria, for example, look at local content plans or local participation plans and see whether these local participation plans are looking at inclusion of local businesses as subcontractors or local suppliers, supply chain, or local labor. So with this, we're looking at early market engagement, looking what is there and what can be developed. We can also look at what others are doing very well. And here we worked in the context of the Pacific, we worked together with the Australian government through the AIIB program, where they specifically already developed the local participation plans. So it's better sometimes to benchmark against what works and to see if we can put it together. We also have done reasonably well with this idea of splitting some packages into some things that the local contractors can do. For example, in our provincial health projects in Papua New Guinea, this practically resulted in the health facilities to be built on time and on budget, but with smaller local suppliers. So I'll just stop here.
Thank you very much. So let me also ask the organizing team whether we have received any questions from the audience so far. If they have, then I would like to see them. But before that, let me also ask Prabhat, I think in the next couple of minutes, Prabhat, if you can, please tell us, the challenge of evaluating sustainability or innovation without overcomplicating the bidding process. How do you ensure that countries that have a reasonable or perhaps low capacity? And I mean, of course, in your case, you said that this is normally done through procurement agents and so on. But nevertheless, how do you to ensure that innovation, sustainability, resilience, risk, and all that is taken into account without overcomplicating the bidding process?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Vinay. I know we are running out of time, so I'll try to be very short. In terms of innovations, we didn't allow the bidders to come up with innovation. I know MDBs at least at some point used to allow alternative bids to come up with something else. We got away from that because it was extremely complex to evaluate and compare when one bidder has given an alternative bid and other bidders have not given. So innovations, again, I'll go back to all whatever we want to do, sustainability, innovation, everything has to happen in project design. Traditionally, or at least a sector people who I've worked with, the bank and MCC, try to put it, let bidders define this or let procurement people sort it out. No, we have to, as procurement people, push back during the project design that these are the important criteria, you need to think it through. And then it doesn't matter whether it's a fragile country or not. If you have a good trained evaluation panel members and you have good design criteria, then I think evaluation will not be overburdened. Thank you.
Okay, so I haven't received any questions so far. So what I'm going to do is, Tom did mention about a project in Madagascar. I would now ask Galia whether you have a good example of where rated criteria, merit points, whatever the QCBS, QBPS, or whatever is called, has actually worked and given the kind of results that you would have expected such a process to have given you.
We have just recently procured a ship for inter-island shipping scheme in the Pacific. I think it was for Vanuatu, and the rated criteria was used for the procurement of the ship. So it came from a Japanese supplier, as far as I recall. Also, in terms of the Pacific, very long time ago, I remember on a shipping scheme that was considering connecting to outer islands, we were looking at different criteria, including, for example, different bidders offering scheduling services more regularly. So, for example, there was a minimum available standard for how long the shipping, how often the shipping scheme will operate to connect islands for shipping of cargo and people. And those that were offering more regular scheme were given advantageous points. So it is actually much easier to do variated, okay, my personal view, much easier to do variated criteria in terms of services, because services are then very easy to measure. And this brings me to another point. We are constantly talking about evaluation of bids. But evaluation of bids is in fact a promise that something that you offer will be provided. So here we are trying to not lose the picture of a contract management. If you are offered something, you need to be able to get it delivered. And this is where another skill of procurement and contract management professionals come forward, is the ability to monitor and have key performance indicators that move the promises into the contract.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I know that therefore the performance securities, guarantees, and all that, they take a completely new shape. Now, we have actually received a few questions. We don't really have much time, so I just take one. And the one, there are questions on a variety of issues, but the one which sort of straddles all the issues is, in your view, what is the single most critical factor to ensure value-based procurement actually delivers measurable impact? So what do you think is, and what I would request is each one of you to maybe spend half a minute on telling us what is the single most critical factor to ensure that value-based procurement actually delivers measurable impact. Galia, to you first.
Again, we'll go back to contract management. What you get promised needs to be documented in a contract plan and measured on regular intervals, probably monthly. And so if you have monthly payments or regular payments, they need to be adjusted on the basis of what is delivered. And you need to have not just a regular scheme, perhaps you need to have a penalty and bonus scheme. Someone
Absolutely.
who offers you a bit more, maybe you should share the profit with them or whatever savings you have.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tom, to you, the same question.
Kalia stole my answer, so I'll go for the I'll go for this probably the second most important point, because I completely agree that actually making sure that these promises are reflected is absolutely crucial. I'd probably say, I think in terms of the criteria that are developed, they need to reflect the market reality, and I think that can only come from engaging with the market. They also need to reflect, you know, what are the true and key risks and opportunities that you're looking to achieve with the procurement. And I think there can be a tendency with rated criteria to dilute it by having hundreds and hundreds of criteria that actually dilutes the core things that you actually want to achieve compelling responses on. So I think less is more, but again, the focus needs to be back to those opportunities and risks. I think is absolutely critical.
Wonderful, thanks. And Prabhat, you'll have the last word.
Yeah. So obviously, Tom and Galia have hit the most critical point is the contract management to make sure that it delivers. For the procurement team, whether it's a value-based selection or not value-based selection, LPTA, our focus must be on hiring the best value contractor, and then do the proper contract management, or even best value contractors can slip through. And again, that the contract management expertise is extremely critical for that. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Galia, Tom, Prabhat, for such a beautiful, such an inspirational discussion. I know this subject is so vast that if ISM decide to have a day-long seminar only on value-based procurement, that also wouldn't be sufficient. But anyway, I would like to thank on behalf of the organizers, on my own behalf, all of you for giving your thoughts, for participating in this panel discussion. And now let me hand over the mic to Sangeeta. Over to you. I'm sorry, we were not able to take all the questions, but I am sure the questions will be given to the panel members as well. And if they want to bilaterally give the answers, that's up to them. Thanks. And over to you, Sangeeta.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you, Galia, Tom, and Prabhat. This was such an interesting and enriching discussion. I'm sure everybody was very interesting, and I can assure you that we have a long list of questions, and due to, of course, shortage of time, we couldn't take them all right now. We will address them, and they will be given answers. And now I think to absorb all that was discussed in the last 1 hour, we need to take a short break. So friends, time for a short break. We are going to take a short break of about 15 minutes. According to the clock, 12:20 p.m. IST is the time when we get back. So do enjoy your time, and do use this time also to visit the lobby and explore the wonderful features that are available. We will, of course, resume at 12:20, but don't stop putting your questions. If your question is unanswered now, we will summarize all questions and answers and we'll share with you after they went through email. So enjoy. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to stretch, network, and grab some refreshments during the break. We are about to begin our next session, and it promises to be both insightful and impactful. Our upcoming discussion is on sustainable procurement for resilient and inclusive economies, moderated by Mr. Sundaresan MR. Mr. Sundaresan MR, as most of you know, is the Head of Procurement and Sustainability at Nissan Digital India LLP, with 20 plus years of leadership in sustainable procurement and supply chain management. He specializes in Scope 3 decarbonization, ESG compliance, and digitizing carbon footprints across global operations. Previously, he led procurement at Cognizant, advancing global technology partnerships. Mr. Sundaresan is widely recognized for embedding sustainability KPIs and driving innovative procurement roadmaps. Over to you, Mr. Sundaresan.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you, ISM. Thank you, Mr. Batra, for first of all organizing anything of this sort. A program of such nature actually gives so much of value. Every minute we spend here, we tend to learn a lot. So really, thanks a lot for that. So with that, I begin this. I welcome Ronja Beckhoff. She is from Germany, an advisor with IASD Economic Law and Policy Program. She worked with infrastructure and finance team to advise on sustainable infrastructure and green public procurement. And she also engaged with diverse procurement stakeholders to integrate sustainability on a continuous basis, including the public procurement space. And she is an advisor to the government on the methods of green public procurement and also conducts research tools, which help leveraging the power of procurement in achieving sustainable development. Ronja comes with a master's degree in the infrastructure planning and a university degree on the urban planning. And feel free to welcome Ronja for an exciting session here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I also invite the next panelist, Vikas Kumar Sharda, is a seasoned PPPBR SR and sustainable professional with 24 plus years of experience in strategy and management consulting, a CA by profession, a 43rd rank holder, and a management graduate, and advised 200 plus assignments around the world specializing in the ESG and climate strategy and sustainable development. His global experience spans with projects starting from World Bank, ADB, IFS, and so on and so forth across the world, I would say, not really naming any specific country. Formerly, he has been with an executive director with the PwC, now serving as a co-founder and director of Scope Tech Green Ventures. He has also contributed to the policy and the knowledge development of ICAI Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, focusing on green procurement, GHG accounting, and climate risk. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sundaresan.
Thank you. Next panelist is Amit Sethi, a highly experienced public procurement specialist. He is with KPMG, comes with a deep expertise in handling procurement processes finalized by Multilateral Development Bank, the Government of India, the state governments, and works on the regulatory framework, compliances, and procurement lifecycle management. Amit's work focuses on enhancing transparency, efficiency, and sustainability in large-scale public procurement operations. He handles on approach an in-depth sector knowledge, which he brings onto the table, an advisor, a consultant, somebody go-to man for any of the solution for several customers around the world. Thank you. With all this, I welcome all the three panelists to share their time with all of us and give access to the knowledge what you have gained so far. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sundaresan.
Thank you. So we begin with a question. We have consultants. In the previous panel discussion, we talked about consultants doing a very important role, right? So they are integral part. They really create and bring new value onto the table. So with that, I go with, first of all, the most hardest job somebody is doing, which is from an IISD point of view, which is Ronja Beckhoff. Ronja, I want to understand, maybe for the larger audience to even get to understand, the biggest hurdle that government and procurers face when you want to integrate sustainability as part of the procurement policy process and go about it, right? We would like to hear you about that.
Thank you. And thank you all in the audience for taking the time to learn about sustainable public procurement. In our research and our technical advice at ISD, we see three main hurdles that procurers and governments mostly face for implementing sustainable public procurement. And they're related to the mindset, to professionalization, and to creating enabling environments. So first is that we need a shift in mindsets. Too often, public procurement is still seen as an administrative function only and with the focus on buying what is cheapest right now. But if we want procurement to contribute to sustainability, we need to shift towards buying strategically. For example, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, supporting small and medium enterprises, or reducing waste and pollution. And that means asking, what value does this purchase deliver for society in the long term? So, for example, in the EU, public procurement accounts for about 14% of GDP, or 2 trillion euros annually. And that's a massive power of the public purse. But we're not yet using that strategically. Using strategically requires a culture change. And a culture change across policymakers, public procurers, the line departments, and also the control bodies. We need to see a shift in mindset from looking only at upfront cost to considering life cycle costs and wider social and environmental benefits. So that's the first hurdle, the mindset. The second hurdle that we see, and that is really around the world, is related to skills and resources for green public procurement. Procurers need to understand their strategic role for sustainability, and they need access to the right tools and resources. We can hardly expect them to buy innovative materials or create meaningful criteria for circularity if there's no training or guidance or help desk available for them. And many governments have indeed also identified this as a big task. For example, in the Netherlands, there's now a dedicated competence center on sustainable public procurement that provides resources. In Germany, there's a beautiful platform where you can compare different eco-labels and check market availability. And Ireland developed an interactive online tool where you can browse ready-to-use green public procurement criteria to copy-paste into your tender documents. So all of these are examples of how to empower public procurers to actually put SPP into practice. And then very lastly, the third challenge that we see for governments and procurers to implement sustainable public procurement is creating a more enabling environment. Public procurers need clear legal frameworks that actually encourage sustainable public procurement. They need incentives, and all the progress needs to be monitored. Because far too often, procurement gets stuck on paper. Usually it's not a lack of ambition that's the problem, but it's actually getting procurement from paper, from the strategies, into the actual practice. And like I said, that requires a shift in the mindsets, it requires investments in professionalization, and it needs a more enabling environment.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for that insightful information. Because I won't really change too much, okay? I want to take the same challenge, and for any economy, SMEs play a very important role.
Right.
How would you, take that into consideration? Because you are actually grooming a lot of them in your day-to-day life, right? How do you pick that up? What are the challenges which you face? And SME are probably, they don't have the means, they don't have the people, and they come to their own challenges. And I can tell you, because as procurement guy, you go and scout for your vendors, it's very difficult to get, right? So I want to hear from you specifically on that sector.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank ISM-INDIA, also the World Bank, for giving me this opportunity to speak in this very, very important, the conference. So since we provide the consulting in the ESG space, so I can share my knowledge, my experience of working with the SMEs, which are the vendors, suppliers, the value chain partners to these large companies in India. Not only in India, many SMEs, we know that they are exporting their product globally as well. And these global large buyers, I think they also have big ESG mandate, and they are also pushing now to their suppliers and their vendors as far as the ESG principles are concerned. Okay, so therefore we are seeing a good amount of the momentum in this particular space, but definitely. So large companies are focusing on the sustainable procurement. I think because there is, as I mentioned, there is a the mandate within their own organization to either become net zero, the carbon neutral, etc. But if we really look at, say, the sustainability space, the related aspect, I would say, the sustainability related criteria, which I think most of these large companies are currently establishing for their, the small vendors, suppliers. I believe that is still evolving, but the directional shift is very clear. The large companies today have their internal ESG scoring mechanism of their vendors and suppliers, and because of that, the MSMEs or SMEs, they have to meet the sustainability standards, benchmarks, which are set by these large buyers. While SMEs today, they face several or say multiple challenges. Some of the practical challenges which are faced by them are, in meeting, say, the sustainability criteria. First, I would say the lack of understanding, the knowledge about the ESG and sustainability, right? While many of them, they would have heard the concept of, say, sustainability, ESG, but really there is a big gap in terms of, how to apply, say, the ESG principles in their regular, say, the business activities, their business operations. That is still, I would say, the challenge. We are seeing that, these large buyers of the companies where these small vendors are supplying their product to, I mean, they are also conducting the, the training programs for their MSMEs, for their small vendors, value chain partners. I would say another problem is in terms of, the availability of the data. These SMEs today, they are not recording data in a manner which can help them assess their ESG performance, properly. Say for example, say in order to estimate, say, carbon emission under scope 1 and scope 2, definitely the companies are required to record first the type of, the energy which they are consuming, then what is the quantity of energy which they have consumed, how much, the energy they have procured from the utility, etc. So definitely these are, the challenges today. Another problem I would say is the kind of, not having the right process, the template in place to record these ESG related data and information. And because of that also, they are facing significant amount of, the challenge. And I would say the major challenge which they face today is in terms of accessing, the capital for adopting environment friendly solutions, in their business. For example, say if MSME wants to, say, install a solar system in their roof, or say even if they have the space, or say ground mounted solar today, so they have the lack of capital for kind of, financing of the solar. Okay, and because of that, the MSMEs are not able to adopt the solar system, which I feel is a very, very low hanging fruit because it helps them reduce their carbon emission immensely, right? So I think that is another big challenge which they are facing. So I believe because of all these challenges, the SMEs today are not able to embrace ESG completely, and they are facing problems in terms of meeting the sustainability criteria which are set by these large, the buyers, the large companies in India. But yes, we are seeing some, the changes, some more training programs, the large companies, they are providing to these MSMEs. But I would say that these are, the challenges today. So unless these kind of, the challenges they are able to overcome, we'll still see some bit of, the problem in terms of, in their ESG journey. So I would stop here.
No, as Bikov really mentioned, right? It's a mindset change, what we have
correct.
to bring. And to these SMEs, make them aware about this mindset and bring them even to the training room is a big challenge. right?
Right.
And, I would say who could be the best guy who's doing this again on a day-to-day basis than somebody like KPMG, and Amit comes from that organization where they look at not only the SMEs, but also the large organization and also the public sector in totality, right? And why don't we hear, Amit, from you? How are you finding this world on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, thanks so much, Mr. Sundaran, once again. And I would like to thank ISM and World Bank for giving me this opportunity to talk on this subject, a subject which is actually very close to my heart. And I agree with Ronja, actually, when she talked about the mindset part, because, on a day-to-day basis, this is one of the biggest challenge we face, because somewhere I feel like, this whole aspect of when we've commercialized things and, it's gone to that level where, see, when we talk about sustainability and when we work with clients, when we, there's one thing that we need to always, impress upon is the aspect of the overall value. Because, if I tend to evaluate everything from a monetary perspective, maybe sustainability might get lost somewhere down the line. But I come from, a consulting background. I've worked with, consulting companies throughout almost more than 20 years. So last 3-4 years, I've been with KPMG. So KPMG's lays, biggest emphasis, if there are two topics that actually are at the core of KPMG's philosophy, then of course, one is artificial intelligence and the other is sustainability. So mandatorily, all KPMG staff is supposedly to go through trainings on sustainability. We have developed apps, which helps us to work with clients. And while we advise the clients, sustainability has to be at the core of whatever advice we are giving. So KPMG's emphasis on sustainability, of course, is at the core of all the consulting that we are doing. To give you one example, in fact, I come from, core procurement background and been working in the space with, a lot of public sector clients. And one of the clients we work with is one of the flagship project of Government of India, which is the Swachh Bharat Mission. So Swachh Bharat Mission, of course, most of you might know, is centered around ensuring defecation-free India. And the target is that by 2026, India should become open defecation-free. And of course, the other core emphasis of the Swachh Bharat Mission is waste processing. So 2 years back, and we have been working closely with them since 2017. So 2 years back, we started this whole exercise around, standardizing a whole lot of equipments which are actually used under the mission. So one of the core principles, one of the key words which comes in sustainability is the 3R principle. So the idea of this whole exercise was that we will standardize equipments. Standardization is nothing new. But what was new was that we included amongst our committee members from bodies like the CPCB, Ministry of Environment. And the idea was that not only will we standardize those equipments which are primarily used under the Swachh Bharat, but we will also ensure that they are sustainable. So which means that, we will look at the aspect where those, specifications related to their reusability will be integrated. Now, that was a kind of a first step, because the equipments or, the materials which are used, they already have been standardized quite, a lot of times. But this was the first step, because never has that exercise been undertaken where we've looked into, the environmental viability, and we've looked at the ways how we can make them to reuse. So for example, if you are making a specification of a manhole, if you are making a specification of a toilet seat, if you're making a specification of a washroom, so within those specifications, you have to inbuilt ways So we work, of course, closely with the Bureau of Indian Standards, but we also had people, like I mentioned, from environmental bodies. So we tied up with the government e-marketplace, which is the electronic portal in which all specifications are uploaded. And so this exercise went on, and I'm glad to report that almost 240 products used in the space of used water management as well as solid waste management were standardized. Not only were they standardized, but they also included aspects where they could be reused. So this was kind of a success story, which we wrote a lot of case studies, and we kind of used it for training within KPMG also. And because actually sustainability looks good in conferences, but when you come to the ground, people say that it actually breaks into your profit. And that's the mindset, I'm sorry to say, but that's actually the mindset even now. People say that, okay, it's good for some, conferences and boardroom kind of lectures. So when we did this kind of a thing, there was, of course, I'm saying there was a little bit of an impact, but there was an impact on the ground. And we were able to sell that impact. Of course, because of virtue are being associated with a project which is, directly linked with the environment. So I think we were able to do that because of the nature of the project itself. Yeah.
Thank you, Amit. Maybe let's take some help from Bekov in probably demystifying that mindset, because they work day in, day out on green infrastructure, and you talked about some of those infrastructure creating. So Bekov, the question is on when you go to a solution for nature-based infrastructure or green infrastructure, how do you bring this integrated cost analysis, cost biasness? How do you really demystify that and put this as a front runner? Of course, people in conferences understand, okay, this is good. But when you probably go back to your boardroom for making decisions, that's what really changes. Our all collective endeavor should be, of course, to change the boardroom itself with people who understand this. But before we do that, we have to change the mindset. And cost is a factor, as Amit also mentioned. How do you, what's your perspective, and how it really, bridge the gap?
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up. At ISD, we do a lot of work on showing the business case for investing in sustainable infrastructure, nature-based infrastructure. And it also relates back to what Amit said on the infrastructure gap and the need to actually still build in, for example, sanitation infrastructure. Because around the world, many people still lack access to basic infrastructure services, right? Clean water, proper sanitation, reliable transport. So governments need to invest massively into infrastructure. But the default there for procurers and for infrastructure planners is usually to implement conventional gray infrastructure, such as water dams, wastewater treatment plants, or maybe dikes along the coasts. And this is often very costly, more costly than governments can maybe afford. And it also causes big impacts on climate and biodiversity. So this is why we at ISD are working on scaling up nature-based infrastructure, for example, wetlands or green corridors in cities. And the concept might be new for some of you in the audience, so let me explain that briefly. Nature-based infrastructure can often deliver the same core infrastructure services like comparable gray infrastructure. So for example, flood protection or water treatment. But the nature-based infrastructure usually delivers more environmental, social, and economic co-benefits. So for example, both a sea dike and a mangrove belt can protect coastal communities from floods. But the mangroves, in addition to that flood protection, also provide benefits for biodiversity and fisheries. They reduce erosion, they support local livelihoods. And that is why we're so excited about nature-based infrastructure. And why we also try to show to procurers that considering nature-based infrastructure alongside conventional options actually means better value for money for taxpayers. And I think that's really important to change that mindset, right? Showing the business case here. And to show that business case, we have developed over 50 so-called integrated cost-benefit analysis for nature-based infrastructure. And they show what procurers and planners can gain from building with nature instead of against it. And one example that I want to cite here is from Kochi in India. In Kochi, the canals in the city have long been important for transportation and for fishing and for managing the water in the city. But they're degraded and polluted, and they're increasing flood risks that also local communities are struggling with. So we work with local partners to assess different options for restoring these canals in a nature-based way. For example, removing culverts, improving water treatment in a nature-based way, having a mangrove park, things like that. And we quantified not just the construction and the maintenance costs, but also the wider social, economic, and environmental benefits of these restoration projects. And the economic results were stunning. For every rupee invested in that nature-based infrastructure, society would get about 8 rupees back in return from added benefits and avoided costs. So that can really help to make the investment case here. And your question was how nature-based infrastructure can contribute to sustainability and how integrated cost-benefit analysis can help with this shift. So, I mean, I think this example from Kochi really shows how, on the one hand, nature-based infrastructure can help to meet infrastructure needs, and also how we need better cost-benefit analysis to show that. And we often hear that public procurement is a bottleneck in this process because maybe the planners have already understood that there's value in building with nature, but that translating that into procurement is difficult. So there's still a long way to go. And just very briefly, last thought here, if you'd like to learn more about the topic of nature-based infrastructure, we have a free online training course that's called the NBI Academy, and I warmly invite you to that. I think, Sundar, you enjoyed that a few years back as well.
Absolutely. No, I was in the first batch and really very insightful, gave a lot of understanding. One more addition I want to make there, because you also provided in Cochin an eco park, which is an added advantage to the whole thing and where people can use it for recreation. So it's much.
I'm having some connection issues.
Yeah, looks like connection issue. So let's wait for a minute or so.
Yes. It was bound to happen.
Sorry, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Welcome back, Sundar.
Thank you. So I don't know because where I left, but what I'm saying is, these are some of the things what Pekoff really talked about, right? And how do you play that in an SME or in a large organization, and where actually you help organization to look at this more for building resilience and resilience in terms of supply chain, because climate is really devastating, doesn't give even a notice, right? And how do you bring that and embed all of that into the ecosystem of a vendor? And how do you embrace community and women entrepreneurs in the whole process, right? At the end of the day, we have to be much more diverse. So, and all this will make us more competitive, more buyers for our own products and services. It really brings a rippling effect in the economy, right? So how do you help, building all of this in a company?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So Sundar, just the Bekoff mentioned, she gave the the perspective with respect to nature-based solution and then how the local communities are engaged in the nature-based solution. I think similarly, when we look at, say, the sustainable procurement and then the resilient supply chain, I think the local communities are equally important. And I think this is also a very good question, specifically in the today's context. I tell you why. We are seeing today the problem in the global value chain and then the suppliers, right? We all know that. And supply chains are disrupted today due to the trade barriers created due to certain policy decisions taken by some countries. and we know that. And therefore, the companies are today now looking at sourcing from their local suppliers, which are much more reliable, actually. Okay, and the collaboration with the local communities, specifically say the women-led enterprises, is also very, very important. Many companies are today focusing on supporting these women-led enterprises. They also take this as their social responsibility as well, and they're also now the important part of the supply chain and then also the sustainable procurement. If you look at also the Indian ESG reporting framework, which we call it, say, the BRSR, which is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting, that also expect the companies to collaborate with the local communities, right? So there are two things here. One is the inclusivity, and then second is resilience. These two are very, very important part of the sustainable procurement, and each has its own importance. And then the companies, they need to consider both the aspect appropriately. And we generally adopt the stepwise approach when we are advising to our client in building, say, the resilient supply chain and sustainable the procurement. So we generally follow the stepwise approach. Okay, our first step generally in this type of the consulting engagement is to do the as is assessment. So here I would just like to say that there are multiple the activities which we carry out. It is not really possible for me to kind of cover each and every activity. So I am just telling you some of the important principles and the important aspect which we cover as a part of our advice to the companies which are willing to build their sustainable supply chain and bring resilience in their supply chain. Right. So as I mentioned, the first step is to do the as is assessment, in which we evaluate and assess the kind of the procurement policies of the company, standards, whatever they have, or any specific guidelines they have. Right. Second step is to do a gap assessment. I think that is a very, very important step which we carry out. So wherein we actually identify and assess the gaps from the perspective of sustainable the procurement frameworks, guidelines, the best practices. Even we also include certain requirements which are there as a part of, say, the ESG reporting framework, right? So that is also considered. And third and the last step is to generally recommend the changes required in their policy to plug those gaps, and then develops the policies in case, say, such policies are not in existence, right? And we also map the product and services which are, say, supplied by these local communities, women-led enterprises, etc., with the requirement of the companies. And based on that, then we generally suggest what should be the percentage of, say, the overall procurement which should be done with or from the local communities, and then women-led enterprises, etc., right? So that's what it is. And under this stage, we also generally suggest the procurement of the environmentally certified products, right? It is very, very important. Nowadays, we are seeing good amount of certification of the the product. So how the company is actually procuring those environmentally certified, sometimes the need for value chain certification as per the international standard, because it ensures the sustainability, accountability, and also the transparency in the overall the procurement. And it is also important to mention that sometimes this inclusivity, we call it in the procurement, it is not only, say, limited to, say, the gender inclusivity, right? But it also signifies the practice which reduces the dependency on the large vendors, the suppliers, and also encourage, say, the dealing with the local based the suppliers, local based the enterprises which can supply goods and services in a quick time. Generally they turn around things very quickly, and important thing is they are less exposed to the global shocks, and today we are seeing this problem, right, globally. And many times we also find that the procurement from this local based the enterprises or community based enterprises, right? So they normally bring innovation, and in fact I would like to add startup also here, and we are seeing good amount of the startups today in every sector, and they are kind of bringing in huge innovations, whether in terms of cost, whether in terms of other the innovative solutions. So it definitely helps the large buyer not only in kind of bringing down their cost, but at the same time get the more sustainable solutions which helps them in building the resilience. So that's how, I mean, we generally help our, the clients and the companies.
You really talked a very hard working, process, to be very honest. Not easy.
Yeah.
Okay, to make the life easy, Amit will take his help, right? Because he has got the magic wand. He is the one who goes around in the organization and convincing people, starting from the CFO, CPO, and the procurement guy. And the first thing what you will hear is, no, such things don't, it doesn't prevail, it doesn't understand. So of course, tick in the box comes because compliance and following the process and so on and so forth. So Amit, would you mind sharing your magic wand with all of us so that we try and use that, embrace that, right? Now, over to you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a big challenge because, our mindsets are pretty primitive on that account. So when we kind of, private organizations are, procurement is focused on profit. And so that's a different ball game. So when we visit government undertakings, of course, it's a part of their compliance. But the issue of whole mindset comes in. But I feel like, sustainability and the whole impact of, procurement process on environment is well documented. It's well researched. It's, there's a whole lot of scientific data now available. In fact, at KPMG, we do have access to some of that. And so when we have these conversations with policymakers, we back it up with a lot of, scientific facts that why are we even talking about sustainability? I mean, you could do a conventional procurement, but why do you even bring the aspect of sustainability into it? I mean, for example, when we did the Swachh Bharat, of course, sustainability is inbuilt into the whole waste management systems in the country. So people say that, okay, because that's inbuilt into it, so you did it. But what is there in it for me? Because my project is not, based on waste management or, circular economy. So I think it is a challenge. I am not denying that fact. But yes, I mean, from our standpoint, we back it up with those kind of scientific data. And you see the practical examples on a layman's language are there to see. In some of my conversations with the clients, I am even giving them examples of the weather patterns that are emerging. I mean, just a layman's kind of, way to go around. But yes, and because not all clients are researched on sustainability. So you got to speak things which are easy to understand. So things which they can actually relate to. So when you talk about we talk about how the weather patterns are there in North India and how they have changed over the years and all that, it does make an impact because, I mean, the whole thing about why would you even in your procurement practice include sustainability is a challenge. So in fact, one of the things which we have been now able to float the idea is of a checklist on sustainability to be inbuilt into the procurement process. So with some of our clients, we are pushing that. So normally you have in procurement process, you're going to look at the vendors in terms of their profile, their financial profile, their turnovers and their, work experience and all. So what we are trying to push is that, of course, based on, certain manuals that we are designed specifically in the context of some projects. So we are trying to push at least a mark of say 5 or 10 marks out of 100 be given to sustainability compliance on the part of the vendor. So normally you would expect, okay, out of 100, they would be given X marks on financials and X marks on other aspects of their profile, experience and all. But this is something we have been at the, I would say, not really. This is something at the policy stage. It's under discussion at some levels in the ministry also, wherein we do put some weightage to sustainability. I think World Bank already has a checklist of sustainability inbuilt into all its, tender documents. So something like that we are already planning. Yes, it's a challenge, but we are determined, and this is a core philosophy for us. So we are very convinced, and we'll take it forward no matter what.
That's very good. Very, very convincing, to be honest. So, Vikas, I want to take this checklist to you and understand how do you help bring this checklist so that this is not a checklist, goes beyond that. And, if you don't measure your carbon footprint or the emission information or product carbon information, right? How do you really make changes? You will never, unless and until you measure, you won't really make progress, right? So how do you help customer do bring this awareness to measure where does it stand, and how do you take up the carbon reduction program, and it also how do you help them enhance their brand? What in my learning, what I've seen is sustainability puts you as a leader in the market rather than a follower. That's a strategic shift which really helps, right? How do you help your customers to embrace that?
Yeah. So I can say, Sundaresh, I can give you, something based on the current project, in fact, which we are doing with one of our clients,
Very nice.
where I can say that, they didn't have much knowledge about, the sustainability before. Okay. And today I can tell you, in the last 1.5 years, I mean, we have been working, and today sustainability is an important part of the KRA of each and every employee of that particular company. Fact. So that is the kind of the transition they've gone through, and then this is how they have climbed up the ladder of sustainability. So first of all, we have to understand that how the adaptive that particular company is when it comes to, say, the sustainability. So we all kind of started with say the change in mindset, right? So we discussed about the mindset. Many times we see that the mindset in specifically in the SMEs today in India is something like unless say a particular requirement is there as per the regulatory requirement, I don't think the SMEs will follow anything, right? That is one. Or they feel that yes, if we kind of follow this, and definitely it will lead to more business for us, right? So unless one of these two are there, I think the SME today, they are not going to follow a certain the practices, whether it is sustainable practice or any other practice which is good for them, right? So I think what we do generally is when we help our client, I think the first thing we look at is the the data availability, how they are actually kind of collating the data. Because when we do the ESG performance of a particular company, we believe that the data is extremely important actually. So how they are collecting data, the most of these SMEs today, they are actually publishing their financial the data. They are not used to recording data which is required to kind of assess their ESG performance in a manner which is good, right? So they are not recording the data properly. They are not having some of the data which is really required for them to assess actually their ESG performance. So I gave the example of, say, the carbon emission under the scope 1, scope 2. So where we are helping our clients actually, while they had the data, okay, but those data were not available in a format which was kind of required for us to do the analysis or to do the estimation of this, say, scope 1 and scope 2. So we had to reach out to all the departments, pull out the data, etc. Right? So all the data was available, but it was not required in a proper format. So now we have helped our client in properly kind of designing the format which will help them to now record the data. Now the the particular department personnel has been made responsible to kind of record this data in a particular manner. So not only, say, I would say specific to, say, the carbon emission. See, when we look at the environment, the other elements are also equally important. Say, for example, the water data. I think that is also very, very important. What we also find that many companies today, they are kind of withdrawing water, but they don't have any information how much water they are actually withdrawing. And then even if they have, say, information on withdrawal of the say the water, they don't have information how much they are consuming in the different the departments within, say, the company, right? So unless you have those information, I mean, you will not be able to then do a proper analysis. What are the areas to kind of further optimize, bring efficiency, etc. right? So then we saw that, the company then has installed the water flow meter. So at least that has helped them to kind of, record the data, etc. So that also was the input which was given. Similarly, say the solid waste, while they are having a lot of, the waste generation, but they don't have the proper format to record the data in a particular manner. So one is the data availability. Second is the process, the what kind of, the process they have, or say who are the person responsible for the data availability, etc. So we generally help them to kind of, create a person or create a kind of responsibility in each department who is responsible for what. Okay, and then last is basically the policy part of it. So one is data, process, and then policy. If you have the policy in place, then what happens is that all the other departments within the same company, then they have to follow the work as per the policy of the company. Once you have the policy, then the policy dictates a lot of things, and then you have to work for achieving those objectives of the policies. So that's what we do. One is on preparing the right format for collecting the data, then having the right process in place, and then preparing the policies which will basically drive this ESG agenda of the company. So that is how we basically help our the clients, and then as a part of that we prepare those checklists, as I mentioned, the format, etc. So this is what we help actually, and this is how we help.
Super, thank you. I will take one last question for behalf, and we'll close with that question. I will request all the audience, here is the opportunity for you to increase your savings. You ask questions. We have consultants here, and which is very rare to get with such diverse knowledge. So feel free to shoot your best questions, whatever you want to get clarity on, to embrace and move to the next level. With that, and because you touched a very important topic on water, right? For example, you have set up a plant today in a location X, and then if you don't know how much water you are drawing, at some point in time, the plant will not be in a position to exist.
Yeah.
Okay, and so is the case with the waste. Unless and until you replenish them, it won't really replenish. So it's a survival question. So to measure and take corrective action to reduce and reuse and extend the usage, right? It's very important.
Right.
And who could be the best people than the creator of all of this sustainability for the world, which is Europe now, because come from Germany. Would like to understand and hear from her where Europe is taking all this to the next level, and what is that which we can learn and probably follow through.
Thank you. And there are also many good examples of sustainable procurement outside of Europe, of course, but I want to speak about one specific tool or approach that is called the CO2 performance ladder. And I think it helps to bridge that gap between sustainability is just talk in the boardrooms to how do we actually make it practical, how do we implement it on the ground. So at IISD, we have been researching this tool, CO2 performance ladder, for several years now. And it's both a green public procurement tool and a CO2 and energy management system for companies. So companies that are certified on the ladder, they are rewarded in public tenders for their ambition in reducing climate emissions. And at its core, the ladder helps companies take meaningful climate action. They need to measure their carbon emissions, so it helps the monitoring as well that we already heard about. They need to set meaningful reduction targets. They need to report on their progress, and they need to collaborate with their supply chains because they can only take meaningful action together. So the ladder on the more ambitious levels extend from scope 1 to scope 3 emissions. And one of the key characteristics of the tool is the third-party certification. So companies or projects using the ladder get audited every year by external experts. And that means that procurers actually get credible evidence about that climate action instead of just promises on paper. And that makes a big difference for them. And in green public procurement, the ladder helps companies gain a competitive advantage. When using the CO2 performance ladder in tenders, contracting authorities give bonus points or a fictitious discount to bids that meet the requirements of the ladder. And that means that bidders with stronger climate ambitions are more likely to win that contract. So it's a really business advantage for them. And when we talk to public procurers in Europe who use the tool, They tell us that the CO2 performance letter for them is an easy way to implement a climate factor in their procurement. They don't have to understand all the nitty-gritty technical proof. They don't have to be experts in climate change, and they can still take meaningful action through that third-party certificate. So much about the theory of how that CO2 performance letter works. I just want to tell you a little bit more about how it's actually implemented in Europe. So the tool was originally created in the railway sector in the Netherlands. It's also been widely used in Belgium. And there are 5 more countries in Europe piloting the tool right now, including Germany and the city where I live. And alone in these 5 pilot countries, 25 contracting authorities have so far used the tool in about 100 tenders, for example, in construction or transport. And the research into these pilot projects shows that the letter brings tangible climate benefits. In Ireland, the very first project with the tool achieved emission reductions by 21%. And beyond these emission reductions, companies also report that they actually save on their energy bills. They understand their own business a lot better, and they're also in a stronger position in their supply chains. And of course, I want to reiterate that the CO2 performance letter is not the only tool out there for addressing greenhouse gas emissions. And also the letter is not new. It has been around for about 15 years now. But for me, it stands out because it's practical to use in public procurement, which is rare for a tool. And it also has the solid track record that it really does reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I also encourage you to have a look online at that tool. I'm going to stop here.
Thank you. Thank you. Very helpful, I would say. You really said it all, that this is a roadmap to go to the board as part of procurement and supply chain guy, and also not only be an ideal candidate for the board because we can bring a lot of innovation and we can disrupt the way we work, disrupt the way company work, and be a leader. It really puts us in a strategic position. With that, I hand over the mic to Sangeeta ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for this very enriching and interesting discussion. Thank you to Emma, Ronja, Vikas, and Amit. And before we close this session, I think we can take a few questions. The first question that I see is, how can procurement leaders ensure that sustainable sourcing practices also strengthen supply chain resilience against disruptions like climate change, geopolitical risk, or economic shocks? Who would like to take this question?
I think Vikas would be the right person.
Can you just repeat that?
The question is, how can procurement leaders ensure that sustainable sourcing practices also strengthen supply chain resilience against disruptions like climate change, geopolitical risk, or economic shocks?
Yeah, see, I mentioned about this. In fact, I think Sundar asked this particular question, I think, for the second question he asked. And specifically, I think it is quite relevant in today's context, right? So we are seeing first the global, the climate change. Plus, we are also seeing the disruption because of, say, the geopolitical, because of geopolitical reasons. So I gave also the example of how, the companies are making their supply chain resilient on the basis of, the procuring from the local suppliers. I think the time has come when I think the companies will have to look at, say, their procurement a little differently. And in order to make their supply chain more resilient, they will have to definitely bring in certain changes into their procurement policy. One is definitely the environmentally certified product. I think they will have to definitely ensure that whatever the product they are sourcing, it is environmentally certified. I think there are a number of the standards which are available there. Secondly, I think they will have to also ensure that their value chain partners are also adopting some of the sustainable solutions or sustainable practices. Okay, so in fact, I would say that some of the ESG reporting frameworks are now forcing the companies to also handhold their suppliers. Okay, they have to also report that how many of their suppliers or their value chain partners have been assessed with respect to social impact? How many value chain partner has been assessed with respect to, say, the environment impact, whether any action of their value chain partners are creating any adverse impact on the environment? So all this definitely will help, the companies in building more, the sustainable, the procurement, and then also bringing in resilience in their, I would say, the supply chain. So that's what I would say the answer to that. So focusing more on the local suppliers and also hand holding their, the value chain partners and then the vendors. That's how it is going to help.
So, Sangeeta, I will add to that perspective. Now, for example, let me
Please.
give you a very practical example. Now, you have a supplier in Gurgaon. All of a sudden, the rain comes and there's, probably water in the factory and he's not able to produce, right? You obviously need to have a backup. Now, where could you create that backup? Now, of course, that's why you have to start measuring your supply chain emission. Where is the source of material coming from? What is the transportation emission, your storage emission, your lead time? A lot of things changes. So you have to bring all this element. You want to call it as part of sustainability requirement, but it's a mandatory requirement for your organization to, thrive and you continue to supply in the market, right? So that's why it is becoming even more important for us to look at some of these aspects. I think Bikoff wants to add up, some element to it, I guess. Is that so?
I wanted
Please.
to come in on a different question that comes here in the chat, but maybe Sangeeta, you want to introduce that question first?
Yes, of course. So first, thank you, Vikas and Never, for taking this one. The next question goes to Ronja. And this is, can sustainability and least cost-based procurement go together in public procurement?
And it's a question we hear a lot, that question of, isn't sustainable procurement always more expensive? Can we afford it? And I want to be clear here that sustainable public procurement doesn't have to be more expensive. It's just a matter of also how you evaluate your bids. There's an approach called life cycle costing that is really important, because we all know that it can save us a lot of money on our energy bills if we buy maybe LED lamps and we consume less electricity. And public authorities often have a long way to actually take that approach as well and consider the life cycle cost of what they are buying. And that then means that you can actually save in the long term by implementing sustainable public procurement. That doesn't work for everything, of course. Sometimes, of course, price is still an important factor in evaluating bids, but there are also good reasons to still include sustainability requirements in addition, because you also don't want your suppliers to only compete in a race to the bottom of who is offering the cheapest. You want them to compete on quality and maybe fair working conditions and things like that. So there's still a good argument for including sustainability criteria in the procurement.
Factoring an emission cost can change the complete narrative, to be very honest, right? You start looking at things, and the Cochin example, what Bekoff really mentioned, is one of such example where they started doing a mangrove. They had the wetlands, what they created, and the absorption of emission, what started happening. So much more value to derive out of it. So sustainability can be competitive. It's again a mindset. How do you want to look at it? Simple terms.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we can take one last question. So,
so if I were to just add a little bit on that same question, actually, because we did this exercise based on the 3R principle of reuse, wherein the equipments which we standardized. And I was talking in the context earlier about some of the projects that we did. So, when we talk about the cost, in fact, we ended up saving a lot of cost, because when you were using those equipments, actually, what Roncha also talked about, the life cycle aspect. So from that perspective, actually, we ended up saving a lot of cost. Yeah, just wanted to add that perspective.
I guess in public procurement, the government just needs to add the life cycle cost to their estimates, and then probably it will not seem very expensive. So anyways, moving on to the last question for the panel. What one action should every procurement leader take today to make supply chains more sustainable and resilient?
Start implementing it from every action what you do, every procurement what you do. And not only professionally, you have to start embracing this personally, individually, right? What are you consuming? Where are you traveling? How are you traveling, right? Be a little more mindful, right? What are you buying? Big billions sale or Amazon sales are great. Do you really need it? Ask a question for yourself. Leave it to others.
See, one thing I would add that, the sustainable procurement, when you look at, I think things are more in your supplier's hand actually, more rather than, in your hand, because you are getting materials from them. They are using the transportation for supplying those materials to you. So I think it is very important for the sustainable procurement leader to ensure that some of the good sustainable practices, whether it is a environmentally certified product or say kind of the 3R approach, whether your suppliers is taking in terms of say producing the material, or say company itself is taking say the 3R approach, etc. How kind of efficiently they are kind of using the electricity energy so that they are able to reduce their carbon emission. I think the scope 3 emission is the good kind of way to look at how your suppliers are actually emitting the carbon. I think if company is able to reduce their scope 3 emission, I think as a leader, I think you will be really proud of that. I think you will definitely feel that yes, we have achieved something. So I think focus on your the scope 3 emission reduction and the intensity of your scope 3 reduction.
Thank you. Thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. Really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for this very interesting session. Have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So with this, now we move on to our next session, which is case studies on real-world procurement reform from public and private sectors. Now, I would like to invite all the speakers to take this session respectively. The first case study would be presented by Mr. Satyanarayan Meena, Additional CEO of Government E-Marketplace, better known as GEM, Ministry of Commerce, spearheading financial reforms and digital procurement transformation in India. His presentation would be followed by Mr. Vivek Sharma, who is president of INA USA, former Apple supply chain leader, expert in industrial transformation and large-scale digitization. And finally, the presentation by Mr. Ishtiaq Siddiqui, who is the lead procurement specialist with the World Bank at Nigeria office, driving country-level reforms and technology-enabled procurement innovations. Over to the presenters.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta ma'am, for giving this opportunity. I would like to, today I will be presenting on GEM, Government E-Marketplace and National Public Procurement Portal. My presentation is visible?
Yes, sir, it is. If you can enlarge it, please. Perfect.
Just see my presentation. Not able to see.
Clearly visible. Go ahead, please.
The presentation is not. Sorry, I'm not able to see my presentations.
So we can clearly see it?
Okay, but yeah, I think mistake. Yes, now I can see. Yeah, so now for any nation, public procurement system is really very important, and because with the proper public procurement process and system, it is for economic impact. Transparency and accountability is also required. Efficiency to utilize resources are more useful, and the current scenarios, promotion to innovation and use of technology is very much required. And for any developing and nations, small, medium enterprising segments, promotion is required. And quality of the product, I was able to hear the previous speakers, they were speaking about quality and services of the vendors. That was also required. And various type of regulation by the governments are also required. And competition among various domains and various stakeholders are required for a better participation in this thing. So the same presentation is going up.
The presentation is not moving, sir. The slides are not moving.
Let me re-share it again. I think it is working.
Yes, it's working now.
Today I am going to cover that what was why this GM government marketplace was needed, and what kind of barriers and challenges were the faced during the implementation, and why it was needed, and what are the driving forces, and how we are taking it forward. So in 2016, under our visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi has envisioned that, because there was very typical old setups were there, in that there was no openness and mechanical, all orthodox manual process used to be there, and different departments were having a different problems, and there was no integration. So a concept of open platform, inclusive for all the segments, all the stakeholders, an efficient system was needed, where transparency was needed, and end-to-end solution needs to be priced, so that right price and ease of doing business needs to be assured. So a contactless, paperless, and cashless system was designed with the aim of Honorable Prime Minister that government is committed in corruption. One of the key aspects of this objective is to minimize the government's human transactional interface. And I mentioned, because in earlier system there was no standardization of procurement process. There was, because of the complexity of the systems and processes, there was a need of manual intervention, which could have been leaded to various kind of buyer seller and wrong practices also. And there was lack of regulatory compliances, and various restrictions and geographical constraints, different demands of various portals were not aggregated. So strict demand was there, and huge entry barriers because of so many processes and flows. There was a even asymmetry of the information was there, because different platforms where manual process were there, so half digital information was there. But it is really impossible for various small vendors or medium scale to go and fulfill the tender conditions. So, with such kind of challenges, government planned for the one-stop online public procurement for all government institutes, centralized ministries, state ministries, department, its organizations, bodies, and public sector units. So, with the help of Ministry of Finance, general financial rules were amended and mandated this GM procurement of goods and services were mandated through this. So each and every central government and state government were asked to buy through this platform only, and on this platform, various type of purchasing government facilities were introduced, like the direct change, push button, lowest tender, reverse auction, forward auction, such type of all type of functionalities developed. And the main three pillars, the main force behind this whole concept was efficient transparency and activity of all the segments for procurement was ensured. So, and main stakeholder of, if I would, when creating this, all main stakeholders were considered. Internal stakeholders where JM is having a special purpose vehicle, we were having a project management unit, and various central buyers, central ministries, public sector units, state government and state public sector units and autonomous bodies. And on seller side, all OEMs, micro small enterprises, startups, various SSGs, women segments, all segments, and authorized sellers, they all were considered to participate. And for various type of government system, like for identification, Aadhaar, GST, and public finance management system, all such kind of system were integrated with the so that seamless interaction can be availed, and all regulatory bodies, auditing bodies were also included. They can do all kind of auditing, and information can be made available to all the things. Partner banking agencies were also made a part of this ecosystem of public procurement. So, main example, while developing this as a major stakeholder, buyers in as well, end-to-end ecosystem from registration to payment on this GEM platform is being ensured, and it is being providing ease of buying, lots of transparency of tenders, each and every tenders and each and every details can be seen to the buyers and sellers also. All kinds of technological support, search facilities, compare, select, buy facilities were there. Offer list for similar product in goods and services. Different categories were planned. Regular updatation, dashboarding for monitoring buyers' activity, and different facilities, bunching of product and services introduced. And price trends. The buyer can always see the price trend so that they will have a flexibility to explore the rates, and accordingly they can place the order. Similarly, for sellers, direct access to all the direct departments, irrespective of their seller's geographical constraint, and this is a one-stop for all type of procurement system. It is not limited only tendering will be done or something. Bids, reverse auction, products, services, forward auction, trade contracts. This whole facility has been enabled, and dynamic pricing option was there so that seller can always quote and update the prices of their product as per the market conditions. Strong vending rating system was also introduced based on the seller's performance, so that the value will be created on the buyer side, and seller will also have a seller-friendly dashboard system, and every new updates are being updated properly, and all information related to the domain system. So if we see as on date after 2016, 19, so 16 to 34, we are standing with the 64 billion. Last year we did the business, and we stand at the global third after South Korea and GSA, and then very soon we are with the same rate. We are expecting that a year or so will be achieving second largest system across the globe. So just if we go for a statistics of last year, that is financial year 24, 25. Sorry, in this year itself, we are able to till date we have approximately 166,000 buyers. Primary buyers are there. Approximately 11,000 product categories are available on our platform, and approximately 340 plus services, different type of services, hiring of services to insurance, and each every kind of services, resource services are available. And we have in this current year itself approximately 3.1 million orders has already been placed, and approximately 24 billion GM has already been achieved, and it is continuously progressing, and approximately 10.9 million registered sellers are already available on platform. So we can just see the kind of scale and veracity we are dealing with this product. Germany, if I want to say that in the last 5 years, till date, since 2016, we have already achieved GMV of $160 billion, and approximately 30 million orders have been placed on this platform. Last year itself, we say in financial year 2025, approximately 64 billion GMV, 7.2 million orders were placed. So we are really progressing very fast on this product platform. And in last 5 years itself, we see the growth, then approximately 14x GMV growth has been achieved so far, and then the orders are also being placed by all the ministries, central ministry and state administrations there. So with the approximately 15 to 20% growth every year we are achieving. So the kind of growth you can see enormous and lots of opportunities there. These are the various tools which are available, various functionalities are available for different type of procurement, like direct purchase. We have an exclusive provision, which is I don't think it is not available in any of the globally national procurement portal where marketplace is available. And in this marketplace, direct without any reference, automatically approximately $600 purchase can be done without any manual intervention through this marketplace itself. And similarly, with the use of technology, approximately $1,500 orders can be placed through procurement, where auto decision will be taken based on the buyer's requirement and the specifications they want. And in a similar manner, overstanding facilities available, bid facility, reverse auction for any kind of negotiation without intervention of any manual information, item, forward auction for any kind of auction, bids, customized bid, and recently we have also added red code, which is very unique and requirement for all government buying for recurring products. So we can see with the various type of survey by including World Bank, National Economic Survey, and other internal agencies has been summarized that approximately 10 to 15% survey saving is being done by using procurement process through GEM, and until now we have already done 15 billion saving for the government through various procurement process, which is various segments are offering, because of bulk buying and all this thing, various segments are offering very heavy discount for government buying. Approximately time save efficiency earlier approximately 35 days used to take. Now it has been reduced from 35 days to 24 days. It really gives a good boost to project completion and all. And the reach and inclusiveness has been increased. Now you can see that last year itself, bus share was approximately 40%, 48% from all the GMV which we have achieved so far, which is a enormous figure. And to achieve transparency and fairness in public procurement portal, all contract data are available on public domain, can be seen by each and every person, stakeholder. And for sellers issue, we have a different representation window where they can always challenge, they can always request, and if some restrictive conditions are there, they can always highlight the issues accordingly. And we also give the clear tools to take the business opportunities, what kind of services or products are being used, so that they can concentrate, they can have a good approach for such kind of products. Inclusive, as I mentioned, inclusivity is again one of our important pillar, and from Government of India's emphasis is already there for MSME and SHGs. So we have a special page and a special platform where women segments, handloom and different segments, including startup and products are listed, so that state government, they can directly buy from those sellers, and they can be benefited directly without any intervention or intervention of persons. And approximately on a transaction charge basis, our GM charge very amount, in approximately 97% transactions are free, and GM only charges to the winning bidders, and not charge to the winning, and that is also very selective. As I mentioned, only 3% higher value orders are being charged, 97% orders are free. GM doesn't charge anything. Then we have a different for different segment, vocal for local, as I mentioned, and segment is available, and for helping sellers in capital point of view, we have a tool called GEMSI, where after space of order, lending platform is there. Various aggregators are offered after issue of payment, purchase order. They can take a loan. Facilities also provided. Them to facilitate. And as I mentioned, for startup and young entrepreneurs, we have a different case where for innovators, empowering stage where they can place, they can put their unique in this platform so that technology can be promoted and best practices by youngsters can be promoted, and government can take departments can take the benefit of those. That is also a very good platform. And going forward, just latest best practices of the market and leveraging technology. We are James growth is funding reach, enhance efficiency of the system and system, empowering procurement using various best practices and like annual rate contract has just now it has been launched. Now we are also working on global tendering process so that the global sellers can also like participation, and we are in continuously process of creation where with the help of MSP and partners, we continuously enhance the facilities and process to enable our all stakeholders, clients, seller. So with this, I would like to stop and discuss a few points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a very informative presentation. So now I would like to request Dr. Vivek Sharma to share his presentation, please.
Hello, everyone. Is my presentation very visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Thank you for ISM for organizing this great event and providing me the opportunity to share some of my experiences. You know, as we all know, we are here to discuss, you know, the advancements in procurement over the last few years, especially these days with AI becoming, you know, rampantly adaptive and being adopted throughout multiple sectors. How, you know, that aids an era of digital analytics and is helping reinvent procurement and provide efficiency, agility, and transparency. I'd like to, you know, in my presentation, go over a specific case study at Global Foundries, my experience at Global Foundries, where I led the effort to digitize the end-to-end supply chain, including procurement, and go over how we did it, what were the key challenges, and what were the benefits that we achieved out of it. Before diving deeper, just a little bit about my experience. I've been in manufacturing and supply chain operations across multiple geographies for the last 50 years. I worked at 4 main companies. I'm most recently, right now, I'm the VP of Operations at Dabico. I was previously Director of Demand Planning at Global Foundries. I've had supply chain and planning roles at Apple, and also, you know, worked for 4 years at Intel. in manufacturing operations inside a semiconductor fab. As it shows, right, my current company, Dabico, we are in the aviation space. Global Foundries and Intel were semiconductors, and Apple, I was dealing with the smartwatches, the Apple Watches, as well as the iPhone, so the consumer electronics space, and have touched multiple verticals across the company, and mostly everywhere. And I would say kind of Apple is the exception to this rule. Most companies that I have been at go through, face significant challenges, and it does not matter how old the company is, what best practices they've had, what kind of systems they've used, because the companies are always evolving, and invariably the systems and tools always lag behind. Some of the challenges that we've seen that I have worked through are, long and complex procurement cycles. It takes too long to react sometimes, and by the time you have lost the opportunity because of lack of data that might be available, or just the systems not allowing simple tasks, like as simple things as creating a PO sometimes can take 10 minutes to an hour, because you need to get an RFQ, the PO is created by the buyer, and then it needs to go through appropriate approval loop, and sometimes it gets stuck. That adds to the length of procurement cycles. There's typically a lack of end-to-end visibility, meaning the procurement team is doing its own thing in its silos. It's not really fully connected to the demand plan or the manufacturing plan. And that leads to pain points, because procurement should solely be demand driven. Of course, there are some stock levels that we all need to keep in order to be able to respond to demand changes. But if we don't have this end-to-end visibility and connective tissue across the organization, there are going to be inefficiencies. Related to that, again, because there is lack of those tools that provide end-to-end visibility, it can sometimes be disconnected from planning. And your working capital can be mismatched against your company's financial goals, or the needs of the business. And this all leads to high costs. You sometimes end up buying wrong materials, or you are sitting on excess inventory, whereas there are SKUs that you don't have enough material for, and you're not able to produce those, which in general just increases inefficiencies in the system. So with that lens, I wanted to discuss my efforts, as I mentioned, at Global Foundries. So just to set some context, right, it's a global organization with around 3 years ago when I left, it was around a $8 billion annual revenue company. It went public in 2021. It was founded in 2009. And located across 3 distinct geographies. The US is where it's headquartered. It has a huge fab in Dresden, Germany, and in Singapore. And all of these fabs, they were not, organically just built from the ground up. It was done through acquisitions over its lifetime. In 2009, when Global Foundries started, it was actually a spin-off from AMD. And primarily it was done to just produce raw wafers for AMD, and AMD was going to be its first customer. Then over time, Global Foundries acquired Chartered Semiconductor to start, semiconductor foundry services. It then acquired IBM in the US, some of the fabs from IBMs. And what ended up happening is that, it had these disconnected fabs. They were all built on different legacy systems. Chartered Semiconductor was its own beast. IBM had, different wafer sizes, different technologies, and different backend systems that these fabs worked on. As a result of which, there was no consistency in even the language that people were used to talking. To add to that, it's a semiconductor fab. It's working with the most cutting edge technology. So it's constantly going through a system of NPIs. New products are being consistently introduced, and older products are being end of life, which leads to SKU proliferation across all the geographies. And as if things were not complex enough, in order to ship some products, there was a lot of movement across geographies. So there would be wafers that would be processed in Vermont, in the US. Then they would need to go to, some of the external sort and test facilities in Germany. Then the end customer would be in Asia. And there was, not a single location for most of the products which would, be finished end to end. So because of this, as you can imagine, it was a extremely complex environment in which, the buyers and the procurement team is supposed to kind of be the backbone. If you don't have materials, there is nothing you can do. You can have all the demand in the world, but if you don't have the right materials, raw materials procured at the right time, you tend to not be a very efficient organization. So the challenges, as I mentioned, were, incongruous systems, as I mentioned, various systems, processes, and softwares across multiple fabs. There were differences in the systems, and there was missing plumbing between different systems. So sometimes, the corporate team sitting in upstate New York, they would develop a plan on the monthly or the quarterly projections based on the demand, but there was no way for it to be shared to individual fabs. So there were things like, downloading that in an Excel file, giving it to the individual fabs on what they were supposed to manufacture, and then counting on them to, now making it translate into a system that would work with their own backend systems, right? Like translate that information that was digestible by their own systems. And there was no direct connection that, you can effectively click a button and all of these information flows downstream. It was also, hamstrung by weak master data. As I mentioned, different fabs over different times, they had different nomenclature. Saw things like one fab calls, a certain technology as 180 nanometers, and the other, a second different fab calls it 0.18 microns, right? They're talking about the same thing, but just using different terminology. And what that leads to is, because, your unit of measure is different, it's not easy or straightforward to roll up or aggregate the demand. And all of this was driven by inconsistent data rules and architecture. So that all needed to be updated so that all the fabs, everyone across the board, could be speaking the same language. As I touched upon, there were siloed processes, lack of global best practices, right? Like everyone thought we are doing the best thing, which actually, is not too far from the truth, but what might be best for individual locations across the entire company might not be the best thing for the entire company as a whole. As I mentioned, there was missing demand aggregation, procurement in pockets. So what that leads to is, there could be one buyer buying a product or buying a raw material in one location, and a separate buyer buying the same product for a different location, right? So it's not a very efficient way to go about utilizing your resources. And as I mentioned, weak integrated business planning, not an end-to-end view. The fabs have their goals, even within a certain fab, right? Different technologies use different kinds of raw materials. There's a different breakdown of the direct and indirect spend, but there was not a consolidation across the company and across all the different verticals and the different technologies. And all of this led to, lack of transparency. It was tough to track and control spend across the organization, because it was disconnected from demand to a certain extent. And when the fabs are going to manufacture the product, there would end up being materials that are short, sometimes key materials. Sometimes, there are these things called targets that we use for in the wafers for atomic deposition. And if you don't have those, then, you can't have the doping of the wafer to the right extent, P-type doping or N-type doping. And if you have those kinds of materials being shot, then your product is not going to go out. And as all of this can allude to, the company was always in a reactive mode instead of a proactive mode. So all of this were addressed by a global digitization program. It started with, first of all, you can't address a problem if you don't acknowledge the problem. So the first step was acknowledging as a leadership team on that we are facing all the challenges, aforementioned challenges, and do a complete diagnostic. And that meant, first of all, having the executive buy-in, right? Like if you want to change effectively the way a key function like procurement operates across the organization, you need buy-in from top to bottom, and it has to start at the top. So if the CEO of the company, the CFO, the COOs, the C-suite is not completely bought in, you won't get the budget approved. But more importantly than that, there won't be a discipline, there won't be a roadmap that's built, and there won't be adherence to that, because you're effectively trying to build a plane while you're flying it, right? Like you are gutting the house, you're changing the plumbing, but you're still living inside the house. So you don't have the luxury to just shut the business down and do all of this. So it's an extremely challenging task. And if the entire team is not bought in, then it would invariably fail. The next step was to select an execution partner. What I mean by that is that, we wanted to bring in industry experts who have led such transformations, who could guide the company on what the best practices are, how to think about, specific to semiconductor, what we can do, how is the competition that we have in the space, how do they think about procurement, what are the learnings that we can take from them, what are the pitfalls that we should be avoiding, and choosing the right software. There's not a one-size-fits-all application. Semiconductor companies have, the manufacturing cycle time can last from 1 month to 3 to 4 months, from the start of the wafer in the fab all the way to the product is being ready to ship at the end with the dies being cut. So your software needs to be, you don't need something that you are refreshing every 30 seconds. You need to run a process. Your S&OP process is typically a bi-weekly or even a monthly. So you need the right software, which also gives you the right access to the right granularity of data. The next step is the deployment of the technology, and it starts with foundational data cleanup. As I said, you should have the ability to roll up the data at right levels of granularity. Maybe you want to, one of the data elements is the type of material it is. Is it a chemical? Is it a target? Is it, heavy metal, etc.? Similarly, what is it used for? What kind of products is this material for? Is this a key material, or is it, a non-inventory item? And is it a long lead or is it a short lead item? So that, you have access to all this information at your fingertips, and you can then react accordingly. What we had to do was to do a phased rollout. Don't want to start rolling out the same across all geographies. So we did it fab by fab, bring one fab online on this new way of end-to-end planning and doing procurement, and then slowly training the individuals and moving on to the next fab. So the rollout was done fab by fab, and of course it also needed the vendor onboarding. We don't want we set up systems in place where we had to set up vendor data so that our PO placement process could be simpler, faster. So there was partnership with the vendors as well. Now, this does not succeed without training and change management. I think in all of it, across all of this, I think this fourth pillar, this fourth bullet point is the most critical. End user who's going to be using this new way of doing things, in this case procurement, if you don't train them and if you don't get buy-in from them, then all the investment is futile. So the user onboarding is extremely important. Having videos on how the new software works, having training modules, getting a refresher training courses every so often is important, and continuous reinforcement, because change is difficult, and people, it's human nature to resist change. So continuous reinforcement of why we are doing it, and there are always challenges, there's always learning, and it's in the initial go round there are going to be hiccups that the users will face. So just have to ride through that storm until it becomes second nature on doing things in a different way, and then reap the rewards over time. And continuously improving, regular monitoring of how we are doing, how the new processes are working, fine tuning it and tweaking it to fit the needs of the business, because a theoretical exercise and practical implementation, there is always a gap. So using that consistent feedback from the users, from the dashboards, on how this system can continuously be improved over time. So doing all of this with all the time and the money investment, we went from this state into a new state where the systems across the company were perfectly harmonized. The procurement tools were aligned with demand planning, the operational and manufacturing planning, and they were connected to the MES systems in the fabs. So they were all now speaking the same language. There was plumbing from one system to the other. So you make a change in the demand plan, and it would automatically roll out a different supply plan, which would then be connected to the materials planning and MRP based ordering. The systems were connected with each other, so there was seamless data exchange, and there was standardized lexicon. Now everyone, if you were talking about heavy metals, you knew what are the 10, let's say, key heavy metals that were top of mind for the entire company. It led to standardized practices. There was a better understanding, as I mentioned, we defined the master data, we identified what are the long lead parts, what are, the parts that we need to be more worried about, that they might be, single sourced versus multi-source, so that they would lead, be susceptible to risk. We categorize the product or materials into high versus medium versus low risk. So, you got a more comprehensive understanding of your entire supply chain. It was transferred into a demand-driven procurement. We instilled also a monthly S&OP and IBP process with executive review at a global level. It also helped in figuring out accurate safety stock targets, and in general it optimized the working capital, right? Like now exactly the right material that you need, the right safety stock that you need, so you don't have excess and you are not too lean, and it helped bring the spend under control. And most importantly, it provided end-to-end visibility. There were advanced analytic tools that were deployed. There was live dashboarding, because now you have data is readily available, and the biggest challenge is having meaningful data. And after that, you can do anything. You can have Tableau dashboards, you can have predictive models that can predict how the demand is going to change, and how your response to supply and materials planning will need to change accordingly. And all of this was made possible because of real-time and accurate data that facilitated is easier decision making. There was a shared foundational understanding, as I mentioned, right? There was a common goal, and it increased the agility and reduction in procurement cycle times. We even had, AI modules that were deployed, which were automatically based on a certain demand change, based on certain key materials. The RFQ would automatically be sent to the vendor, and a draft of a PO would be ready. All the individual user had to do was just click a button. So they would not need to enter the vendor information. It would auto-populate. The costing would auto-populate. The demand or the quantity to order would auto-populate. And the only thing that did not happen automatically was the PO to be executed, because you always want some sort of a human intervention depending upon the kind of material. So in conclusion, the digitization was used and is an extremely valuable tool for value maximization across the entire supply chain. In this case, we used to enhance procurement. It has, such efforts have a very high return on investment when done right. As I mentioned, there needs to be complete buy-in from top to bottom, but it's not without its challenge. It's a very heavy lift. It needs a lot of time and dollars to be invested. And the right framework on how you need to do what you need to do is business and industry dependent. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach. What I did at Global Foundries in the semiconductor industry would not work at Apple. What we were doing at Apple would not work in my current role here. So you need to tailor it to your own custom needs. With that, I am at the end of my presentation. I'm not sure if we have any time for questions, but I would be happy to take any.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. We will be taking questions later. Now we move on to the final presenter, Mr. Ishtiaq. So over to you, Ishtiaq.
Thank you, Sangeeta. A wonderful presentation by Vivek and others. It's a pleasure. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you for the list of the World Bank from Nigeria World Bank office. Then I'll be presenting how Nigeria is actually building its country procurement system and also building its skilled procurement workforce with the support of the World Bank. Again, the way we have seen in multiple interventions like this in developing countries, we have seen that you cannot just go and implement any technology like electronic procurement in a developing country without looking into the workforce itself. That means we need to look into the technology part and also the upskilling part of the procurement professionals at the same time, and also the change management part of it, because they will be doing business in a different way. So it has its resistance and how to overcome that. So looking into all those aspects in a holistic manner, we supported Government of Nigeria with a project. It's called Sustainable Procurement Environment and Social Standard Enhancement Project. The project has three components. It has procurement component, environment, and also social component. And the procurement component is the largest component there. The project is $145 million. It has two phases. The first phase started in 2021 with $80 million. And the second phase started this year with $65 million. And the project will close in 2029. That means it's an ongoing story. We have not seen the full result yet. However, we have some initial result and some learning. I hope that that would be important and helpful for the participants if you are doing similar reform in your countries. So the key features of the project, it has one large component on sustainable procurement capacity development program, definitely with that taking advantage of local institute and technologies, public procurement certification program to certify all procurement professionals working in public procurement arena, then implementation of electronic procurement at the federal level in Nigeria, then strategic change management communication, and also support to MSMEs and overall bidding communities to improve their participation and also their winning possibilities in public procurement. Now, before going to the detail, I would like to show you actually what are the challenges we were facing in Nigeria before starting of the project itself, like what initiated taking this project for Government of Nigeria and also World Bank to support Government of Nigeria. So the issues that we have seen, You can understand that Nigeria is a big country, which is similar to India. It's a federal state. So there are 36 states in Nigeria, and also there is federal territories. And public procurement is a state subject matter. That means in each state, they have their own rules and regulations, ways of doing business in public procurement. That makes public procurement reform and advancement extremely difficult and complex in Nigeria due to that. So at the beginning of the project, we identified that there is a lack of skilled procurement professionals, then absence of good knowledge about the global practices and implementation of those, then inadequate training facilities and continuous development opportunities in public procurement, absence and defragmented electronic procurement system. In Nigeria, multiple states have their own electronic procurement system. But at the federal level, there is no centralized procurement system. And these state procurement systems are defragmented. These are not connected with the other systems or not talking to each other. And then implementation rate is diverse. In some of the states, it's quite advanced, but in some of the states, it's not even working. So that was the situation at the beginning of the project. Then overall, any developing country, similar to any developing country, Nigeria also has its challenges about inefficiency or delay in public procurement, non-transparent process, all those issues, which is common in any developing country that we see. And overall, there is some fragility and conflict-like situations also in some of the states. Due to the ongoing conflicts and violence and overall fragility. That also impacts how they do their public procurement. For example, bidding community may not be interested to go in those situations, and continuation of doing procurement business for public officials is also sometimes can be troublesome due to those. So we looked into those issues, and then the project actually tried to give a holistic kind of solution that it will look into the technology part to implement electronic procurement, but at the same time, it will look into the capacity development part. And the way we phased it, we saw that in Nigeria, initially, we had some failures in other projects. We tried to implement electronic procurement at the state level, at the federal level. In fact, in one of the World Bank funded projects, we implemented electronic procurement in 22 states of Nigeria. But after the project ended, the uptake of that system is not up to the mark. In many cases, we have seen that people are not using the system. The system is then, sometimes we have also seen that these are not even enhanced. IT technology is changing on a daily basis. So if the system is not updated on a regular basis, then you will not get the full advantage of the system. So looking into those issues, in this project, what we did, we said that, okay, we'll in first phase, we'll look into the capacity development part, because if the procurement professionals working in different ministries, departments, and agencies, if we can improve their capacity first and then slowly bring them up to the speed for the technology, then their retention of the technology could be higher. So that's why we phased it out. So at the first phase, as part of procurement capacity development, we actually supported government to build 6 centers of excellence. And these were done competitively from the public universities across the country. And these 6 centers of excellence are in 6 geopolitical regions of the country. Due to complex nature of this of the country and this fragility and conflict issues, it's difficult for people to go from one region to take training in another region. So this 6 geopolitical area-based center of excellence is giving support to people in those regions to go to their nearby centers and take the training and then increase their skills. And also the project supported development of a 5-track procurement courses. These courses are short-term executive courses. We call it track A. It's up to 3 weeks courses. Then there is advanced certificate courses. We call it track B. It's 3 to 10 weeks comprehensive procurement course covering multiple areas like goods works procurement, services procurement, sustainable procurement, all those issues on a comprehensive basis are included in the advanced certificate course. Life cycle costing, all those issues. Then there is a postgraduate diploma. It's a 1-year course. We call it track C. Then master's degree in procurement. It's an 18-month to 2-year course. And also finally, bachelor degree in procurement. It's a 4-year course. So all these courses were designed and rolled out in the 6 Center of Excellence universities from 2021. So it's almost 4 years now. All these courses are running. They're following uniform course curriculum. The project is also supporting development of the course curriculum, updating that with the leadership of the Bureau of Public Procurement and also National University Commission of Nigeria. They look after the entire implementation across the country. On the result side, so far 19,000 plus people already received training, of which 43% were women participant. On the lower right corner of the slide, you can see that number of people already received training in different tracks. The most people took training the short courses. Also, advanced certificate courses are also quite high. About 5,000 people received training. Then we have very promising numbers in master's degree and also in postgraduate diploma. And on the bachelor side, the bachelor courses started 2 years ago. So students are still in first year and second year. They will be expected to complete their graduation in next 2 years. So at this moment, there are 350 students enrolled in year 1 and 2. We also looked into how to place these people who are receiving the training, how they are performing in their institute and how they are going to the job market. To enable that, there are national and international academic and industry partnerships, 80+, and then they're going for, students are going for internship and also industry practices, and eventually they're taking that advantage to get their job or advance in their career. And these programs are already accredited by the National University Commission of Nigeria. The innovation that we have in these courses is that there are very good learning management system by all these 6 Center of Excellence. There are online facilities to join these courses online in virtual classroom. And 30% of the courses are now offered online. And then due to that, we receive all this high number, even though there are fragility and conflict-related issues in some of the areas. And there is also online training portal for MSMEs and bidding community. This portal has been developed and piloted. It will be launched end of next month with the target that it will support the more than 100,000 MSMEs available in Nigeria and bidding community to understand public procurement better and also to understand what are the common mistakes they make when they submit their bid and how to improve their quality of bid and increase their winning share. Then very quickly, I would like to touch base Nigeria Procurement Competency Framework. It's a 4-tier procurement certification framework with the idea that all practitioners in public procurement will be certified based on this 4-tier. Tier 1 is the lowest tier. We call it procurement associate, then procurement professional, advanced procurement professional, and fellow. Idea is that at one point of time when a critical number of professionals are certified, the government of Nigeria is in the process of making this certification mandatory to practice public procurement in Nigeria. This is because in Nigeria, like any other country, public procurement professionals are moving from, it's a transferable job. They're moving from one place to another place. And it's very difficult to track and trace the people who are trained, whether they are at the right place or not. So this certification will allow that only the certified and skilled people are doing the procurement, and it will improve procurement performance drastically. That's the expectation. So this entire certification is based on academic qualification, training requirement. The training that I mentioned, track A to E, those are prerequisites for different tier of certification. The participant also will require different experiences to demonstrate to get the certificate, and also soft skills to get certified. So there are, this entire operation is done through an online platform. This online platform is already developed and rolled out. It's in full operation now. So the candidate can go to the online platform and they can submit their credentials. There is also an online test after completing a Nigeria module. Once they pass the test, they can upload their credential certificates, training, and all other things. Then an independent board looks into those credentials and certify through the system itself. And the system itself is designed in a way that it can track and trace continuously what the professionals are doing. And this certificate has a validity, and to renew that, they need to continuously develop their skills and record that in the system itself. So this system is going to solve the problem that the right people are not in the right place that we have seen in many cases. That problem will be solved. And then this portal itself, the way it has been developed, it's an innovation in Africa, the way we see it, because it's a very comprehensive one. You can actually look into all the data and the skills available and where the skills are available and all those things. So the portal has been launched in June 2025, just recently, and already 200 plus people have completed their requirements to get certified, and the provisional certificate is already issued. And the project is supporting to certify at least 8,000 people who have already received the training by next 1 year. It's a very ambitious target, but government in Nigeria is keen to do that. And also there is a revenue model under consideration. At this moment, getting the certification and renewing it is free of cost, but at one point of time, government of Nigeria will impose a very nominal fee for the certification, so that the system can continue even after the closure of the project itself. Then finally, on the electronic procurement side, this project has started supporting government of Nigeria to implement an end-to-end electronic procurement system. End-to-end means it will have all the features starting from procurement planning to payment at the federal level. Again, it's learning from the failure that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. In Nigeria, with the support of World Bank, we did implement electronic procurement in multiple states. We also tried earlier to implement a federal electronic procurement system, but we faced lots of challenges. The challenge about the technology itself, the capacity and all those things. So we looked into those learning and restarted the process under this project with the detailed planning that it will overcome those challenges. First of all, the first thing that we are doing is it will be a phased-wise electronic procurement implementation. The first phase is ongoing now. Rollout of electronic procurement in the federal ministries, department, and agencies. The rollout will fully start from next year. Now, government of Nigeria is in the development of the system phase. The second phase will be rollout of the system gradually at the state level and also at the local government level, because that will require customization for each state, but the central government will provide that support. And then final phase is to integration of the system with the other public financial management system, national ID, tax management system, and all those things. So things are at the development stage now, but learning from different pilots and prototype that we have worked with the government to develop, we have already included features like AI, artificial intelligence-based procurement document preparation. It was very successful piloting. The way it works is that because in the system you will have different types of procurement documents, and then the system, if you give them the AI parameter, like, okay, I want to prepare a procurement document for procurement of vehicle. So system from its repository of similar document, it will look into that based on your specified the initial specification. For example, you mentioned I want to prepare a procurement document for buying SUV, say with 3-liter engine. So it will look into the old documents and prepare a document for you powered by artificial intelligence. It's not a perfect result yet, but we see that the prototype can actually develop about 80 to 90% of good document. And then with the support of human eye, those can be perfected. And also AI can be will be used for bid evaluation, especially to prepare the initial bid evaluation report. We piloted that in Africa, in Tanzania, and the pilot was very successful. We are now replicating that technology in Nigeria so that bid evaluation can be fast-tracked and AI can support actually to prepare the initial bid evaluation report. Then the bid evaluation committee can validate the result and then finalize the report. Similarly, the AI supported red flag identification. If there is any red flag in the procurement process, any indication of fraud and corruption, those can be identified. Finally, data analytics and procurement audit. The Bureau of Public Procurement is mandated to do procurement audit in all the agencies, but with their current workforce, it's not possible to do physical audit in all the places. So the system itself will help them to do the initial procurement audit and generate red flag. And based on that, they can send people in those high-risk agencies to do further physical verification and analysis. So that's where we are. I know it's not final yet. These are ongoing development, but I wanted to share with you so that you can also learn from the mistake and from that we made earlier and we overcome with the solution under this one. Maybe at one point of time we'll be in a position to share the result once this is fully implemented. So this is my final slide. This is the most important thing I want all the participants to take with you is the sustainability features. When you implement this kind of comprehensive procurement reform in your country, covering capacity development, professionalization, electronic procurement, building the capacity of the bidding community, change management, all those things, sustainability is the major issue. Often we see that these are funded by the project. At the end of the project, the activities are not running the way it's expected, often lacking funding and the similar kind of initiative. So the way we design the sustainability features in this project is that because this center of excellence are already under the public universities, these are already running with fully staffed and budget. So at the end of the project closure, they will continue running because these are already moved into the revenue part of those universities. Then the biggest part of the sustainability itself is the procurement certification itself, because the certification will be mandatory to practice public procurement. That means all procurement professional will have to complete these trainings on a continuous basis, because without that, they will not be able to advance through their certification tier and also retain their certification. So the certification itself will ensure that the procurement training demand side is always there. And all these courses are accredited by National University Commission. They are continuously monitoring that. And because these are accredited courses, Center of Excellence are running those courses as their regular university courses. On top of that, for the short courses and for the short courses, which are mostly for the procurement on professionals, currently the project is paying for all the training free of cost. But at one point of time when the project will be ending, the universities and Center of Excellence, they will be able to claim fee and then offer these courses on a need basis for the private sector and any government officials. So that will generate revenue also. And the electronic procurement part, the point I mentioned that earlier system that we funded were not properly maintained. That's why we have included the generation revenue model under the current system, that the system itself will generate revenue that will be adequate to maintain and enhance the system beyond the project period. The revenue generation will be through different means. For example, registration of the bidder, very nominal fee for submission of bid and so on. But again, it will be free of cost for the SMEs to promote the SMEs. Let me stop here. As part of the question and answer session, I'll be happy to answer any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ishtiaq. So we are done with all three presentations on the real-time reforms. Thank you to all presenters. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we will not be able to take the questions on screen right now. However, the questions will be answered through email. So now it's time to take a meal break, and we shall convene back again at 3 p.m. IST for our next sessions. Till then, see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would personally recommend all to spare some time and visit the fun zone in the lobby. Guys, there's an exciting quiz waiting for you with surprise gifts. Do test your knowledge and unlock the prizes. And do visit the selfie booth to capture the proud moment and share it on your LinkedIn profile. See you soon at 3 p.m. IST time. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed exploring the virtual platform and had a lot of fun in the fun zone. Please don't forget to upload your selfies on the LinkedIn profile. It will be nice to see you there. And with this, now we move on to one of our most exciting highlights of the day, the Innovation Spotlight session. This segment focuses on how AI, data, RPA, and blockchain are reshaping the procurement. Our session chair, Mr. Vikram Mishra, will guide us through this inspiring session and introduce our innovation leaders. But before that, let me introduce Mr. Mishra. Mr. Vikram Mishra is a global procurement leader with extensive experience across consumer products, pharmaceuticals, and IT. Formerly Director of Strategic Sourcing and Operations at Mars Chocolate Company, not the planet. He has managed complex global procurement projects across the US, UK, and Asia. Known for his people-centric leadership, he actively mentors future supply chain leaders at IITs and NITs and is a frequent speaker on procurement transformation. Mr. Mishra, the floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta, for that wonderful introduction. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you who are joining us from across the time zones. I am really delighted to be chairing this session of Innovation Spotlight, Shaping Procurement with Artificial Intelligence, Blockchain, Robotics Process Automation, and Data and Analytics. A lot of buzzwords on this particular slide, but let's actually understand the context of why did we choose this particular topic for our innovation spotlight today. So if you look at a typical day in the life of a procurement leader, and I want you to imagine your day back when you were in the office. What is it that you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis? It's relentless pursuit for cost savings, offsetting that inflation across categories that we are seeing today, trying to reduce and eliminate risk that exists in your supply chain as the supply bases are expanding and the markets are expanding. And we have numerous risks from pandemic to natural disasters to geopolitical risks that can affect the P&L of the businesses that we're supporting. And then when we are done with all of these strategic activities, there is a lot of work that is sitting on our desk when it comes to transactions, whether it is PR to PO conversions, updating and getting the suppliers paid on time, to vendor creations, to coming out with new catalogs, and the list is unending. And in the end, of course, we are the eyes and ears of the company to safeguard companies' interests. So from a governance standpoint, from a controls and transparency standpoint, the company looks at procurement to safeguard its interests. So as we're doing all of this, what we're talking about today, AI, blockchain, RPA, and data analytics, it's not just buzzwords. These are actual solutions that can help you do your job a lot better. And when I say better, I mean more effectively and efficiently. Now, if you look at what are the three things that procurement is engaged in? Number one is making quality decisions, whether it is about strategy, whether it is about where to buy, who to buy from, and at what price to buy. It is all about decision making. Second is about operational excellence. And then third one is about governance. So if you look at today's topic, that's exactly what we're going to cover. To make quality decisions, we need good data and analytics, and AI can help us in that. For operational excellence, we're looking at automation. And to build resilient and transparent supply chains, we're looking at blockchain. So what we have in store for you today is deep diving into some of these technologies, understanding, and here are 3 key takeaways for you from this session. Number 1, you're going to understand from our panelists, and I'm going to introduce them in a minute over here. You will understand the evolving technological landscape. I won't say too much about it because the whole about half an hour is built on that. Second thing, our presentations today by our speakers are aimed at giving you a very clear picture of how have many companies across the world, across the industries, have implemented these technologies within procurement and also within the business. So for you, the takeaway is what and why should procurement leaders implement? And the third question that I get a lot is, okay, I do understand technology and artificial intelligence and what can it do for us, but where do I start? What's the starting point for me, in my company, in my context? And we will give, and that will be the third takeaway that we'll give you. Okay, so I hope you're all very excited on the coming session in the next 50 minutes that we're going to engage in this very exciting conversation. But before we get into that, I want to have the audience share with us your perspective. So if you can just scan this QR code, it will take you to a website which has one very simple question. Which of these technologies do you think is going to disrupt procurement the most? And if you do not have a QR code or you cannot scan at the moment, just copy the link given below for the website menti.com, and it will take you to the same question. All right. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. It's great. The answers have started to come in. Almost everybody is clicking AI. Oh, we do have one blockchain. I will share the responses in about a minute once I have good data already. There you go. So majority of the people think AI, but there is also a lot of interest in blockchain. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Okay. So the next thing is the most important thing for today. Well, one of them at least, is to share with you the esteemed speakers today. So we have, and you can see them on this on the video. We have 3 speakers today. First is Mr. Lavleen Chadha. Mr. Lavleen Chadha is the founder and CTO of a generative AI startup company called Quap AI. He's focused on making AI accessible and useful and human-centered. So Lavleen comes with over 3 decades of experience and 16 years of experience in sourcing and procurement, having worked for companies like Defense Research and Development Organization, Siemens, and Nokia. At Nokia, he established AI analytics practice in strategic sourcing and led an award-winning algorithm-augmented category management program. Loveleen has delivered over 70 innovative workshops and AI bootcamps for procurement teams across Europe and Asia, and his mission is to empower procurement leaders to harness AI as the driver of strategy and innovation. Thank you so much, Loveleen, for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second speaker is Mr. Ajay Kapoor. Ajay is the Corporate Vice President for Procurement at Canada HSBC Life Insurance. He is an engineering and master's graduate and from BITS Pilani and brings over 20 years of extensive experience in procurement and supply chain. He's done his doctorate in blockchain from MDI in Gurugram, and no prizes for guessing the topic that he will be speaking on, which is blockchains. He's worked in organizations like Honda Cars and Bharti Airtel. Ajay is also a certified Six Sigma Black Belt and specializes in blockchain technology. So thank you so much, Ajay, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Vikram.
And the third one is Mr. Shadi Abozaid, who is joining us from Belgium. Shadi is also pursuing his doctorate after having finished his master's from Wayne State University. He is pursuing his doctorate from Antwerp Business School in Belgium. Shadi has extensive global supply chain and procurement experience, having worked in senior roles in Amazon, Avon, and pharmaceutical and oil and gas industries. Shadi is an international trainer. He has delivered over 200 specialized programs, training over 10,000 hours and empowering professionals across 127 countries. So, Shadi, thank you so much for joining us. So as you can see, we have amazing panel lined up for you. So without any further ado, I'll hand it over to Shadi first, who will be speaking on AI. Over to you, Shadi.
Thank you so much and for this introduction. And let me share my presentation for today. Okay, so welcome everyone. So today I'm going to speak about the rise of the smart buyer AI in procurement. So actually most of the people in general in most of the countries and also during our experience in the procurement in general, we faced a lot of concerns and also some people they care about the procurement intelligence and also the integration of AI itself. However, there is like misunderstanding about the role of AI like in procurement in general and also the generative AI. So most of the people they know generative AIs or generative artificial intelligence in general, for instance, like ChatGPT or Google Gemini and so on. However, when they refer to AI itself, they just refer to the generative AI. So let's explore today what is the power of AI in general, including AI agent, including generative AI and other solutions that we already had experience in. So first of all, we have like a lot of applications in general when it comes to the challenges that we have in procurement. So that's why we can apply artificial intelligence in order to solve or overcome these procurement challenges, as the main objective of procurement shifts from only cost driven to be value driven. So that's why we would like to combine both. Like we would like to focus on the cost aspect and also the value or value creation aspect as well. So that's why we are aiming for to make an incremental impact with the lowest cost possible. So first of all, one of the applications that we already implemented in AI and procurement, we have the automation part, and this is when it comes to the AI agent. So we already used a lot of platforms in general with the lowest cost possible in order to automate our PO, in order to automate our tasks, and also to automate our sourcing in general, searching for specific suppliers and so on. So this is for sure it lower the cost of sourcing itself, and also it create value for the organization that we have. So in the first part, in the automation part, we use AI agent. We have a lot of AI tools in that aspect or in that domain we can use. For instance, like N8N, make.com, Zapier.com, all of them is like user friendly and doesn't require much experience in programming and so on. And it's like we can develop it maybe 1 or 2 days based on the process that we have inside our procurement. Second of all, we have a trend like most of the new specialists in the procurement in general, they are from Gen Z. So the Gen Z itself, around 30% of the upcoming workforce of in the whole country or in the whole countries in general, they are going to be from Gen Z. Unfortunately, the Gen Z, they have like some specifications when it comes to the education and so on. So for instance, if you would like to educate them how to do procurement, or for instance, if you would like to explain some kind of SOP for them for a certain procurement process, or maybe you are going to do some kind of onboarding and so on regarding to the procurement process in general, they are visualized person, and also they like to be educated by the game-based learning. So that's why also we can create AI for the visualizations in general, and also we can create we can use a lot of AI platforms in general to create games for this Gen Z in order to illustrate for them how the procurement process in general can be worked and so on. Thirdly, we also use AI in the visualization domain. So we have like a lot of tools also nowadays. We can do some kind of reports in general based on the visualization active. So we can create some kind of dashboards and so on, also by AI. And one of the successful tool that we have in that domain is the Brex spreadsheet. So the Brex spreadsheet can create a report for you, like a dashboard. Only you're going to upload your Excel, and is going to analyze the data, prepare the report for you, and also is going to analyze your data. So there was a study happened, I think 2 years ago. They found that in most of the companies in general, we spend around 7 hours per week just in order to analyze certain reports, and also to prepare our reports and to make a dashboard and so on. So in that domain, we can reduce the cost, and also we can reduce the time of creating reports and so on. So we can use some AI tools, as I mentioned, the Brex spreadsheet. So we can use it for creating reports and also to make interactive dashboard instead of using some tools as Power BI, for instance, and so on. Also, due to the risks and the different risks that we have inside our procurement process in general, especially with the different suppliers when we talk about the global aspect and so on. So we have also the kind of simulation. So nowadays we can also create simulations by AI, and one of the successful tools that we already implemented is through any logic. So we have the any logic software. It's AI powered software, so it can help us to measure or to quantify the risks that we can have along our supply chain in general. But the question here, do we really would like to apply AI or big data or digital twin or Internet of Things or blockchain, etc.? Unfortunately, most of the companies in general, they are going to think that to follow the crowd and to just have a certain company, they are a market leader inside a certain industry, maybe in oil and gas, maybe in FMCG and so on. And they are going to say, okay, so as long as this market leader implemented a certain technology, so we are going to follow them and that's it. However, what we recommend here that we can follow this kind of domains before the implementation of AI. So we have to take the wise procurement decision in general, and the wise or the wisdom in the procurement decision includes several aspects. One of them is to have the right people to implement this technology. Second thing is to have the right process to implement this technology, and also to have the right governance of the process itself, the right environment, the right time, and with the right cost possible. So this is going to lead us to highlight the frog experiment in general. So if you are going to see on the left of our screen, we have a certain frog. So this frog, for instance, if we are going to put this frog in a highly boiled water, so instantly it will jump to the other side. Why? Because it detected there is a danger. Okay, then it's like go outside the boiling water itself. However, and this is for sure due to the temperature itself. However, if we bring a normal water and also we put this frog inside and we try to increase the temperature gradually, okay, the frog is going to still the same. And unfortunately, it will be died. Okay, so this is going to like illustrate for us something like maybe we don't want the AI first to be implemented in our company. However, we have to focus on change the process first and decide the perfect time to change to a new era of the digital transformation, and also to make our success or our intervenence in general to be baby steps but stronger one. So for instance, if I see or I detected there are a lot of AI tools in general, and I would like to to implement it in my company, this is going to be if I just implement it and that's it. So this is going to be not the efficient approach. However, the efficient approach, I have to try to adapt the AI tool to my re-engineered process. So I have to make my process perfect at that time. I have to make some kind of business re-engineering or the process re-engineering. Then later I can apply the AI tool itself or the IoT or digital twin and so on. So I have to focus first on the process itself. So this is the thing. The second thing that I have to do some kind of human tech integration, and this is the successful implementation or the successful approach that we detected, that AI in general cannot replace human 100%. However, the most efficient approach in general is to combine the human with the technology itself. So for the leaders in the procurement and so on, they have to think in that approach to to review the process itself, to do some kind of enhancement and business process re-engineering. Then they can integrate with the aspect of the human itself with the technology. So this is going to make the helicopter eye view the best solution for our procurement intelligence. The last thing that I would like to mention here, that we have also to focus when we implemented the AI in procurement to have more efficiency and more value for our business in general. First of all, we have to take care or to focus on the helicopter eye view or the holistic procurement approach. That means that we have to care about the finance. That means we have to do some kind of integration with the supply chain itself, logistics, and so on. And also take care about the ethical and security aspect when it comes to the cybersecurity and so on. And for sure, the domain expertise inside the procure. This is some kind of the existing project that we already did. So we did some interactive dashboards. We did some kind of simulations. We did some kind of automatic ordering and PO creations, procurement spend analyzer, and vendor procurement AI agent as well. Thank you. And I hope that you get some key aspects of the AI and procurement in general. And this QR code, it includes AI tools in procurement and supply chain management. So you can go for this Excel sheet. It has more than 300 AI tools. You can use it in procurement and supply chain. Most of them, they are free or based on freemium basis, and happy to connect with you on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadi, for that wonderful and insightful discussion on AI. There are three takeaways I took from your discussion. Number one is the holistic approach of procurement. Yeah, so actually connecting the value chain from not just what procurement does, but how procurement integrates with the rest of the business. The second thing was AI is going to impact our life in general. So we need to embrace it.
Yes.
And the third one is the focus on human integration, right? The easier we can make AI solutions.
I think you are given the great insight how the technology has changed the landscape from manual process to digital processes, where if you see in today we are in the digital era, a lot of technology platform people are using like blockchain, RPA, AI, data, or maybe ChatGTP to enhance the efficiency and the productivity of procurement function. I think the blockchain also, I think it is also working in the same in line, is also one of the technology, or maybe I will say is a emerging technology in the digital era in order to enhance the efficiency, productivity of supply chain as well as the other industry also. This is the slide how the paradigm has shifted from P2P process. It is not a PowerPoint presentation. How in the past you have seen when the leaders they have to just execute some tasks, they deploy more and more manpower, but the process was the operating cost was very high, and the higher chances of the error rates, low control, low compliance, and the low productivity. Then later on the leaders, they decided, can we have more focus on the processes so that people are able to have more control, moderate productivity. And then now in the digital era, where if you see everybody is talking about the technology in order to enhance the operating cost because of the competitive environment, and the more compliance, more productivity, and the fast and the efficient processes. Before giving the insight about the blockchain, let us understand there are different kind of database. I will just discuss. There is a centralized, decentralized, and the distributed ledger. I think the blockchain technology works on the distributed ledger. Centralized, where in the distributed ledger, or the nodes are well connected with each other. That is why if you see people are saying blockchain technologies, people are not able to tamper, because if you get the nodes are well connected and they are creating is a trustworthy environment or network in the system. And that is why if you see the metrics also, where you will find lot of the high privacy and the security in the blockchain technology. Now I will just give some insight about the blockchain technology. The blockchain technology was invented by Satoshi Nakamoto in 2008. Earlier it was a block, and the separate name was there, and later on he has just merged the name. It was called the blockchain technology. It was used to manage the cryptocurrency and the leaders, people have decided, can we use this engine in the different domain of the industry to enhance the efficiency, productivity, or more compliance. The blockchain technology is similar to the book, where if you see in the book, every page has some content. In the same blockchain also, you will find once we will do some transaction, the new block is created, and the transaction is captured on the block, and the previous transaction is also captured on the same block. Like if you see in the diagram also, in block 52, there are some content of block 51 also, and the
Sorry,
yeah.
Ajay, can you put your slides in the presentation mode where your slides are not moving?
Oh, really?
And now they are. Just click on the presentation mode at the bottom.
Now, Vikram?
We can see this slide now. What is blockchain technology? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just
Still
explaining
still not presentation mode, but we can at least see the slide. Yeah.
Yeah, you are able to see the slide, and the slides are moving also. Like recently, I have just gone to the previous slide.
No,
the
they're not.
blockchain. I'm really sorry. I think that I was just, what is a blockchain technology? Already I have explained how the blockchain technology was invented and it was used to manage the cryptocurrency. And I have compared the blockchain technology with the book, where if you see every book has some content. In the same manner, blockchain technology also, every block has some content, and plus alpha, any transaction we are doing on the block, the new transaction will be also captured on the same block, and the previous content, some of the part will be part of the same block, so that there will be a proper relationship with the block 1, block 2, block 3, so that people are able to create the ecosystem, or maybe you will say trustworthy environment in the network of the blockchain. These are the key features of the blockchain. The blockchain technology, these are the 4 features of the blockchain, where the shared ledger is a record that used to maintain the record across the business network. Cryptography is used to ensuring the secure and the authentic transaction in the system. Then the consensus is, I think, like if you see in our organization, sometime as per the delegation, we have the maker checker process also. Like in the blockchain, because nodes are well connected with each other, then I think there will be some proper validation of the transaction in the network also. And the smart contract, where the business terms are embedded in the transactional database and executed with the transactions. These are some of the challenges in the procurement function, which we are just thinking to address by the blockchain technology. Like if you see in every organization, if you see the start point to end point, everybody is looking is a higher efficiency, where if you see in sometime in the process, people are not getting the 100% efficiency. These are the basically poor due diligence process during the supplier onboarding process, inefficiency in the system in terms of the sales demand versus the capacity of the even the partners capacity, also like frauds in the system, lack of transparency, poor quality, non-compliance, and the defect and delay in the payment system, where if you see sometime we are not able to get the right kind of negotiation process because of internal processes where the payments are not disbursed on the time. These are the key features of the blockchain map with the different processes like the contract. I have shared the blockchain technology as capability where all the contractual terms embedded in the contract. With this, I think where all the stakeholders like end customers, suppliers, or maybe the finance or the business function or maybe the market, all people are well connected with each other. With this, people are able to create the automated payment systems, and with this, people are able to disperse the payment on the fast track. And sometime we can just discuss with our partner also, and we can use this tool for the negotiation to negotiate the better terms. Second is a kind of I think the most of the organization is going for the ESG reporting mechanism, and I think that the multiple database are used for the reporting with the help of the blockchain technology, smart contract or the consensus, where we can create the ecosystem so that there should be some authentic and there should not be any challenge in terms of the reporting also. And the third is the transparency and the traceability of the product, because in the supply chain is a very important element, especially in the automobile industry or the FMCG or maybe the other industry, where the traceability from the tier 1, tier 2 partner to end customer, it should be seamless. But with the help of the blockchain technology, shared ledger, definitely people are able to get the right kind of insight, and with fraction of second we can get all the insight in case of any traceability is required for a particular component. The supplier verification onboarding with the help of the shared ledger secure, and the database or the credential of the database is secured in the system. And sometime if our group company is also looking the same supplier, where we can just share all the data with the help of the blockchain technology, so that they need not to go for the again due diligence process. And the fourth one is inventory management with the help of the blockchain, where the supplier tier 1, tier 2, or maybe the end dealer distributor, they are well connected. With this, people are able to optimize our inventory also, and fraud prevention in terms of the fake or the genuine product we can validate with the help of the blockchain technology. And the last, not the least, where if you see the collaboration with the supplier, end customer, dealer, distributor, we can have the ecosystem. With this, with the help of the blockchain technology, we can create the with the help of the shared ledger and the consensus and the smart contract, we can create the ecosystem for the collaboration. And the last one is the auditability and the compliance. I think proper log audit, everything is embedded in the contract or maybe the shared ledger. We can just create is a more compliant system in the with the help of the blockchain technology. These are the how the blockchain technology we can use in the different industry. These are the some of the use cases I'm just sharing. Like if you see in the automobile industry, in case of any market treatment is required, where if you see the components or the vehicles are lying in the different part of country or maybe the globally also. But I think with the help of the blockchain technology, we can get all the insight, and quickly we can just take the market treatment, and quickly we can change or recover those components from the market, so that it will help us to minimize reputation risk of the organization. And the second one is in the real estate, where the land registry to find out who is the right owner for the land. But with the help of the blockchain technology, it will also avoid a conflict between the families or maybe the owners. We can get all the insight And the third is a authentication of the medicine. Like if you are planning to buy some medicine from any of the pharmaceutical where you don't have any insight, you just see the expiry and the lot control or maybe the manufacturer name. But with the help of the blockchain technology, you will get all the insight, manufacturing date, salt, which country, all information you will get with the fraction of seconds, rather than getting or maybe some doubt on the authentication of the medicine. And the last one is the traceability of the product, where lot of product people are from in the FMCG we are getting or we are taking from the market, but we don't have any insight. But with the help of the blockchain technology, we will get lot of insight about the product traceability. Banking and financial sector, it also help in order to minimize the payment cost. Also, a lot of intermediates are working in the banking and financial sector or the insurance also. With this, people are able to remove the intermediates and fast disbursement of the payment. And in the education system also, it also help to for the background verification, or maybe in the during the job, we people are moving from one place to another place for the job, where if you see a lot of HR team, they people are doing the background verification. But with the help of the blockchain technology, we will get all the insight rather than doing the individual verification process. Last one, government is also using for the e-voting process, where if you see sometimes people are moving from their own location to a different location, but they don't have the voting rights. But with the help of the blockchain technology, they can go for the e-voting system and they can just cast their vote. Thank you, Vikram. This is my last slide.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. This is very insightful. I'm sure everybody listening would have learned so much, like I did as well, about blockchain and the application along with collaboration, traceability, and then also compliance. So thank you so much for that. Next, we will move to AI again. And this time, Loveleen is going to tell you through a demo, actual AI tool that he's developing. So over to you, Loveleen.
Thank you, Vikram. I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, we can see it. Can you put in the presentation mode?
Yeah, I put it in the presentation.
Okay, yes, good to go.
Okay, thank you, Vikram. Thanks, Shadi and Ajay, for setting the context. It has been interesting listening to all of you. I'm going to show you a demo of a couple of use cases. And before we get into the demo, it's important to understand that the use cases that you're going to implement in procurement, they will depend on what kind of persona you are considering for the AI. And typically in the popular narrative, we are looking at AI as an intelligent assistant. But we should also think about it as a professional consultant. We're paying a lot of money to the consultants. So AI can also act as a professional consultant for you. When we're dealing with the intelligent assistant, we're normally giving it very, very explicit instructions. We're telling it do things exactly like this. But that's not the way we deal with the consultants. We go to consultant, tell them, hey, here is my problem. Please help me. Tell me how to do this thing. That's a very, very different way of doing things. So the use cases that I'm going to talk about, they will be focusing mostly on the right-hand side. How do you leverage AI as a professional consultant? And how do you, elevate and enrich all your employees in working with these AI systems? The procurement functions are no strangers to the challenges. Every day we are dealing with crisis, firefighting, moving from one fire to another fire. And there is also a lot of awareness these days that some of these challenges could be eased significantly. They may not be getting eliminated, but they can be eased significantly with the help of AI. When I talk to the procurement leaders, I hear three kinds of concerns. Where do we start? And this is something you would have seen in the common theme in almost everywhere, that people are struggling. Where do we start? I do not have $1 million budget to buy some fancy AI tool. First I show value, or first I get a budget. That's where we get stuck. Do I need to hire data scientist? Do we all need to learn Python? Do we need to learn prompt engineering? So these are the questions which are there on the mind of everyone. They all want to make the first move, but they're hesitant to make the first move. And that's where the vehicle is still stuck up over there. And I hope with this today's session, you're able to make your first move. Start small. Don't think of sending a rocket to the moon or Mars. Start small. Pick up something which is a real problem that you're facing. It's a low risk problem. When you're starting small, you'll have low investment. It's a low risk thing. Be ready to fail, but work on something which is a real problem. That's the important thing. Now, whether you're doing AI internally within your internal teams, or are you going to buy it from outside, talk procurement, not technology. It should not happen that most of the discussion is happening about technology. Discussion should be always about procurement. We don't want to do AI just for the sake of AI. We want to use AI for solving a real problem. Talk about category strategy. Talk about negotiation strategy, supplier strategy. Talk about your negotiation design, auction design, linear performance pricing. How do you search efficiently inside a contract? How do you do a claim negotiation? These are the things that you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Discussion should be about these things. Discussion should not be about technology. Leave the technology to the technology experts. But you should be driving the whole thing using the lingo, using the use cases and the problem areas of procurement. And all these things that you talk about, they may have some synergies. Make sure that these things are talking to each other. It's not rocket science. And I'm going to show you, some of the things can be done in a very, very simple way. And you just have to pick up relevant use cases and then do a little bit of imagination, and you'll be able to handle it with that. Let me switch over to demo. I'm sharing this tool. I hope it's visible to you. So over here, we got a lot of, thank you, Vikram. Lot of building blocks for, identical part analysis, should cost analysis, performance pricing, auction design, volume allocation, chiralgic analysis. So many things are there, and scenario generation and agents. And I'm going to pick up a couple of things that I've already prepared for you. Let's start with the category strategy. When we are doing category strategy, one of the first things that we do, we pick up all our commodities and we try to assess what is the, how much is the supply risk for that particular thing. And how important is that commodity for our business? How does it impact our profit? How does it generate the value? And if you look at these things, typically in most of the places, you're doing some kind of a rating or a ranking on a score of 1 to 5 or maybe 1 to 10. Over here, you can do this thing manually just by clicking over here. There are a couple of easy questions, number of suppliers. Is it easy to replace this thing with something else? Entry barriers, those kind of stuff. And then you can give some comments over here. You can leverage AI to do this kind of rating for you automatically and also generate the justifications for you. What you're seeing right now is done automatically by AI. I've used GPT-401 Mini, and you can use other models such as Gemini or Perplexity and other from this one also. See, you may be working on multiple categories. These days, it's very common that you have a shared pool of people who are building strategies for multiple areas. And suddenly you have to work in a new area, which is not your area of expertise, or there's a new category manager who has joined the team. You can leverage AI to give you the first perspective on category strategy very quickly. And you don't have to wait for weeks or months or hours. It can be done in minutes. Once the analysis has been done here in terms of scoring it, we go back to the next block. This is where we are seeing the landscape of your particular business. This is the standard classical chiralgic matrix. We have got a value on the vertical axis, and on the horizontal axis, we have got the supply risk. And all those commodities are plotted over here. Most of the people, often I've seen they stop here and then jump to the tactical action planning, and this landscape remains as it is. You have to change this landscape. So otherwise these problems will remain you every year, next year, next to next year also. If you want to change this landscape, you have to first understand what is the landscape. On the top left is where we have got the maximum power for negotiation with the supplier. Bottom right is where supplier has got maximum power. So for us, preferred quadrant is the top left. So our game-changing moves will be typically in terms of moving things towards the left side, reduce the risk, and move up towards the leverage. Not everything needs to move in this fashion. You can decide that you want to move directly over here, or something may be moving in a little bit, and you decide how much you want to move. You have got something non-critical at the bottom. You can bundle it with the leverage items in a common auction, and you can ensure that suppliers are bidding for the attractive items as well as less attractive auction items. Thereby, you can increase the value of these non-critical items also. This is the chart that you should be taking. The senior leaders actually in procurement should be taking to their business stakeholders and tell them, see, this is the reality of our company, and this is the landscape that we have got. We have to decide how do we change this landscape, because procurement cannot change it alone. Business has to get involved. So how do we change? What do we need to do? We'll double click over here and we get to see that, okay, if you're on the bottom left, you just need to manage the demand. Nothing else is required. Other things do not really make sense. If I'm on the extreme right, I've got very high supply risk. We're looking for R&D breakthrough. We need to find out a substitute for this item so that we can get rid of this item. We can also look at specification engineering. We can also look at managing the risk. As you're selecting these things, the list of levers available to you, they are also increasing for you. So you pick up something which is nearby, close by to this recommended option, and that way it will be a relevant thing for you. Again, over here, you can take the help of AI to suggest levers to you, and then you can get a first view from AI. You can edit it, modify it, and move forward with that. Same way, this data can be pushed into an action planner block, and then action planner block can also help you with same kind of activities. I'll show you something here on the scenario analysis. It's a very critical part of doing the analysis for category strategy. We take here an example of trade wars across countries. First thing we can do is we can ask AI to tell us what are the various factors which influence these trade wars, which are relevant over here. Then we pick up two factors. What is the duration of trade wars? What is the scope of tariffs? And then we ask AI to generate the scenarios, and it generates these scenarios. 4 scenarios it has generated on a 2x2 matrix. You can edit this. You can add your own commentary over here beyond whatever AI has generated. And it gives you what are the extremes that it has picked up at the bottom in this small font. Now, generation of these scenarios is not good enough. We also want to know which scenario are we moving towards. Today, it may generate 4 scenarios, but we don't know which scenario is really likely to happen. So here are some goalposts, some warning signs. If you see rapid diplomatic engagements, if you're seeing temporary tariff measures, that means it's going to be a short-lived problem. On the other hand, if you see there is a very well-entrenched political positions are there, and they're slowly expanding the trade barriers over a period of time. So these are the things that you're reading in newspapers, you're reading in media every day, but you just don't have a ready-made checklist to analyze this data in a structured way. So here you get a list of very, very structured warning signs. You monitor these warning signs, and they will guide you that okay, we are moving toward this particular scenario called slow burn stage. And that helps you in figuring out, and you need not be the expert in everything. You just need to leverage the AI, and that's the core skill that you need to learn. And with the help of right kind of tool, that analysis becomes very, very easy for you. I'll try to show you a couple of use cases here. I'll pick up one more. This is about auction design. I'm sure all of you must be having access to some e-auction tools, and but designing an auction is something that skill is not commonly available. We are often relying on consultants to help with that activity. So we fill up our basic details of the business. We put in some details of the items that we are going to buy. We provide something about the competition landscape, and then we ask the AI system to tell us what are the various kind of auctions which are relevant for me. For my given input details, what is the ranking? And then we select, let's say we have selected the English reverse auction. Give me the design parameters. It is giving you all the design parameters, bidding structure, number of rounds, durations, auto extension rules, visibility of bids, anonymous bidders. Not only that, you get item by item guidance over here. And then we can also ask it that to give us some more, advanced game theory based game theory based levers. How do we increase the pressure on the suppliers to actively participate in the bid? Because auction, you have to create a pressure on the suppliers. Auction does not happen automatically with the help of a tool. It's a game that you have to design so that you force the suppliers to bid. Unlike a negotiation where you are playing the game with the supplier, in an auction, suppliers are playing the game among themselves, and you just have to create that environment for them. I'll show you one more example of, let me pick up an example of linear performance pricing. Some of you might be using it on a regular basis. Concept is simple. The items which have got similar kind of specifications, they must have similar kind of cost. Their cost should not be very, very different. Otherwise, you should challenge the supplier. So we have here data of capacitors with some of their parameters like capacitance, voltage, case sizes, temperature coefficient, all those things are there. First thing we do, we ask the AI, tell me, are these fields enough or do we need to generate some new fields? It is recommended that, okay, create a new field called energy. You can create it from combining the capacitance and voltage. No need to gather new data. Just multiply these two things. That's good enough. It'll give you a very good field. So we come over here. We define a new field here, energy, take the product of capacitance and voltage. And now we want to see, is it really a good field or not? So we ask it to rank. So it is showing us the best predictors of cost. And indeed, energy is ranked highest on this one. Voltage is the number 3, tolerance is number 4. So it is giving you ranking which of these attributes are very good predictors of cost for capacitors based on the data that we have in our data file. And the data is available over here as this data file. Capacitance, voltage, cases, all that stuff is here. So after a couple of more steps where we are doing the clustering, finally we end up with this kind of a regression analysis. And I'm going to put energy on the horizontal axis. As energy goes up, price should also be going up. That's what our vertical axis price shows. So easily in a couple of minutes, you can see that we have instances where we have got the same energy, but there are multiple items with different prices. So these 3 capacitors in this vertical line have got same energy, 470, but their prices are different. These items over here, they've got same energy, but their prices are different. So I'm going to say, okay, let me select this one, this one, this one for a discussion with the supplier. And we need to discuss with them. We need to challenge them or understand with them that why exactly is it so? That are you having some gold-plated, gold-tipped capacitors, or are you giving an iPhone free with these capacitors? So it is important to have that transparency in the discussion with the suppliers. A lot of such things are there. It's a limited time. And I don't want to go beyond the planned time and disrupt the whole schedule. 3 things that I would like to share with you. As I said earlier, it's not rocket science. There's a lot of hype and there's a lot of complexity has been projected. As procurement professionals, your job is to focus on the use cases. Use some imagination in context of those use cases. Start small, but think about building a portfolio of reusable apps, because when you're thinking about reusability, your cost of developing AI will be very, very low. I showed you examples of category strategy, negotiation strategy, supply strategy. They all have a lot of common building blocks. In this particular example, action planner, we are able to use so many places. The cryogenic analysis we can use at so many places. So when you have reusability, your cost will become significantly low. And talk procurement, don't let any of the your internal experts or vendors talk too much about technology. Make sure that focus remains on procurement. It does not shift to the technology. So friends, feel free to reach out to me, connect with me on LinkedIn. Here's my email ID. And whatever way I can help you, guide you, don't hesitate to get in touch with me.
Thank you so much, Lavleen. It was really, really insightful. And actually, thank you for simplifying AI for us. We are right at the time. So I think we can probably take a few questions from the audience today. So Sangeeta, do you have any questions for us?
Yes, Vikram, we do have some questions. The first one coming up is, what are the challenges for global supply chain in public procurement?
Lavleen, would you like to take that, having done the work with DRDO?
Actually, when you're dealing with the public procurement, transparency is the #1 thing which has to be ensured. There's a lot of leeway available to folks who are working in a corporate setup. In the public area, the transparency is #1 thing. And I will link it with some of the previous discussions. Public procurement has to look at very, very big picture of the entire country, entire society. So your sustainability becomes an important parameter, which is often missing out in the corporate buying things.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Lavleen. Keeping in mind the shortage of time, we will quickly go through a couple more questions. And I request the presenters to keep their answers very short, like Lavleen did just now. So the next question is, how can we use the blockchain technology to prevent criminal activities that affects our economy?
Ajay, would you like to take that, please?
Yeah, I think first, let us understand the concept of the blockchain technology. If you see, if we have the previous record of any criminal in the police station or maybe the court or maybe the other area, I think and then quickly people are able to get all the insight, and then accordingly we can just take some action in case of any look. Even if you see in case of any, even it is tagged with some Aadhaar or maybe some other identity. With this, I think people are able to get some insight, and quickly we can, or maybe the police or maybe the other authority, they can take the action with the help of the blockchain technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. One last question. What is smart contract?
The smart contract, I think in the presentation, I think where the contractual terms are embedded with the help of the blockchain technology. And in case of any, like I'm just giving one example, if you have taken any loan from bank and there are some contractual terms, and during the disbursement of the loan, or maybe if you see it is linked with your construction link loan, where lot of insight you have to give to the bank before getting the second installment or the third installment, where the bank, your constructor or builder, you or maybe the other authority, they are part of the blockchain technology, and it is routed through the smart contract. Then quickly bank can disperse the payment based upon the installments.
Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to thank Vikram and the other panelists. It was a very interesting discussion indeed. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people who are waiting to discuss more. I request all of them to put their questions in the chat boxes, and we will make sure that the answers are, all the questions are responded and answers provided to them. So thank you, everybody. And with this, now we move into a very important segment of the conference. This is Leadership Reflection Session, focusing on procurement excellence in a changing world. And who better than Mr. Vinay Sharma to reflect on the same? As you already know him, I would not go into his profile. You can always check it out at the agenda window in the lobby. So without taking much time, I would like to invite Mr. Sharma to take the session ahead. Over to you, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Great, excellent. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. It's a privilege to be present again here at the 5th International Procurement Conference. In this particular session, I want to reflect on procurement not just as a technical function, but as a leadership journey, a journey that has evolved from administrative, mechanical, clerical routines to becoming central to trust, innovation, and legitimacy in societies. Over the next 35 to 40 minutes, I'll share lessons from 4 decades, insights from reforms worldwide, and the challenges procurement leaders must embrace in our changing world. I must also say that while the title is Procurement Excellence in a Changing World, I am not very sure that I'm equal to the task of either talking about leadership or excellence. But I would put my views there anyway. With this, let me try and share a small presentation that I have prepared. Okay, so can you hear? Can you see this?
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Sangeeta, can this be seen, the presentation?
Yes, yes, sir, we can see the presentation.
Okay, great. Okay, all right, excellent. So we would be talking about, let me see if I can move the, because my screen has a vertical of the. Oh, let me. Yeah, here it is. I think. Yeah. Okay. Great. So in this particular presentation, we'll be talking a little bit about, reflections on trust, innovation, and what I think is the future. When I began my career in 1985, actually just about a little over 40 years ago, procurement was seen to be a clerical task. There were forms, there were checklists, there was compliance. And over time, I realized that while the form of procurement that we got to see was mechanical, public procurement was anything but clerical. It determines whether schools are open schools open in time, whether the students get their notebooks and their textbooks in time, whether vaccines reach rural clinics, whether communities see the state as reliable. Every contract is a signal. Does the state keep its promises? This realization changed everything for me. The contracts are not abstract entities. They are lived experiences. A school that is opening its doors to children, vaccines that are saving thousands and hundreds of thousands of lives in remote clinics, roads that are connecting livelihood centers to villages. Procurement is the bridge that bridges government promises and citizen realities. Trust is cemented or broken in these moments. Let me try and give you an example, a story that happened to me, I would say about 10 years ago, when the African Development Bank had provided a loan, or in fact a grant, to Liberia to construct a road connecting a fish town and another center of activity. Now, Liberia had just got out of war. There was a large number of youth who were unemployed. And therefore, we needed to provide employment to them as well. Now, the most prevalent view at that time was that we have to do the road in a way which is more efficient, which is, get a large contractor, get all the machines there, get the road constructed. And because there was very little capacity in the country itself. But we did something different. We actually invited the local contractors to bid for the contract. But the contractors said, we really do not have the kind of resources that you are expecting us to have. We do not have access to bank loans. We cannot provide you with a letter of credit that most other international funds will be able to provide you. But what we'll be able to provide you is local knowledge. And we changed the rules. We worked very differently. We accepted monetization of certain promises. There were grain merchants who were willing to give grains to the entire labor market, or the labor that the contractor was bringing. They were prepared to give credit for 3 months. There were petrol companies that were prepared to give credit. We monetized all this, and we actually gave the contract to this company. In just about a year's time, the road was constructed. The local youth had jobs. The local economies, they started doing well. And to this day, the communities in those two cities and all the villages, they still remember the African Development Bank that chose not to follow the rules, but to try and involve and bring a different definition of value, so that they could actually benefit from all this. Now, we are in a state of polycrisis. There are geopolitical shifts that reshape global supply chains. We know that in many cases, global supply chains have been broken. We have climate shocks that destroy infrastructure overnight. We saw this happen this year. We have pandemics that test agility. The entire world was almost closed for many months in 2020. And then fragility, it challenges our models. Now, procurement is at the front line of resilience. Procurement officers are no longer administrators. They are navigators of uncertainty and custodians of trust. So what does it mean? You would remember the crisis, for example, during COVID was securing PPEs. We also have a crisis today to have climate resilient infrastructure and to have supply chains work amid conflict. And there are many examples. We know that the supply chains had stopped working in 2020. The contracts that were already signed lost their sanctity because someone else came in and offered a higher price. So what is needed to be done by procurement officers is to identify these things and try and see what can be done to change the status quo. Now, the traditional focus was efficiency. The traditional focus of procurement has always been efficiency, which is the focus on cost and speed. Getting the maximum output from the inputs that have been given. But today, societies expect more. They expect jobs. They expect inclusion. They expect sustainability. They expect resilience. And procurement must be able to balance cost with broader impact. It is no longer just about doing things right. It is about doing the right things. So how has it changed? I mean, how has the evolution of excellence moved from a compliance mindset to performance and legitimacy? How has this happened? Our foundations remain unchanged. They remain indispensable. Transparency, competition, integrity, value for money. They are there. They are profoundly important for procurement today as they were yesterday. Without these, procurement collapses. But foundations alone are not enough in a changing world. What we have today is a set of benchmarks that have evolved the excellence and the evolution of the concept of excellence. So excellence is now defined by agility, by inclusiveness, sustainability, and responsiveness. So we already have open processes, fair bidding, ethical conduct, cost effectiveness. As I said, these are going to be there. They would be indispensable. But we in addition to that, we now require agility, which is rapid response to changing needs. There is no point in having a hospital constructed after the pandemic is over. We require inclusiveness, that is, all suppliers should have opportunities, not only those suppliers that have the capacity to do that. Sustainability, which is environmental responsibility and social responsibility, using ethics as a primary bulwark. And responsiveness, which is meeting citizens' expectations. So these are things that we are now moving towards. The concept of excellence is now evolving. So how does it play out? So one of the few things that is very visible are the changes in the MDBs, in the various MDBs, procurement policies, procurement reforms. So for example, we have rated criteria, which is beyond the lowest price, the evaluation, which is going beyond lowest price. As I mentioned this morning, there was a study that was done in about 27 years ago, which actually said that the initial price is actually a very, very small portion of the total cost over the lifetime of the asset, 1:5:200, which is perhaps a bit of an overstatement, but yet it gives you the scale of the costs. The risk-based approaches, they tailor the kind of oversight which is required. I mean, if the risk is not high, do we really need to spend the kind of money on the resources on oversight that is there for let us say, highly risky contracts? And finally, and perhaps the most importantly, is the country ownership. Please remember, the primary purpose of the existence of the Multilateral Development Bank is not to make sure that a road is built. It is to make sure that after the road is built, the country is able to build a similar road with the same kind of efficiency, the same kind of fairness, transparency, and so on. So the ownership of the country becomes very important. And the development part of the MDB's mission is to have the country in the driver's seat and to work with the country so that the institutions and the systems in the countries improve. Now, is it only the public sector that's going in this direction? Actually, the private sector has been doing this for many years. So the parallels in the private sector is, for example, strategic sourcing, which is long-term partnerships over transactions. There is a great deal of debate which is going on right now. Should we have a uniform end date for contracts? I mean, should we say that the sunset clause of a contract should not exceed 5 years if the life of the project itself is 10 years or 15 years? Does it make sense to have a retendering done in the middle of the project or in the middle of the life of the asset? Supplier partnerships, which is collaborative innovation and growth. There was a model that was being talked about at the beginning of the century, which was the partnership model. The IBM endowment for betterment of governance actually did a great deal of work on the partnership model, whether it should be a zero-sum game or the suppliers and the employees should be working together as one team. And then the innovation pipelines, which is the focus on continuous innovation. So what does it mean as far as the reflections are concerned? I think what the last 40 years have told me is that the key lesson is the balance between guardrails and innovation. So we have the limits, the boundaries on one side that cannot be crossed. Those are the red lines. But at the same time, we have to try and see whether innovation is able to help societies. Too many rules without flexibility that causes paralysis. This is what we had seen many years ago when we had compliance-driven procurement systems where there were rules, and the rules had to be followed. And that created paralysis because there was no innovation. There was very little innovation and so on. On the other hand, too much flexibility without rules invites abuse. So we can't even go to the other extreme, which is so much of flexibility that anyone is prepared, is independent or is free to do whatever they like. That is an invitation to abuse. Leadership is trying to make this balance. Now, procurement leaders, they face pressures. What kind of pressures do they face? I'm sure many of you would be able to identify these pressures. They're political pressures, they're commercial pressures, they're personal pressures. And integrity is not only about preventing corruption. It is about ensuring confidence that the rules apply equally to everyone. And that requires courage, that requires conviction, that requires character. The courage to say no, to uphold fairness, even at a personal cost. I am sure many of you would be able to sort of understand that, would be able to relate to this, because these are things that many public procurement officers sort of see on a daily basis. Just 1 second, please. Okay. Now, one of the most important things to be able to make these changes is the investment in capacity. This is something that sadly public procurement has not been seeing for a very long time. We have, there have been cases about, some efforts towards capacity building, to creating cadres and so on, but they have really not been very effective. We have to understand that public procurement has to be a profession. It cannot remain an occupation. For far too long has procurement been an occupation and not a profession. And I think one of the most pressing challenges for public procurement leaders is to reverse this status quo. Now, frameworks matter. For example, the Federal Acquisition Regulations framework of the US, which covers federal purchasing by the government of the US, it's a fairly comprehensive framework with the cadre of acquisition officers who have the authority and the responsibility of giving decisions as far as public procurement is concerned. They have capacity building initiatives. They have got institutes that provide training and certifications to government officers. India has been an example. The Indian Railways has had a separate cadre for, I don't know, for maybe 70 or 80 years already. And it has also been reformed in recent past. So there have been a lot of reforms being carried out, and IRSS is not the only cadre that it has. There used to be a cadre for Indian Supply Service or Indian Inspection Service. There were, I think the military also used to have, the defense used to have its own cadre, and that has actually helped the country a great deal. Nigeria recently has started the procurement transformation through a fairly large project which is financed by the World Bank, which is providing various levels of training and capacity building in public procurement in various universities and centers of excellence and so on. These are some of the examples. There are many more examples across the world. But I think what is required is a framework that is globally accepted, standards that are globally accepted, and a process that ultimately leads to a universal acceptance of at least what constitutes proper capacity building as far as public procurement is concerned. Now, every procurement leader faces trade-offs. So we have talked about cost versus value. Okay. What is cost? Cost is what you pay. Value is what you get. So there is clearly a tension between lowest cost versus best value. And we did have some discussion this morning about what constitutes value. And there are frameworks that exist. There are frameworks at an abstract level, which is the 4 E's or the 5 E's, which is value is efficiency, economy, effectiveness, equity, and possibly ethics. And different ways of doing this. The value for money has been defined a great deal by accountants and the accountant bodies and so on. It's been used by OECD, by the World Bank, by procurement officers across the world. The other thing is control versus ownership. What is the model that should work? Are we talking about a centralized procurement system where decisions are taken at the federal or the central level? It has its advantages. It has the advantages of better control, because the decisions are at a central level. You can have better quality decisions that are taking place. But then the local ownership, which when it's a decentralized process where decisions are taken at a decentralized level, at the level of the state or the district or the village or the community, that brings sustainability, that brings decisions closer to the ground, and that brings greater trust of the state in the minds of the citizens. And finally, speed versus scrutiny. I mean, do we really have to have a decision on whether it should be speed or scrutiny? Whether we want a rapid delivery versus thorough review. And sometimes rapid delivery is important when you are talking in terms of emergency procurement delivery. The speed of delivery is all what it counts. But in a normal situation, you really cannot have speed with very little of oversight. But at the same time, what is thorough? How much of review is sufficient? So those are the decisions that are required to be taken. And leadership lies in making these trade-offs explicit, transparent, and justifiable. Now, let's talk about this very important discussion. What are the bridge builders? We talked about the bridge, which is important for public procurement officials to navigate. Public procurement officials or policymakers ultimately need to be bridge builders. So they have to build bridges between rules and results. There is no point in having, very rigorous rules if they are not leading to the kind of results that you want. You need to have bridges between institutions and citizens. you cannot have institutions that are so far removed from citizens that the citizens do not believe that the institutions are doing them any good. And there need to be bridges between today and tomorrow. Today should lead to tomorrow. So the change that takes place has to be on a constant basis. And there should be something which is on the line of sight of the changes and the innovations and the policy and the monitoring of the changes that have taken place and so on. So at the end of the day, I think this is something that I believe is fundamental for public procurement officials to have. Procurement leaders must act as bridge builders. And this is something I believe that we'll be seeing more and more of. Now, let us come to this very important subject, this very important part of public procurement, which is the social contract. Now, social contract is a term which has been used for hundreds of years. But the social contract lens for development is something that has happened only in the last couple of decades. And in procurement, this is something which is now happening. Now, what is the social contract? Social contract is the contract that the citizens have with the state, where the citizens give up some of their rights for the state to provide them services, to provide them security, to provide them all what is needed, law and order, and so on and so forth. So the citizens actually give up some rights. They pay taxes for the contract that they build with the state. Now, so what are how does it actually function? It's very interesting that the social contract defines whether the state can be trusted or whether the state is legitimate. And we are seeing signs all across the globe. We are seeing signs of a social contract that is fraying. We saw it in the Arab Spring in North Africa in 2010. We are seeing it in many countries in ECA, in many countries in Central Asia and Eastern Europe. We see it in some parts of Southeast Asia, and so on, and Latin America. So, for example, if we are seeing state encounter, which are the places that we see state encounters, for example? We see, just one. We see the state encounters taking place at the level of, for example, roads, schools, health services, and so on. This is where we see, and this is where the trust and the legitimacy of the state is tested. So, what is the practical implication of this? If you are able to have a procurement system that builds legitimacy and builds trust, then the state functions much better than it would be without legitimacy and trust. In fragile settings, for example, fairness reduces grievances. If people, even in fragile settings, see fairness, then the level of grievance that the citizens have reduces, and therefore the trust and the legitimacy of the state increases. In developing economies, local content enhances jobs. So if we are in a developing economy where there is a lot of unemployment, there are people who need some jobs, but we see mechanized labor coming in or mechanized machines coming in and constructing the road and all that. That provides a level of discontent to the population. So the developing economies, the local content enhances jobs and therefore fairness and therefore greater trust in the government. Climate policy, for example, we see it happening every day. Procurement may drive green transitions. It may drive move towards a more green economy, and therefore people feel that the state is doing things which is actually in their own good. Now, the critical question that needs to be asked in case whenever a contract is to be signed is whether the contract strengthens or weakens the bond between citizens and the state. At the end of the day, if this question is answered satisfactorily, we are moving towards a more strengthened social contract. And public procurement has a great deal to do as far as the social contract is concerned. The World Bank is already working on the social contract and public procurement. And it is believed that this is going to be a fairly important topic for discussion in the coming years. I think the previous discussions was on this subject, technology and AI revolution. This is something obviously we can't shy away from. Technology and AI revolution is revolutionizing the way procurement is done these days. E-procurement platforms, which is the digital transformation of processes, it's increasing. Unfortunately, not increasing at a pace that we would like. I think even today, of the total volume of procurement, global procurement that is made, a very small share is actually done using e-procurement systems that are working on open contracting data and so on, where the data is so visible that effective analysis and all that could be done. But it is changing. So we have more and more access to data today. And that is leading to a lot of analytical tools, for example, anti-corruption tools. There is a project which was started by the World Bank called the PROACT, the Procurement Anti-Corruption Transparency Tool, which assesses data from a very large number of sources, I don't know how many million contracts, and then decides what is the level of risk as far as corruption is concerned for a specific supplier or for a specific country. We have AI-driven risk detection, which I think was also discussed in the previous discussion. But AI-driven risk detection is actually now being used in a number of countries. I think the World Bank is also thinking of using or is already working on using AI-driven tools for not only reducing the risk or identifying the risk, but also in oversight work. Data analytics, as I said, is something that is being done for better decisions. I mean, I am particularly impressed by the example of Bangladesh, where they have sort of they have had almost all of their procurement contracts being done electronically, and therefore there is a great deal of analytical information that is being generated. And then blockchain transparency. Again, this is something that was discussed in the previous discussion. What is also, I think, very clearly important is the integration of sustainability and ESG in public procurement. So we know about the pilot programs, for example, which is testing green procurement approaches. This has been there for a very long time. And once the pilot programs ultimately lead to policy integration of green specifications and green approaches into the policy. So, for example, I mean, I think one of the most relevant discussions that is taking place is whether the NDCs and the net zero commitments can actually become a driving force towards better procurement. And finally, when through pilot programs and policy integration, mainstreaming of these practices of sustainability and ESG practices across the globe. A lot of work is being done in southern part of Africa. A lot of work is being also done in eastern part of Africa and in some countries in Asia, in Central Asia, in some countries in the Middle East as well. So what does it mean for procurement leaders of the future? I think the procurement leaders of the future have to be strategists, which is they have to have a long-term vision and planning. This is a given. There is a great deal there is a necessity of the procurement leaders of the future to also have the soft skills for stakeholder relationship management. I mean, these days it's very common to have consultations with various stakeholders, whether they're community leaders or tribal leaders or politicians or the general public or the bidding community or the oversight, the NGOs and so on and so forth. They cannot be just contract managers. So it has to go beyond the traditional roles. And they have to be innovators. I mean, they have to be creative as far as problem solving is concerned. Technology is helping them. But at the same time, I think the basic parameters of what constitutes the skills that a procurement leader should have are now undergoing major changes. And these are the skills that we are going to be seeing in tomorrow's procurement leaders. Now, the leadership is not about perfect rules. It is about principled judgment in an imperfect world. Integrity, adaptability, courage, and empathy. These are the true currencies of procurement leadership. And above all, trust is our most valuable asset. So please remember, the most valuable currency is integrity, having ethical foundation, adaptability to be able to respond flexibly depending on the context, courage, which is decisions that are principled, and empathy, which is being able to understand what the other people want. Because at the end of the day, procurement leaders or procurement officers are not purely pen pushers. They are there as trustees of the trust that has been given to them by the citizens. So what do I see as the way forward? Procurement must be elevated from a transactional function to become a strategic powerhouse. That means that they have to demonstrate strategic value, which means that it has to go beyond compliance and to be able to deliver measurable business impact and competitive advantage. So strategic value driver is one of the various functions that we'll be seeing procurement to be having. It has to earn executive influence. I mean, you see in the private sector, we talk about the C-suite. We don't see very much procurement officers being a part of major decision-making as far as the government is concerned. So, and that's unfortunate because the total volume of public procurement across the world is $15 trillion. I mean, this is almost 13%, almost $1 in $7 that is being spent by anyone is being done through public procurement. So with this kind of a buying power, with almost $15 trillion of expenditure, if procurement is seen or if it is relegated only to a mechanical activity, that's very unfortunate. So the procurement leaders will have to earn executive influence. They will have to demonstrate leadership through data-driven results and strategic thinking. I think a lot of this has already started, but I think the push needs to be even more. They have to build unshakable trust. And that I can't emphasize enough, which is counter fraud perceptions through radical transparency and ethical excellence. Now, there is this feeling that whenever there's a contract, there might be something wrong with this. And I think it is important that this be broken through adherence to the highest integrity and ethical conduct, so that there is unshakable trust that is established as far as the citizens are concerned. And finally, we need to inspire tomorrow's leaders today. We need to professionalize the field with very clear pathways and compelling career narratives. Now, this is what I have spoken so far is only a reflection of what I have sort of seen the last 35 to 40 years. But I think the move is irreversible and the move is very clear. We are moving towards public procurement, which is now becoming an engine of trust rather than a tool for issuing contracts based on certain rules. Let me stop here. Thank you very much for your time. And I would be very happy to answer any questions or to hear any comments or observations. Thank you, Sangeeta.
Thank you, sir. This was very, very interesting. And yes, there are questions, of course. I'll start by taking the first question, which is, what are the main challenges of procurement in public sectors?
Okay, yeah, just a second. Okay, all right, great. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think it depends on the context. I mean, one of the biggest challenges that I've seen is that, public procurement officers have a mindset of, following the rules and so on. And that is tested when there are emergencies or fragile situations. I mean, the recent example of the response to COVID is one such example where, countries would either take the very conservative view and therefore try to do things the normal way, or they would take a view which was far too flexible without checks and balances, and then you have problems like what the UK is facing already. I mean, huge problems, and many other countries are facing and so on. So that is one of the problems. The second problem is, I think, that the training that a lot of procurement officers have, which is to basically follow the rules, which is to try and to have a solution which is deterministic, where you are able to say 2 + 2 = 4, and where you are not required to use your judgment. And there are reasons for this, because they are being often accused of being subjective and so on. And finally, I think the kind of leadership that is required to be able to move this from an occupation to a profession is something that is required yesterday.
Thank you, sir. The next question coming, what are those management strategies to be employed as procurement leader to motivate your staff to achieve procurement sustainability and success?
I think a discussion, I think a dialogue is something which is critical for any leader. I mean, if a procurement leader believes that, his or her job is to sit in the office and to give instructions, that's never going to work. And that's certainly not going to work in a field like procurement, which is still evolving, where standards are sort of being met, where a positive movement can only take place through discussions and dialogue, where it's not only within your team but outside your team, with other procurement teams and so on. So I think a procurement officer or a procurement leader is going to be successful if there is an element of collaboration, of consultation, of being able to really see. I mean, if you're not in love with your own proposals or your own policies or theories, then I think that helps the procurement profession a great deal.
That's true insight. Yes, thank you. One more question that I see on the screen is, how can we explain to the audit team that the lowest price is not the main criterion for selecting a bidder?
Well, I think there are, I mean, somehow I feel, I mean, I know that this happens in practice, but if, let us say, there is a leadership decision that value has to be defined in a particular way, and value is not always defined by the lowest, and therefore, there is a framework that is already defining how things have to be done. In that case, the procurement officer is protected, which means that he or she has a firm framework that he can rely on. And if the framework says that, these are the factors that you have to take into account, then there is very little. I mean, the audit team would not be able to question a procurement officer on the choice of a decision or on the choice of a process if that process is already a part of the policy. So I think it is, I mean, capacity building, discussions and so on. I mean, I also believe that a lot of people have not fully understood the concept of rated criteria. I think it's a very complex thing. We need to know what it means. There have been, some discussions I have myself written on LinkedIn on this subject a great deal. The use of, whether in what circumstances can rated criteria be used with effect and so on. So yeah, so this is, I mean, so essentially what is needed here is clarity as far as the public procurement policy is concerned. And as if the procurement policy is clear, then use that procurement policy to, to take decisions.
Thank you, sir. Very well said. And one last thing, it has come up, if time permit, one more question, may I?
Yeah, of course.
How can one navigate the political influences of political office holders? It's interesting.
Okay, so, and there also, I think the clarity as far as procurement policy is important. I think if if procurement leaders and procurement officers are able to say that they are following, they are following the rule of law. There's very little that anyone can do. If the policy requires certain things, then you could have personal. I mean, we all of us have seen this. We have personal difficulties as a result of political decisions and so on. But at the end of the day, if a decision is taken which compromises the political process, then you are giving then the possibility or the chances of this being repeated is actually much more. So if, let us say, you have your bosses and your hierarchy that is able to support you in establishing a rule of law, then I don't see too many cases of, I don't think the interference that one sort of feels that the political class would be effective.
Thank you, sir. Very well said. And thank you for this wonderful session. Thank you. And now I think it's time for a short break. And please use this time to engage with peers on our virtual platform. And of course, for going through the fun zone, there is a quiz there. So do use good time. Look for rewards in the quiz section, write on the scribble wall, take your selfies and put it up on LinkedIn. And we shall be back at 5 p.m. IST. See you soon.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We now arrive at one of the most awaited highlights of IPC 2025, our global roundtable discussion. As we all are aware, procurement today is a critical juncture, balancing digital innovation, sustainability, and resilience. This roundtable brings together global leaders who will share their perspectives on shaping procurement for tomorrow. It is my privilege to introduce our session chair, Mr. Brishpan Vaidya, Head of APAC Sourcing and Global Buying Center at Uber. With over 20 years of cross-industry procurement experience across Uber, Accenture, and American Express, Mr. Vaidya is recognized leader in procurement transformation, category management, and supply governance. Over to you, Mr. Vaidya.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Sangeeta. Pleasure to be here. I know this is the last session of the day. We'll try to make it, the interesting one. We have a great panel of, the speakers here from all over the world. Very briefly about, this session. So the topic that we are looking at is aligning procurement practices with future needs, which broadly talk about where we are today and where the world would be in the procurement domain. And we would be hearing it from, some of, the well-established speakers, I would say. We have the diverse set of speakers, if I have to, talk about. I'll first do the quick introduction for all of them very briefly. First of all, we have, Mr. Tanner with us. He's joining us from London. He's international construction lawyer, FEDIC certified, adjudicator, as well as a trainer, very, very renowned, person in his domain. Then we have Ms. Shilpa, who's joining us from US. Shilpa is a director SaaS, in Electa, and has experience in AI, ML, and various other technologies. Then we have Mr. Kestotis joining us from Lithuania. He's the principal advisor to the public procurement office at Lithuania. So you can understand the diverse panelists that we have today. The structure is that we would be having 2 to 3 questions per panelist. We'll try to answer any questions that the audience would have. Please feel free to put all your questions and we'll try to respond. In case the question is directed to a particular individual, please do mention the name. So before we kind of, start talking about, the questions that we have, would like to get some flavor from all of you in the form of, couple of poll questions. Can we have the first poll question, please? And people who are participating, they have to go to Slido, go to poll and respond to it. Is the question live? Is it being shared? If someone can help me. Yeah, I believe it is there. So one of the questions we have is, what do you see the biggest driver shaping the future of procurement? Choose the best option that you think would work. One of them is digital technology and AI. Second is sustainability and ESG. Third is global risk and resilience. And fourth is cost optimization and efficiency. Please choose one of, the responses out of these. At the moment, I'm seeing, the response trending towards digital technology and AI. Okay, can we move to the next question? So this talks about which is the future skill procurement leader needs the most. Can we see the responses, please? I know a lot of people have responded. Okay, people are responding. $20 seconds more. Yeah. last few seconds. And let's see what's the response. Can we have the answers, please? I think they are getting refreshed. Okay, at my end, I can see, the maximum responses come for strategic foresight and adaptability. That's the one that I have here. I believe there is some tech issue, which is okay. So with all these inputs, let's move towards, the discussion that we have. So I would like to start with, Tanner first. And the first question I have about Tanner is looking at, how the world is moving, where, the mega projects are growing in scale and complexity. How do you think that the procurement practices should evolve so that we can anticipate risks and disputes before they actually arise? Would like to hear your opinion on that.
Well, my role at the moment is that I specialize in FIDIC forms of contracts. So you will imagine that I'm going to throw that in straight away. In my view, one of the things that needs to happen is a standard form of contract that allocates known risks in a fair and balanced way should be used. That's the starting point. FIDIC is a good example of something that does that. Then the next thing is to modify that contract in the particular conditions, to modify the general conditions as appropriate, to identify any other risks that might be specific to a particular project. Now, all of those things are standard things that should be done now anyway. What the FIDIC forms have been trying to do over the years is trying to develop to adopt mechanisms for dispute avoidance. So the next question is, how do you go about seeking to avoid disputes? Now, when you've got a fair and balanced risk allocation mechanism in the contract, then you can get claims arising where those risks are allocated in a certain way. And when those claims arise, the question is, how do you prevent those claims from becoming disputes? There's nothing wrong with claims. That's a product of the risk allocation mechanism in the contract. But the question is, can you avoid the disputes? Now, at the moment, the thinking is that there are tools for the engineer to try and seek to get agreement between the parties in the first instance, and then for an independent and impartial dispute board to also be involved to try and potentially seek to avoid disputes by asking pertinent questions as things progress. Now, one of the ways in which that can be confined is by ensuring that there are notifications of any of the events or risks that might be arising at an early stage. And those notifications should be done within a confined period of time. FIDIC suggests that a 28-day period is an appropriate period that should be had for such a thing. Now, early risk mapping has to be part and parcel of that risk allocation, and risk registers, actions, and prioritizing those risks, another thing that needs to be done. Responsibility matrices should be put in place. Now, all of those things need to develop using AI and other tools, and I'll come on to deal with that a bit later. But ultimately, taking the structure that we already have, using technology to actually take that structure and ensure that it's used with more efficiency using digital technology is how I see that the mega projects, as they grow in scale and complexity, how those procurement practices will evolve and how those risks should be anticipated and how those disputes should be avoided.
Thanks a lot. And I think that was quite crisp answer, which actually gives the direction that how one need to prepare, and one need to prepare for every single project, because the technology is evolving, things are changing, environment is changing. So that continuous improvement process also need to be built in, as and when you're looking at a project. You touched upon technology, and I'll now move to Shilpa to get her views on. So when we talk about the technology and you coming from the SaaS solutions company, how do you think the procurement is evolving from transactional to strategic and is future ready with the help of technology?
Yeah, thank you again. I think we are definitely on our way there. I think even we have already started making the journey from transactional to more strategic. I think where SaaS comes in again is more on the solution side, and already from your polls, I can see that people are already leaning towards the fact that digitization and digital transformation is really the path we're already on. So I think SaaS does that is important in three ways to get us even further down that strategic journey, which is one of them is really increasing the operational efficiency by having the right SaaS tools that are right now, SaaS and AI are kind of a combination of each other. So having the right SaaS tools allows you to be more operationally efficient as well. Being able to make sure that we are prepared for the financial accuracy of our business requires us to have greater visibility to that data, greater visibility to understanding the different tax codes and tariffs, which better SaaS tools can get you there with. So instead of being more focused on that manual intervention and then multiple touch points you typically have in your procurement team, let's now have the SaaS solutions build that out for you. And these days, there's a lot of customizations due to the geopolitical environment that will allow you to do that. I think the other area is certainly in the, so we talked operational efficiency. I think the other area is in the ability to make sure that from a value creation standpoint for the organization, we're able to speed up that value, which is by making sure our SaaS solutions can handle things that, again, we used to do more manually in the past. For example, contracts or requests for proposals, things like that can now be transacted through our SaaS solutions and allow you to pick the solution based on what the recommendations from SaaS is. So being RFPs, being a selection of suppliers, the risk management and the audits that you do with your existing suppliers, that can very much be speeded up by using your SaaS as your front tool and then doing the interaction with your suppliers.
Thanks, Shilpa. Again, I think your response was pretty crisp and clear. Just sharing my view here because I've spent a good amount of time in deploying solutions. I've been working on even the latest of the solutions where we talk about orchestrations and front doors. These are the new things after AI and agentic AI. The efficiencies that are being created in any organization, definitely they are massive, right? And the accuracy of information that is now coming definitely is very, very high, provided, a quality input goes into it. So SaaS definitely is, something which has changed the way and will keep changing the way. You spoke about the customization, which I totally support. The way the solution providers now are actually developing the solutions, they're like, beat any industry. Wherever you are in your, procurement journey, we can customize it for you and it can be done in weeks to months. Cost will be limited so that, the adoption increases easily and the whole organization is, ready for the change management. So definitely that has been, the trend. Thanks for that. I will now move to Kestudis, who is from the public procurement and public procurement. I mean that's the theme for today, which is very different from the private sector procurement. And when we talk about the reforms that are happening in Europe, be it digital first or future ready public procurement systems, what is it that you are seeing, and what is it that the other regions can learn? Over to you, Kestudis. Yeah.
So, hello everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to be here and to answer some of the questions. So it's very important subject we are talking today because it's a huge transformation also with the AI and all the data. So yeah, as you well pointed that currently in Europe in general that it's stopped being transactional processes, procurements. Now it's implemented to reaching the strategic goals of the union and also in the different member states. So we have like 50 directives which mentions sectorial procurements, and without data we won't be able to move forward. So European Union created public procurement data space in order to have the data in one centralized system to operate it and to have the strategic goals pushed forward. So also each member states are trying, or so to say, playing now around with the AI models and trying to implement them for relieving the resources they required, as Tanner mentioned, in risk management. So they are looking the specifics in the tender data where we can see what might be go wrong with those procurements. Also, as Shilpa mentioned, the finding information in the tender, what specific documents you need to submit or what is required from you. So data is the epicenter of the new procurements. And without data, there won't be possibility to employ AI into future transactions of the procurement. So first and foremost, the data is very important in coming strategical solutions. Like if you want sustainability, we have a project working for that, and we need the data on certain product groups, because we won't find the solutions. We can't move forward. Without having any monitoring of the progress. So the data is the most important, is the key answer for the future.
All right, thanks. And I know all of us have always heard, right, whenever we start our procurement journey or talk to the external partners or consultants, everyone says the same thing. If you have data, you can solve most of the things. So all the problems, start with solving the data. And you're so right here talking about, you can define the strategic goals. The observation is coming now after AI. I mean, that's my view and what I've seen a lot of people also talking. They say that don't always wait for 100% of data or 100% accurate data. Even if you have 80 to 90% of data today, start with that. That actually gives you a direction, and that changes your way of thinking, how you can improve the data also going forward. So that 80, 70% data also is, I would say, good enough to start. And again, talking about the data, we talk about privacy along with that, and everyone knows about GDPR that has come from, Europe, which has set the benchmark globally, how important it is to have data, how to flow the data, how to manage the data. So I think very, very important there. Thanks again for your response. Now, let's zoom out and start discussing, what lies ahead for procurement. And again, I'll go back to you, Daniel, to know your response on, and you briefly touched upon AI, in your previous response. I want to understand, if we look ahead, how do you see artificial intelligence, blockchain, digital twins, etc., will help, transforming the dispute management in procurement governance across the globe? What's your view on that?
I think it certainly will, and it was very interesting to hear Kęstutis calling data at the epicenter. I mean, it really is. I mean, in all construction projects, there is so much data. So when you're involved in any sort of dispute, the most important thing is to mine that data in the most effective way and to analyze it. So when it comes to a claim situation where you need to potentially refer that potential claim to either an engineer or to a dispute board, or finally potentially to an arbitrator, what will happen is the manner in which the data is being processed is going to enhance. The way in which AI tools are being used already at the moment are that the data is, the AI is actually interpreting and assimilating, putting together the data in such a way that it can then be interrogated. So one of the skills that the very first poll question that you gave at the very beginning is what would be the biggest driver shaping the future of procurement? And we talked about, as an option, digital technology and AI. And I saw 100% of people saying that. I agree with that. And ultimately, the new skill, the most important thing is going to be, how do you utilize the AI? How do you prompt AI? Some people use the phrase prompt engineering. They talk about how the way in which you ask ChatGPT, as an example, what it is that you're trying to get from the data that's there, is very important, because if you don't ask the right question, you won't get the right answer. And actually, that is something that I say before any technology comes in. Frame the question properly, the answer is normally very easy. It's difficult to frame the question properly. Once you've done that, then AI can potentially go through all of the data. It can potentially go through all of the documents. It can help enhance the claims. It can help enhance the dispute resolver's job. So can you imagine the dispute resolver's looking at the claim, looking at the response to the claim and thinking, well, how do I resolve this? Feed all of that into an AI system, giving you information. I mean, some people talk about how we're going to have AI judges, AI arbitrators for the smaller cases. All of those sorts of things might start developing in the future. So there are, I mean, I've particularly focused on AI because I know more about that than I do about blockchain and digital twins, I'm afraid. But I think AI is definitely going to be something which is going to enhance the whole process moving forward.
Right. So, what I really loved when you were kind of responding, asking the right questions, right? Whether AI exists, doesn't exist. If you frame your question well, if you ask the right question, you definitely would get, the solutions. And on AI also, because I have been using it for a couple of years, and just, sharing this example, 2 years back, I was asking one of the AI engine, tell me what are the risks associated with this supplier. It gave me a generic answer, right? Today, when I put, my question, it is based on the learning that I had and what I put on system. Now, system understand when I'm asking the same question at the back end, it is understanding the company I am working for. It understands my persona. It understands when I ask for a risk, I'm asking for financial risk, ESG risk, supply chain risk. I ask for, not just the company name, the risk associated with, the directors also of the company, right? That response is so great. I mean, today I get almost 32 different risk evaluations done just by putting a supplier. And that's a learning I got, right? Ask that right question. And you were so perfect on saying this, ask the right question. Thanks for that. That was really interesting. Shilpa, I'll come to you because we started talking about, AI. You also touched upon, smart contracts, RFX, briefly on, the negotiations also. How do you think, the world is moving in these domains using the AI?
Yeah, I think, I mean, you kind of touched on it earlier too, both yourself and Tanner. So I think on the risk management side, certainly, right? But I do think there is that, going back to your early point, Brish, about, data in, data out, right? So the quality of the data. So in any of our SaaS solutions where we're trying to take advantage of the existing SaaS platform with the AI data piece, is based on the data quality. So what we're trying to do in terms of next steps is, whether it's on the smart contracts or supplier risk management or even tax codes, is really looking at areas of where, from a SaaS perspective, how can we control the type of data we put into these solutions? So going back to my comment earlier about customization of these tools, the customization is one thing for a company that is looking for that data. We will customize based on what that organization wants to operate like. But then there is also the ability for the individual or the company that's providing the SaaS solutions that has access to data for all of these organizations, right? So what we are able to do is look at the data across all of the products that we have, and so suppliers that we have and offerings that we have, and then look at the type of behavior in terms of customizations to that. So when we talk about smart contracts, we're talking about for your particular industry as well. We're talking about the type of suppliers you have. So we can sift through all of that AI data across all the companies in a particular industry, and therefore allow for a little bit more of that pre-customization already provided to you. Secondly, I think the big thing is going to be on the tax code side of things. And that is something that's not easy for a company to get up to speed on, given the general nature of how that moves so quickly. So again, by the SaaS solution provider they having access to all this information, they can quickly sift through that and provide those recommendations to you. So certainly in the space of smart contracts and risk management, I also think it's less about the supplier risk management, but where we're actually moving forward to is more of a supplier behavior to understand based on how they deal with all of their competitors and all of the suppliers that they provide to, how do they generally work their contract terms, their ability to maintain inventory, what kind of terms do they change, how frequently do they change those terms. So you'll have access to all of that behavioral information up ahead as well. And I think that's the other nature, just the shift you're going to see is more of the less about risk management and more about behavioral insight.
Thanks for sharing this point of view from the solution provider perspective. And I know when the solutions are being developed in the SaaS companies, you know what your customer want. You always put those frameworks in place, but again, there's always a doubt which the buying organization would have. And when it comes to public procurement, definitely they have more regulations. They want to go thoroughly. They take lesser risk as compared to private, because public procurement is supposed to look at the consumers all across the country, because it's their money that they spend. So I'll come to you, Kesotis, to understand when it comes to choosing the AI framework or choosing any solution which is AI based. We talk about regulations, we talk about cybersecurity, we talk about how the data has to be fragmented or the system has to be geopolitically fragmented. What do you think could be the right framework that a public procurement expert can put for this?
So thank you for the question. But it was tricky part, yeah, which data and how much of data, and also we are becoming in this more data solutions. But as you mentioned yourself, risk management, we want to analyze financial risk management, etc., etc. So it means we need lots of data. But on the other hand, we don't want to get the data in the structural way or just basic reports. So our needs versus what we offer is not coexist. Firstly, I think it's because, especially in public procurement, you want, as economical operators, we want to have most of the data of our competition. But on the other hand, we don't want our data to be revealed on our competition. So this is one of the part where it's strategically very hard. And another problem, of course, it's cybersecurity in the geopolitical context, how we can protect our data, how it won't be, is it in specific country, is it safe, or we should do something in other country. Also, backups of the backups is the problem. Now we're creating another huge problem while fighting the climate change. On the other hand, we're creating the data centers, which requires a lot of resources and cooling, etc., etc. So we also have this problem while trying in certain ways throughout the procurement to address the climate crisis. So it's very gentle balancing act, and we now have to understand where our focus should be. And in terms of AI, it seems like we're creating a lot, there is created a lot of different AIs for the same reasons. So maybe we have to combine the resources to just have one, and we would address many more issues in such specific way.
Thanks for that. Just one small follow-up question, because I come from private organization, you're from public procurement. How easy or tough is it for you to kind of, think that, oh, you really need AI kind of a technology and you can deploy that? Is it like a long cycle, or can this be done quickly?
Yeah, basically, I think that it's the same challenges in private sector and in the public sector. It's just main issue which we talked before. It's about the structuralizing the data, because now it's okay. It's in PDFs, in Excel files, etc. So how we can combine and make it structure the data. So and in terms like deploying the AI and deploying the technologies, I don't think that we are very different in terms of private sector versus public sector. The only difference is that public sector operates public money, so there are certain procedures in place. But in the end of the day, at the end, if we are talking about using the AI or other tools, operating the data, interpreting the data, we are exactly at the same level, at exactly same challenges.
Got it. Thanks. That was really, really helpful. Now let's quickly, go to 2035, right? 10 years from now, what would be there in the procurement domain there, or on the risk management side? Maybe Tanner, over to you. What do you see happening 10 years from now?
I don't think we'll be here. I think we'll be taken over. All the computers will take over from us. And the AI will be dictating, and whoever's got the most powerful AI is going to be the one who's going to win, because there's going to be jostling between different AI systems, and the one that has the most effective system is going to be the one that prevails. And I think that the human beings aspects, the procurement will be so automated that I think that we will be less worried about these sorts of questions. How should we procure? What would be the best way of procuring? Because AI would have worked it all out for us. It will be an optimally produced system, which everything will be done in a certain way, which is highly mechanized and highly sophisticated, that we're going to be redundant. I'm afraid that's the way I see it.
You are actually creating fear, right? What do you think would happen in 2035?
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, so Tanner, thanks for setting the fear in everybody. But I do have to agree with that. I think there is a complete change in how we will operate in this particular side of the business, right? So I do agree that, in terms of these transactional pieces of the conversations, that's already eroding and being handled in smarter ways. But I think that what that allows us to do is create the space for how can we be more value added. And I think the first thing comes to mind is certainly being more integrated. So before, I think procurement in general was more of its own function. Now it's more about how do we integrate into the rest of the business. So, when I think of SaaS being a service, right? I think procurement now becomes a service part of the business. So as opposed to being a transactional part of the business, we have the opportunity now to maybe not answer those transactional questions, but be a service to the rest of the business and say, well, these are the different sourcing we can do for our different suppliers, and I'll give a really fast ability to picture that out, especially in the world for medical devices where I am. Acquisitions happen over the length of 5-6 years, but the discussions around those start happening earlier. And I think now procurement, for example, has a much more important voice at the table, because they'll have that spend analysis, supplier behavior, the ability to know what sort of sourcing challenges that the particular customer that we're thinking of buying already has in place. So you have that voice and that insight that you wouldn't necessarily bring to the table earlier, because we were more involved in the day-to-day transactional. So I think we actually have the opportunity to shift our role as a service provider in the organization. Second, I would say, is that the product offerings, right? We as a business, if we think of that, may know that the product offerings we are in, but again, that insight of how our suppliers have behaved and how they're changing in terms of the cost that they provide to us, but also what other devices and materials that they're looking at, that allows us to better envision where we're going with our own business strategy as well. For example, for us right now, we are in radiation devices, and we're looking at, well, we're doing very well in terms of the competitive environment, but we're not necessarily doing perhaps or could improve ourselves in the world of materials that we choose. How do we know that? And we lean on our procurement team to kind of give us the insight into that. So just one example of many, but I do think our role shifts to a more important one.
Totally agree with you. In fact, one of the thing I can surely say with very confidence is if I go, maybe 15 or 10 years back, so there were hardly 20 procurement solutions globally because people were not adopting. Today, there are 3,000 plus solutions. The amount of investment that is coming in the procurement domain is massive. I remember talking to a couple of large global investors in last 1 week who wanted to get my view also, are the investments being made in the right domain or not? So, and thanks for that. So would like to hear this from you also. Where do you see 2035 procurement?
Yeah, I'm afraid I must agree with Tanner on this, that probably most of us won't be here because you will be able just to express your needs, and AI probably will have the opportunity to evaluate what experience do you need, and who in the market can address your experience request. So it will be, and Brish, from your side, there will be no boundaries between public and private sector anymore, because it will be all performed by someone, AI or something like that. So I'm afraid that in 10 years, yeah, it probably will be just expression of your needs or requests.
Very, very rightly said. Totally agree. 2 years back, we in the procurement domain were saying, AI will actually look at, the transactional side of procurement. AI can never do negotiations. For last 6 months, we have been talking about AI doing negotiations also, right? So see, how the scenario changed this domain. So great. So when we're talking about so much, changes happening, I would like to hear, and that's my last question to all of you, what one advice you have for the procurement professionals? What should they do, learn? So would like to hear, maybe again, Tanner, we'll go in the same flow. One advice for the procurement professionals.
Before I talk about the advice to the procurement professionals, I think the way in which the AI develops into the way that we've been talking about, where things are being mechanized, needs to be carefully looked at. And so you were giving the example, Brish, about how when AI is answering your question now, it's got your background. It wants to know it will answer all the different categories of things that you're interested in. And so you will get a tailored version for you. So how the AI learns is going to be fundamentally important, and in which way it's trained, if you like, and the way that it galvanizes information, because you can imagine that it might not necessarily, whilst taking data, be necessarily doing it in the optimum way if it's not being trained properly. So putting that to one side, in terms of what the advice would be to the procurement leaders, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's about how you are potentially going to utilize the technology as a procurement advisor in the most effective way. And again, if there will be scope for questions to be asked, which I hope that the human being will have that ability to define the issues, to define the questions, and to keep those questions relevant. It's keep ahead, keep not ahead as in future proofing. I mean, keep your head and keep relevant the questions that you want to be answered. That's how I would say. So try to be grounded, essentially.
Right. Thanks for that. Shilpa, what do you? I know we just have a couple of minutes before we open it for questions to the participants.
Yeah, I'll keep it short, but I'd say it's an extension of what Tanner said, in the sense that being able to handle and think ahead, I think will be the ability to not just understand your own function, but understand the entire chain of supply chain. So not just procurement, but be able to educate yourself on the entire chain. Because if you can do that and combine that with your data insight and data interpretation skills, I think that can get you much further in being able to advise to that sort of future thinking. And second, I think we can't get away from the fact that we've all mentioned AI at this point, right? So from a skill perspective, I think we do all have to upskill in that one.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for that. Over to you, Kestutis.
Probably I have to add what Tyner said and then what Shilpa said. So just maybe a little observation that when we train the AI or whatever who will be doing procurements in 2035, we should have in mind the strategic goals of who is important, what are the values, not just making transactions, but we have to set the strict values of humanity in general. So that is, I think, will be the most important, not to forget it and not to neglect it.
Totally agree. Great. So I think the three things that are coming out is technology will be very different, be it AI or something different from AI. So we have to be ready. We have to make sure that our roles become relevant. We have to learn. And Shilpa, you mentioned we have to understand the end-to-end business. And I'm assuming this is like understanding the 360 degree of us, right? What we are doing. We should be aware of everything. And definitely, have strategic goal, very well defined. So thanks for that, Kestutis. I think these are the three learnings we have from today's sessions. Now we can open the floor for questions for next 3 minutes. I'm sure we can take a couple of questions. So, Sangeeta, if you can come with questions, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vega, and thank you, panelists. The questions with us are here. The first question that we have is, how the use of e-procurement as opposed to the normal public procurement traditional principles can help combat or minimize corruption in Africa?
Great question. So, guess to this you want to take, because this is e-procurement plus public procurement.
So yeah, thank you for this question. It's a great question. It's for many years, the same question applies everywhere. So we don't need to forget that, like 25 years ago, we had the same questions in Europe, especially then the European Union extended. So e-procurement helps by revealing the data in it. So it means that you can find the transactions between certain contracting authorities and economical operators, and then you can see the patterns there. Is it something to look inside more, or is it everything clear just happens to be there? It also helps to increase the competition into procurement, because then you publish everything clearly on the e-procurement platform. There's no space to change the clauses or requirements, and only economic operators must respond to them, except like previously done in the paper. You can swap the paper very easily, but in e-procurement, you can't do this anymore because it was published already there. So it would be a huge step towards clearer governmental spending, and also for economical operators, it would be a huge opportunity, because they know how they can operate based on the equal rights to participate in procurements.
Great, thanks for that. And we have 2 more questions. Sangeeta, if I can take that, if that's okay.
Please, sir.
I'll club both of them so they are, more or less related. The question is, what are the biggest barriers to adopt e-procurement in developing economies, and how can government and private sector partner together? And along with that is, how can government build trust among the suppliers? So it's all about, bringing e-procurement in the public domain and win supplier trust. Maybe one of you can answer this. Guess to this, maybe again a related question. Passing it on to you, and others can add.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's very relevant questions. As I mentioned, that we face the same issues. And what actually a huge step was in Lithuanian transaction towards more transparent and more corruption-free procurement was that we implemented the mandatory revealing of the all contracts, which is signed by the contracting authorities, which is public spending. So all those contracts must be publicly submitted, and anyone from society can see it. And it also helped to reduce the manipulation from the certain sectors or also some politicians, because if there is a contract, you can't speculate it anymore in the newspapers or whatever, because there is a value and there is a tender. So you know that was criteria, it was won by this entity and it cost like this. And also it helped reduce the corruption as well, because everyone sees everything. So it's very transparent. And this move forward towards e-procurement systems is very important. And I think what we talked about in discussion, that future AI will help this even furthermore. So the first step is to have the e-procurement platform just to start collecting the data. And then we can transpose this while using risk management tools. We can identify the risk in certain procurements, in certain contracts, within certain sector or within a certain contracting authority. So this is what is the stepping stone towards corruption-free procurements.
Can I just
please go ahead.
just a couple of points, just actually building on what Kęstutis was saying, and really it's the word transparency. So where there is data processes that are required within the procurement which are digitized, and those data processes are open and required and transparent to all, there's less possibility for abuse. As soon as things are being required to be done in a certain way, and they are done, and everybody can see that they are done, then that transparency reduces the scope for corruption.
Totally agree to that. In fact, I'll just quote what Mr. Vinay said in the previous session, which is true for everyone. If you have built a policy, if you have written that, just do it, right? If you are so transparent that what you have written you are doing, automatically you will win the trust of the supplier and deployment will be easy. So I think, yeah, that was so well said. I know we are at time now, 3 minutes over the schedule. And I think it was a great.
I would like to add more remark, because I remember that you asked about how private sector can work with the public sector in order to have more transparency. So that the product as SaaS can you have to employ economic operators that you say, I want data-based, corruption-free and transparent procurements. And the economic operators, I mean the companies, will give you the solution towards that.
Right.
So we have to talk with them to develop such products.
I would just add 2 seconds to that as well, which is that in any SaaS solutions, and there are several e-procurement SaaS solutions out there, there are different tiers, right? So if you are going to partner with private, you can get a leverage of maybe a small lower level tier of that access to. You may not get all the cloud access data that you want, but you get the lower tier and partner with your public tenders to be able to allow to do that. So you don't always have to go for the larger procurement solutions. With all that data, you can start small, see the value it creates, the cost reduces, and then move up. So yeah, I agree with that. The partnership would allow you to reduce that cost.
Totally agree. And thanks for that. I know we spoke about a very interesting topic. The number of questions that are coming, the amount of energy everyone has is so high, but we have to be cognizant of, the schedule. Thanks, everyone. I think it was a very, very interesting and insightful discussion. I also got to hear a few things, which will help me also. And thanks, everyone, for putting your questions and participating. I'll now hand it over to Ms. Sangeeta.
Thank you, Mr. Vaidya, and big thank you to the distinguished panelists for sharing such powerful insights on aligning procurement with the future. This discussion truly emphasized how innovation, digital systems, and sustainability must go hand in hand to make procurement more resilient and future ready. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very inspiring day. We've heard from global leaders, industry experts, and innovators who have shared their insights on transparency, sustainability, and innovation in procurement. To formally conclude today's proceedings, it is my privilege to invite Mr. Shankar Lal, Country Procurement Lead at the World Bank, India, a distinguished leader in procurement reforms and capacity building, to deliver the closing remarks and vote of thanks. Over to you, Mr. Lal.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, very clear.
Okay, so even though I think the depth of discussion and the length of discussion is very significant, I'll try to summarize the proceedings of the day in 5 minutes or so. Thereafter, we will have audience poll, and after that, we will be closing the event. So in the opening session today, Megha Sharma started the conference by welcoming the attendees and emphasizing the procurement strategic role in driving transparency, sustainability, and innovation. Thereafter, Anna from the World Bank delivered an address, and she outlined the evolving procurement landscape for next 10 years, calling for agile, impact-driven systems that transform procurement into strategic enabler aligned with SDGs and ESG goals. In the first panel discussion, the panel emphasized on a transformative shift in procurement from cost-centric approaches to a value-based criteria that integrate sustainability, innovation, and ethical considerations. Success in this transition hinges on the policy alignment, stakeholder collaboration, and building organizational capacity to adopt holistic, data-driven evaluation frameworks. Second panel discussion emphasized on integrating sustainability into procurement and also building resilient and inclusive economies with standard and green policies guiding long-term value creation. It concluded that sustainability is now a strategic imperative, offering competitive advantage and risk mitigation in global supply chains. Thereafter, we had case study presentations, and first presentation was from Government e-Marketplace of India, which talked about how it has enabled the cashless, transparent, and inclusive transactions, achieving over $24 billion in GMV and empowering MSME, women, and startups. Nigeria's SPESSC project, which has been supported by the World Bank, is building a skilled procurement workforce through university-based centers of excellence, a tiered certification framework, and upcoming rollout of AI-enabled EGP system. Thereafter, there was a presentation on Global Foundries, how it reformed its procurement system through digitization and executive-led transformation, resulting in improved efficiency, transparency, and analytics-driven planning. It emphasized that tailored digital strategies are essential for resilient, proactive, and value-maximizing procurement operations. In the innovation spotlights, which was mostly about AI, blockchain, and data, there were 3 presentations. On the blockchain, there was a discussion on blockchain technology, which has the potential to revolutionize procurement by enhancing transparency, automatic processes through smart contracts, and improving sustainability and quality control. The rise of smart buyer AI in procurement, this presentation emphasized the practical, human-aligned approach to AI in procurement, urging professionals to adopt tailored tools that solve real-world challenges like spend analysis and supplier risk, rather than blindly following trends on generic best practices. Then there was a presentation on procurement AI in practice. This presentation introduced QAP AI as the user-friendly platform that enables incremental AI adoption in procurement through low-investment micro apps. Leadership reflection on procurement excellence in a changing world by Vinay Sharma. He concluded that procurement has evolved into a strategic function that fosters social trust and impact, requiring leaders to balance innovation, integrity, and resilience among global poly crises. Success hinges on ethical leadership, technology adoption, and aligning procurement with sustainability, inclusion, and long-term value creation. The last session, which was a global roundtable, we discussed about the use of SaaS platform and AI when paired with high quality data can significantly enhance procurement efficiency, risk management, and transparency through tools like smart contracts and RFX automation, while offering valuable benefits to both public sector and private sector procurement. Data is central to resolving claims and disputes, especially in construction, and correctly framing questions is key to unlocking AI's transformative potential. This was very brief summary of today's discussion. Let me give the floor back to the ISM India team for running the live audience poll.
Thank you, Shankar. The poll is not live. It is going to be done offline for the feedback.
Okay. So in that case, let me go ahead with the vote of thanks. So as we draw the curtains on the 5th International Procurement Conference, it is my honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who have made this event a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the resource persons, panel members, and session moderators, namely Megha Rastogi, Anna, Vinay Sharma, Galia, Tom, Prabhat Garg, Sundareshan MR, Ronza, Vikas Kumar Sharda, Amit Sethi, Satyanaran Meena, Vivek Sharma, Ishtiaq Siddiqui, Vikram Mishra, Lavning Chadda, Ajay Kapoor, Shedi Abdul Javed, Brishwan Vaidya, Taner, Shilpa, and Kastursis. Special thanks to Sangeeta for efficiently moderating the event. Thank you, organizing team which has worked relentlessly behind the scene with partner organizations and everyone who have actually supported this event directly or indirectly. Most important stakeholder for this event is the audience. We have record 7,000 registrations from 175 countries and a large number of participants. They actually stayed for entire duration of the conference. Big thank you to every one of you. Your collective efforts have made this conference not just an event, but a milestone in the journey of procurement transformation. Lastly, Public Procurement Professional Association of India, which completes 5 years today. Let me congratulate to them and 15,000 members of this association because they are contributing to the professionalization of procurement in India and across other countries. Thank you all, and we look forward to continuing this dialogue and collaboration in years to come. And we will see everyone again in 6th conference, which will be held almost in the same month on the similar dates. Thank you, and back to Sangeeta.
Thank you, Vasilal, for those thoughtful closing remarks and heartfelt vote of thanks. As we officially bring the 5th International Procurement Conference to an end, on behalf of PPPAI, ISM-INDIA, and the World Bank, I extend our gratitude to all our speakers, moderators, partners, and our wonderful participants, and of course, the behind-the-curtain team who made this event such a success. Thank you all. Before you leave, do remember to download your participation certificate, and for those interested, don't miss the competency test for the Certificate of Achievement. This is Sangeeta Patel, your host for the day, signing off. Thank you once again for being with us, and we look forward to welcoming you at our next event. Wishing you all a wonderful evening ahead. Looking forward to the 6 IPS 2026. Thank you. Namaste.